Monday Night Football versus the Niners up next to tread on top of the NFC after the Commanders scored a late touchdown to knock off the Eagles. Philly QB Jalen Hurts was knocked out with a concussion in the first quarter as well. Michigan basketball rounded Purdue Fort Wayne yesterday, 89-58. It was hard for the Wolverines to miss from the jump. They made 21 of their first 25 shots. Michigan State football added a pair of veterans yesterday. Offensive lineman Matt Golbin started in all but one game for Wake Forest the last 3 seasons. In 2024, he allowed just 1 sack. Corner Malcolm Bell also transferred from UConn after 4 years as a Husky. While you were sleeping, the Mets re-signed starter Sean Manaea to a 3-year, $75 million deal. He had a 3.47 ERA to his credit last season. Slugger Jock Peterson has also inked a deal with the Rangers. He hit 23 homers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Spider-Man? No. Roar!
I was waiting all day for that. Oh. Another one bites the dust.
Another one bites the dust. And another one gone. And another one's gone. And another one bites the dust.
Hey, we're going to get you too. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
Stoney, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Roar!
As soon as the Lions were up, and I knew you were in this morning, I thought this is what I need on Monday morning.
Oh, yeah.
I need the roar. I need Spider-Man Allen, little slice of what makes you so special and what this season is. It is an unbelievable year. Record-setting season for the franchise.
Yes.
How about that?
Unbelievable.
When we started, do you think we were going to be sitting here just a few years later with a 13-win team?
No, even though they won 12 last year, I thought they'd win 11 this year. I thought they'd be a better team with a worse record because they had a tougher schedule.
Right. That was a lot of the conversation going into the season. Better team, worse record.
Yeah.
Didn't mean that they weren't going to be as good or better than last year or do more in the postseason, but it was a first-place schedule.
And I still thought that they would win the division with the record of 11-6. Now, unfortunately, there is the unbelievable possibility, and over the next few weeks we'll discuss that possibility. There is actually a possibility of them going 14-3 and being the 5th seed.
Right.
That is incredible.
It is. It's unbelievable. But, I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Or you could look at it as they're going to have to go 15-2 to capture the 1 seed.
Yes, that's true.
And they certainly have, they control their own destiny.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Minnesota does as well.
Right.
Because of that game at the end of the season. But we all know that everybody would be in the NFC would rather be sitting where the Lions are versus Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, because Ford Field is going to be the venue of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And also Minnesota, while it's no guarantee because they're at home, they will be playing the Green Bay Packers who play tonight. So the Packers will be coming on a short week. Minnesota, that place will be going crazy. Obviously, the Packers are good enough to beat Minnesota.
Sure.
And that's not to put down Minnesota. They've been an incredible job this year. There's no doubt about it. But, yes, I'd rather be where the Lions are right now than be where Minnesota is. That said, who the hell knows what's going to happen. But let's not focus on that right now. We do want to mention, yes, because it'd be fair, that the Lions, the reason the number 1 seed is going to come down to that game is because your alma mater, the Washington Commanders / Redskins, came up with an incredible victory to beat the Philadelphia Eagles and give Eagles their 3rd loss of the season. And the Lions and Eagles are tied. I believe tiebreaker-wise, the Lions are ahead now.
Yes.
Yes.
And the beautiful thing is both those games were on Fox, and you got a chance to finish watching Lions-Bears and then Fox flipped over to show the end of the Commanders-Eagles game. And it was just, I mean, you kept the party going. And there was obviously more angst in that game because the Commanders were down.
Right.
And they had a chance, and then all of a sudden they didn't have a chance, and then Philly, uncharacteristically, Smith drops.
Devontae Smith, that's the game.
It was the game. It was absolutely the game. And he had, it catch the ball once, you don't have to worry about it. He had two opportunities to catch it. After he bobbled it, it was in his hands again for a first down. He ends up dropping it. They punt, and then
Jaden Daniels cemented. There are a lot of people that thought maybe Bo Nix is making a run here for Rookie of the Year. It's over now.
You sure would think so with the end game
5
dramatics.
touchdowns.
Well, 5 touchdowns, but it was also 4 interceptions.
True. Yeah.
So I mean,
I know.
let's call it both ways. And I mean, Bo Nix right now they're a 9-win team, and obviously Washington's a 10-win team. I'm not sure who's doing it with more or less. I don't know that it really matters, but you got 2 rookie quarterbacks that could be taking their teams to the playoffs.
Yes, absolutely.
So, but what we're here to celebrate is another victory Monday on this holiday week. It's unbelievable. I mean, everybody's getting ready for Christmas on Wednesday. Hanukkah starts the same day. So
That's right.
Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you very much.
I was listening to the postgame yesterday, and there were a number of individuals, and I know you well enough to know that it doesn't bother you, but they would call up and then they would say, "Hey, Stoney, Merry Christmas."
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Look, I've said many times, and I said it with, I think, Jim last week when you were gone on your move.
Yes, which we landed.
Yeah, well, good. I mean, I know a lot of my friends get upset when I say this publicly. Hanukkah's lame compared to Christmas. Christmas is great. Everybody around happy. Hanukkah, because of the numbers, it's all right. It's
Because of the numbers, just because there's just more.
Yeah, it's like you walk into a store, Happy Hanukkah. People don't know what the hell you're talking about. Everybody knows Christmas. You don't go to the mall and find Hanukkah Harry and sit on his lap. Is there a Hanukkah Harry? Of course not. It's just, look, I just think Christmas is a better holiday. Don't throw me out of the tribe.
Right. We just do it better?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I don't know about that. I mean, we have, what? I don't know. We don't even light candles. We can, but you... Yeah.
Make it smoky.
Or whatever that is. But you get 8 days? Is that what it is?
Yes, 8 crazy nights.
8
Adam
crazy,
Sandler
yes, 8
says.
crazy nights. Yes. So I mean, I can't necessarily say that we do it better. You do it longer.
Yeah. Well, that's not what she says. Anyway,
it's like riding a bike.
yeah, right.
Put it on a tee and you knock it out.
Hey, you have to. Anyway, enough of that. Yes, actually, for the first time in a long time, Hanukkah and Christmas actually start on the exact same night.
How do they
same
set
day.
Hanukkah?
It's the Hebrew calendar is a lot different, so it's.
Well, obviously, but yeah, I don't know.
It's like the Jewish holidays are never the same.
You still have same New Year, right? Or is that
no? Rosh Hashanah is the New Year's, but it's not the same day every year.
Oh, okay.
It's whatever. I don't understand the whole calendar.
And they play Jewish bowl games on the New Year, right?
That's right.
The Dreidel Bowl.
Right.
The Dreidel Bowl.
That's right. Exactly. That is one of the good things about Hanukkah. You learn how to gamble at an early age. You spin that dreidel and the Hebrew letters Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey. You spin the Gimel, and you win whatever.
Stoney, is the
Yes.
Dreidel Bowl the granddaddy of them all?
Yes. Exactly. Let me tell you, a lot of people wish they were watching the Dreidel Bowl on Friday night and Saturday.
Oh, man. Was the CFP, was that just an absolute dud?
It was a dud, but I still think it was really, really cool to have those games on campus. It really was. And yeah, look, next year though, I don't know. And I thought the funniest thing was, Lane Kiffin and all the SEC honks, making fun of Indiana and all that stuff. And then Tennessee goes and lays that egg.
Yeah. Well, and Tennessee was what, a 10-2 team?
Yes.
Yeah. 10-2. All right, and they got drubbed,
Right.
just like Indiana got drubbed by Notre Dame. So
Correct.
yeah, if you want to be in the postseason, then just win more games.
Take care of your own.
Yeah.
Don't lose to Kentucky at home.
And I do get the, just because you win doesn't mean you're a better team because
Correct.
of the opponents that you play. But with 12 teams, there's plenty of space. And if you want to settle on the field, just win your games.
Right. Look, if you're going to ask me who would win a game between Mississippi and Indiana, I'm going to say Mississippi. Ole Miss. I think they probably are better. But you know what?
You probably we probably had some listeners going, Mississippi. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ole
Miss.
Ole Miss. Yes, indeed. But the Lions were better than Chicago yesterday as they double up the Bears 34-17. There was a lot of really cool and interesting stuff in that football game. Obviously, the stumble bum, as it was called. We'll get into that. All the things to talk about. And the best thing to come out of the win yesterday, that's coming up next. It's the Costa and Jansen program, or is it Jansen and Costa? I always forget.
It's Costa and Jansen.
It's Costa
Yes,
and Jansen.
Yes. But
Okay.
no Heather, so we'll just say Costa and Jansen with Stoney today.
97 won the ticket. Dan Miller with some background reaction from Lomas Brown and TJ Lang. TJ will be with us at 9 o'clock. It's the Costa and Jansen program. Heather off, Gov off. I am Stoney. I'm in for Jim Costa all this week. Greg Hargrave here today, and we're going to have a good time. And, John, we're going to relish.
Yes.
That's right, relish the Lions' win over Chicago. I don't think anybody thought that they would lose. I thought it was going to be a tougher game. I thought the Bears would actually cover the game, like a backdoor cover type of stuff, kind of similar to what happened here at Ford Field on Thanksgiving. But the Bears only scored 3 points in the second half.
Yeah.
The Lions only scored 7, but they were in complete control of the game. And so we're asking at 248-539-9797, the best thing in your mind to come out of the afternoon at Soldier Field.
Yeah. And, I mean, the conditions weren't necessarily what we thought they would be. It wasn't as cold
Correct.
as I think everybody believed it was going to be. It ended up being just a little bit above freezing. I think it was, 33, 34 degrees as they're showing the touchdown celebration. I think the touchdown celebrations have certainly taken a family turn.
Yes.
Having to sit there. We had a cookie party yesterday over at my brother's house, and his wife did an unbelievable job. But as we're sitting there with all the nephews, nieces, and obviously my kids, when Amon-Ra St. Brown scored his touchdown, the Major League celebration, having to then watch it in slow-mo and answer, Dad, what are they doing? Well, they're showing off the big pair.
How about Gibbs did it twice because his first touchdown got called back. Then he had to do his celebration again. Yes.
Yeah. So explaining those touchdown celebrations to the kids was, let's just say, a bit uncomfortable, or it became even more uncomfortable when I didn't have to offer the explanation and they knew already.
Right. Yeah.
Which is even more disturbing. But that was yesterday's problem. Today's no problems at all because Lions win. And the best thing to come out of that win, gosh, there's so many good things. And I know the easy one is the defense. But for me, it was Jared Goff to Jameson Williams.
Oh, the bomb.
The bomb. That one to
we
me
just heard, yes.
was that put Jared Goff has put everybody on notice all year long. And I mean, it hasn't been a perfect season, but it's been damn good. And when you think about a guy that has been able to resurrect his career here in Detroit, and the big thing was, I can't play in cold. All right, he answered that earlier in the year when they played in Green Bay. Again yesterday with the gloves and all that. But it was arm strength. And I know you addressed it with him last week.
Yeah, and I was giving him a compliment, and he you got to bring this up again?
I know. But that has been part of the conversation.
Right.
The reason you asked the question was because there is this perception that he can't go deep. And when he let go of that ball, it was a dart.
Yes, perfect. You
You
led the guy perfectly.
60-yard dart. And I thought, oh my goodness, where did this bomb come from? And he's going to overthrow Jameson Williams. Oh no. Jameson Williams actually in the final two steps had to slow up just a touch to adjust to the ball. And it literally was 60 air yards that Jared Goff let that sucker fly. That was a scary day for the rest of the NFL.
It's funny, doing the post-game show yesterday with Jennifer Hammond, we had a ticket texter who said the JMO play reminded him of Forrest Gump when Forrest played at Alabama.
Oh, yes.
He was running so fast.
Yes. And just kept running. I'm surprised he didn't run out of the tunnel. I'm not sure if the tunnel was at that end, but
for me, the best thing that came out of yesterday's game, and there's a lot of really good things, no injuries.
Yeah.
That, to me, they came out of there with a double-digit win, the biggest the biggest win in Chicago that they've had since 1997. to go in there and win by as much as they did, and the fact that it appears that everybody's healthy is to me the biggest thing. Now, you want to get down to the actual X's and O's part of it. I got to tell you, to me, it was a combination. It's not one person. It's Ben Johnson, it's Goff, it's everybody. What does a coordinator or a coach always, answer at podiums? Well, what do you want to see from your offense?
Yeah.
And the word is always, or at least a lot of times, is balance. Is there anything more balanced than 32 rushing attempts and 32 passing attempts? That, my friends, is balance.
Yeah. Well, for play calling, it's
Yes.
balance. For that number, it's balance. And you're never gonna. I don't think you're
I
ever
know
really
it's-
gonna have balance in regards to, number of yardage. We've seen it at times where 200 yards passing, 200 yards rushing. But yes, to be able to call a game where you run the ball the exact same number of times that you pass the ball, to me that is balance. Always means something a little bit different to coaches.
Right.
It's balance is we get a chance to call what we want when we want.
Yes.
And I really feel like it showed in the stat column 32-32, but it showed on the field. The Lions were able to call what they wanted when they wanted.
Right. Now, I know you and TJ, offensive lineman, you say the hell with balance. We want to run the ball more because that's what you're groomed to do.
Well, but it's not just run the ball more. It's when you pass the ball, you want to be able to be aggressive. So even you look at their passes, and still half of them are play action pass.
Yes.
To me, that's a run.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about setting back. I don't have to worry about the defensive end coming on a speed rush. I get a chance to attack. That's all you want. It's you get to attack every time you run the ball, but if you get to attack in the pass game as well, it makes your life so easy. And when you have Penei Sewell and you have Frank Ragnow, you have guys like that. And how about Mahogany?
Yeah, I have him on my list too.
That's another beauty to come away with, knowing that, hey, and I know TJ talked about this before the game. When you have guys that have more experience than you, that are healthy and available, but you leapfrog them, Awosika, he was available.
Yeah.
But he didn't get the start. We saw him start the NFC Championship game, and it's not a knock on him.
Right.
This is a positive for Christian Mahogany that when healthy, he's the best one. And did Brad Holmes get another steal in the draft?
And it's obvious that if he did get a steal, that I don't know if you put a demerit side. It's obvious to me that he is further leaped Sorsdahl in the depth chart.
Oh, there's no question.
Now,
Yeah.
Sorsdahl can play a little bit of tackle, but
No.
it was, the Mahogany was really good. Now, I'm sure when you guys, and when TJ will be here at 9 o'clock, when you guys, break down the all 22 a little bit, you'll be able to give us more, intimate, shall we say, details of what Mahogany did well and what he needs to work on. Let's go to the fine land of Tecumseh. James, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Well, Stoney, you stole my answer. I was saying that there was no injuries. So that's the best thing about yesterday is that we did, as far as we know, we're healthy from that game. So, but I do have a question for you that should be brought up this week.
What's that?
Say Minnesota wins, and we know that going into Monday night's game. Should Campbell sit some of the starters because that game will mean absolutely
No,
nothing.
you mean if Minnesota loses.
If Minnesota loses.
No. I want Minnesota to lose. But I'm saying if Minnesota wins, and we know that the game against Minnesota is going to be for everything.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So I'm just preparing in case Green Bay doesn't do us the favor.
Oh, okay, because you're saying that even if the Lions would lose to San Francisco,
They beat
if they beat
Minnesota.
Minnesota, they're still in. Look,
Yes.
for somebody who's always freaked out about injuries, no, you're playing.
Oh, thank you,
you're
Stoney.
playing. Yeah, you're playing. And in fact, last year, I don't remember.
And it's San Francisco.
Yes.
Like there's a score to settle. And I know, hey, if it was the last game of the year and the number one seed was locked up, that's a different ball game. And it might be, but there's a score to settle. And number one seed's on the line. You want to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah, were they was there a seeding issue involved at the last game of last year? Because Goff, I looked it up, they all played last year in the last game of the season, which also I believe was Minnesota at Ford Field.
It was.
Yeah, but I think they obviously had the division wrapped up. I'm almost positive.
I don't think for the 1 seed. I think the Niners had the 1 seed already locked up.
Yeah,
Right.
so I don't know that there
But
was
maybe
going to
with
be.
them in Dallas, 2-3 might have been. I'm not sure.
Could have been, yeah. Yeah.
So I would expect if for some reason, God willing, it's locked up before the Minnesota game, that the starters would play a half and then that's it. That's what I would think, but who
For the
knows?
Minnesota game. Yeah, I would
Yes.
think so as well because
Yes.
you don't want to give them 2 bye weeks.
Right.
I mean, because you're going to have, if you get the number 1 seed, you're going to have the bye week. And yeah, you do. I know that you don't want to get anybody hurt. And this is a discussion for 2 weeks down the road.
Oh, I know.
But you want to make sure that you keep a good rhythm. And there is a rhythm to life. And that's why there's great value in having a bye week, but there's also that everything gets thrown off. Everything's going to be thrown off in the postseason anyway because you may be playing on Saturday, you may be playing on Sunday. That throws everything off in terms of your weekly rhythm. And if you have a normal weekly rhythm, if all things are perfect where you don't have to worry about injuries, then as a football player, 97, we didn't have any bye weeks. Now it's a much shorter season.
Right.
But I loved the fact that we didn't have bye weeks because everything was the same every single week. And we're all creatures of habit.
Would you believe I have a friend who before the Buffalo game,
Yeah.
you know how I am about injuries, said they should sit a lot of their starters for the Buffalo game. I said, why?
Well,
to
because if
prevent
they lose, it's an AFC opponent.
Yeah, and he said, like these guys should not play. McNeil, Davis, Branch, Goff, or not Goff, but a couple of others, and of course,
Yeah.
after McNeil and Davis get hurt, he gave
in
me
hindsight, McNeil and Carlton Davis should have sat that game.
no way! I even said no. You're fired. I mean, all right. Our telephone number and text number is the same: 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls, your texts coming up next. Also, did the Lions, with their performance yesterday, give you a little more confidence in the defensive side of the ball? 97 won the ticket. Dan Miller with the call. Is there a school that offensive lineman analysts go to where they step on their play-by-play guys? John?
It's a home broadcast. Come on, give me a break.
I know. So is theirs.
Yeah.
I get it.
No,
I'm
I know.
just
It's
teasing.
really
I love the
hard
excitement. I know.
for us to contain our excitement
I
when
know.
things go well.
I get it.
Offensive linemen are known, stoic, just doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
But we are the most excitable and emotional creatures on the field.
Right. And I'm saying this in all seriosity, a word you
Yeah.
haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah.
Offensive linemen are usually considered to be the smartest unit on the team.
Yes. We are a smart unit.
We'll leave that alone. All right. Some
Wi-Fi connected.
some ticket texts. 248-539-9797. The best part of the Lions game yesterday. Obvious takeaway: Gibbs is a superstar and is about to put the NFL on notice.
Well, I think he's already put the NFL on notice.
Oh yeah.
He's fast. In case you didn't know.
Best thing about yesterday's game: no major injuries. John and Lake Gorian, we agree. No new injuries. That's from Joe in Grosse Pointe Farms.
Well, I would say that no new injuries we know of.
True.
Nobody came out of the game and wasn't able to return, and so yes, I get that.
Best thing in the Chicago game: no significant injuries. That's Sam from Dearborn. That seems to be a common thread here. I
Oh,
agree.
sure.
Top 5 in the NFL right now: KC, Lions, Bills, Vikes, Eagles. I don't disagree. I might put them in a different order, but it's pretty close.
Well, we're not going to have the power surge
No.
because power surge normally happens on Wednesday.
Right.
And so I did talk about this. We'll tease this a little bit for tomorrow. We will have a Stoney and Jansen ranking tomorrow because of the Bills struggling. Kansas City is, I know they're a one-loss team, but it doesn't feel like they're a one-loss team.
No.
They just have not operated as you would expect either a defending Super Bowl champ or one that was at the beginning of the year favored to win their third in a row.
Yeah. They're getting a little better. Now they got Hollywood Brown in, and Mahomes and D-Hop really starting to get something going there. Yeah. But I know they're not pretty. They're just winning.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Philly, look, everybody looks at the loss, and they should. But I think it's a different. I'm not going to sit there and make excuses because of all the injuries we've had. But if Jalen Hurts doesn't get hurt, I think the Eagles win that football game. But that's when you're ranking.
Yeah.
You have to put that in
no one's going to feel
consideration.
bad for him.
No, I don't feel bad for him at all. Big props to the Lions O-line for bouncing back, and Christian Mahogany looks legit.
Yeah.
John, how did the rookie guard from BC play?
You know what?
He's not even playing yet. He's a project before they drafted him. The question is, did you have to use a third-round pick for him?
No, I don't think BC, British Columbia. I think they're saying BC, Boston College.
Oh! You're right. All right, well, that's good.
Uh-huh.
Noted Canadian Will Birchfield.
No,
Yes,
I was looking
yes.
at Manu.
No, I know. Yeah. I really thought that I was excited to, not that Graham was going to be out, but when you found out that he was not going to play, to know that Mahogany jumped in line as, he's available. And, it's kind of been the secret of when are we going to see him? What's he doing? How long is it going to take to get him up to speed? Is it even going to happen this year? Because he had no preseason, had nothing at the beginning of the year when practices are more physical. And I know that Dan Campbell and the staff still has, physical periods in practice, but it's still not going to be the same intensity. How is he going to be able to get up to speed at the NFL level, not having those moments? And I thought yesterday he played with really good technique. And if you're still trying to find your footing, which he certainly is, you play with good footwork and good balance, more times than not, you're at least going to get stalemates. Mm-hmm. And that's all I was really looking for is I just want to see him get stalemates. And at times there were some stalemates, and he didn't play a perfect game. But I thought he played with really good technique, good aggression, and there were times where he was actually getting good push. And that's a good defensive front. The Bears.
Yes.
You could talk. They're not a good team, and there may not be a team out there where, like San Francisco, they've been ravaged by injuries and off the field issues and drama and all that stuff. But I think the Bears individually, they have really good talent. Good talent at receiver. DeAndre Swift can be good at times. Defensively, a couple of really good linebackers and a good defensive front. They just don't play as a good team.
I know.
So he's going against really good talent, and I thought that to me was great.
Meanwhile, you look at the Bears for a second, and look, I know just because he had the 2 fumbles, I might be unfairly picking on Dunze, but they drafted him 9th.
Yeah.
You know, with guys with that offensive line that they have, with Fashanu was drafted after him, and Fuaga from Oregon State, the Saints took him. There was another offensive lineman taken, and they maybe should have rethought that.
Maybe. To me, he's a victim of poor leadership.
Okay.
And it's a coaching issue, and you could talk about front office. You go all the way to the top, and the bum that's running the organization. But I think there are things that have not been to his advantage.
Right.
I think he's still going to be a really good wide receiver and excellent
right.
receiver.
And especially when Keenan Allen, steps it down. Boy, he still has it, man. He was really good.
He was dangerous.
Here we go. On the ticket text. Big takeaway for me. Terry and Arnold played a heck of a game. No offense, pass interference penalties in some tight coverage situations. Defensive pass interference, he means. We're going to need him to ball against the Vikings. Tony on his way to go pheasant hunting.
Oh,
okay,
good for you. Have a great day.
It's very funny because we got a couple of texts yesterday on the postgame show ripping Terry and Arnold. In fact, one person said, and I quote, the number he wears is perfect for him because he's a total 0. And I said, what, are you kidding me? Hey, the one play where Allen, got him the wrong way. It's Keenan Allen. You're going to get beat once in a while. I thought Terry and Arnold, his play has gotten better and better each week. He made that really nice play in the corner of the end zone late in that game. And he's a really good tackler.
Yeah. And so I think there are, on each side of the ball, offensively, the hardest position to come in as a rookie and play is obviously quarterback. The hardest position on defense to come in and excel at is corner. Mm-hmm. Especially in this defense where Aaron Glenn is going to be aggressive and he's going to put those corners on an island. I would expect, it's not just him. This team leads the NFL in DPIs.
Yeah.
Okay, you play tight man coverage, it's going to happen. It's the cost of doing business. You put a rookie in that situation, and it's going to cost him some penalties. I think he has done a terrific job. I think he's going to be a good corner with the potential of being great.
248-539-9797. Here's a ticket text that I understand it. I think he's been a little too negative on it, but no, yesterday's win does not give me a meaningful boost in confidence in the defense. They played an interim head coach, a rookie quarterback, at the time a 4-10 team that has all but given up on the season. The only game left that will give me that boost is the Vikings game.
Well, yeah, so we talked about it last week. Jim and I did in regards to what can you gain from beating the Bears? And I think there are a few things that you can gain from beating the Bears. You're not going to gain your reputation isn't going to be boosted on either side of the ball. You're beating a team that they're interim coach and a head coach that has gone from position
he was
to
a quarterback
coordinator.
coach.
Yeah, position coach to coordinator to now head coach, interim head coach, and he's still operating as quarterback coach, offensive coordinator, and head coach. So rookie, all of these different things. And it looked like at times there were just, with all the mistakes, like did the Bears just simply, were they not focused? Have they packed it in? Are the U-Hauls all packed, ready to head out of town for the offseason? There's probably some of that.
Yeah.
But there are a few things I think you can take from this win that are beneficial to the Lions, and we'll keep that conversation going next.
Yes, 248-539-9797.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, They set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's all-day IPA. Here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. And speaking of great times, hey, we're celebrating a 13-win season to this point. I think that's a great time. All-day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All-day IPA. All-day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
And little did we know at the time it was all planned.
This is all part of the master plan.
Stumble Bum, it was called. Yes.
Did you think it was pre-programmed?
No, and the first time I saw it, no.
Yeah, no,
and part of that was because of what happened on the Montgomery play against Green
The
Bay.
4th and 1.
Yeah.
Where Glasgow steps on Jared Goff's foot, and as he's going down, his knee is on the ground. No, he's not down. But yes, it was what, the stumble bum is what they're calling it?
Yes. Here is Jared Goff after the game on the play. And he got it, they said, Ben Johnson, from watching Jordan Love do it against Chicago earlier in the season. But that was not on purpose. That was actually he fumbled the ball and then picked it up and threw a pass and completed a pass.
Which is so it's obviously thinking outside the box. If you ask your quarterback, hey, do you think you could actually fumble it and then pick it back up? I mean, I can appreciate the thought process and the fact that that part of it was scrapped.
Yeah.
Because it's not a round ball. You have no idea which way it's going to bounce. But to then take it to the next level of, well, let's fake you going down and that ball being on the ground to get Sam Laporta wide open. And the fact that they had it called earlier, I know Amon-Ra St. Brown talked about it. They had it called earlier. They didn't like the look.
Goff killed it. Yeah.
Yeah, which when you have an experienced quarterback like Jared Goff, I've talked about this since he came here. One of his biggest assets, and it's even more now because it's another couple of years of things happening on the field that you just can't prepare for until they happen to you. Jared Goff is one of the smartest quarterbacks that you're going to find. His passer rating, his completion percentage is all terrific, and it could be better if he was a little more selfish. Instead of throwing the ball away where he knows, hey, Jahmyr Gibbs is going to get tackled for a 1-yard loss, or Montgomery when he was healthy, going to get tackled for a 1-yard loss. Instead of putting his teammate and his offense in a position like that, he just grounds the ball.
Yeah.
Like, there are moments like that where, and you're talking, percentage points, but there are some quarterbacks that either wouldn't think about that or wouldn't do it because it's going to affect their stats.
And the other thing, and I actually mention this about myself all the time, when know your limitations. Goff basically told Ben Johnson, I don't think I'm athletic enough to drop the ball on purpose, pick it up, and do it. And I think that's perfect. That's what leadership is. Little things like that.
I think his unathleticism, yes, the tiny hands, his lack of athletic ability compared to the others that are out there. I don't want to say he's a bad athlete because amongst the general population, he's still pretty damn good. And I think that's something that goes under the radar.
Right.
But for those that are surrounding him, yes, he is not high on the athletic score.
No.
I think that's also part of what sells it, is you can believe that he's just going to fall down.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. Let's go to Mike in Washington Township. You're 97 on the ticket.
Oh, fellas, good morning. Victory Monday once again, huh?
Yeah,
That's a beautiful thing.
13th.
I have a few points, but that first off, I knew that was a quick play off rip. That was too good. Gibbs just doesn't dive like that. Goff, yeah, he's a little unathletic here and there, but Goff doesn't really stumble out the backfield every week like that. I loved it. It was beautiful. Sam Laporta, what a catch, too. No one's talking about that catch from Sammy.
Yeah, over the shoulder.
Beautiful catch. But this defense, man, best secondary in the league. I'm going to say it. Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, Terrion Arnold is finding himself. And then, did anyone watch Iffy?
Yeah. I love this first. I love this first blitz. It's like, but he raced right past Caleb.
He was excited.
I know,
exactly.
exactly.
But, man, he's a hard-hitting safety, too. And then that defensive line. Yes, their offensive line still. Some say it's good, some say it's not. But we weren't getting home, but we were getting pressure. Caleb was on the move. He was making stupid choices. Hey, for that game that we had last week versus the Bills, I'm saying that defense stepped up. That defense played amazing.
I wouldn't say amazing. I do think they stepped up, but as you alluded, Caleb making poor choices. That helps a little bit, especially when you're going against Josh Allen the week before. As far as the Lions having the best secondary in the league, no. I'll say they have the best safety combination in the league.
Yeah. Without Carlton Davis,
Yeah.
with him, I can make that argument. Without him, I don't know that I can say that they're the best. They're still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
They're certainly top 5, I think, in terms of the secondary in the NFL.
I thought Amik Robertson played very well yesterday, too.
Yeah.
He got beat on one play, but everybody gets beat. And like I said, he's a really good tackler. And now, I know it was only special teams. There was an Emmanuel Mosley sighting yesterday.
Yes, there was.
That
Great
was good
to see him out there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And here's the thing I like. We talk about how unselfish Jared Goff is. DJ Reader, without Aleem McNeil there, who's going to get all the double teams? It's going to be Reader.
Mm-hmm.
And his stat line, okay, 1 pass deflected, no tackles, no sacks, no quarterback hits, no nothing, right? But he is the guy that's going to absorb all of the double teams so that Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, all linebacker Ben Neiman, but especially Levi Onwuzurike and the rest of that defensive front. Levi Onwuzurike, I thought, played really well. And he's going to have to win up front. Mm-hmm. He is simply going to have to win and stay healthy, which is something that in his career he's not been able to do. This year, he's been relatively healthy, and he's been productive because he's been playing next to and with Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader. He's going to have to win one-on-one matchups, which he did yesterday because DJ Reader is taking on the double teams, doing all the dirty work to set up other guys.
Where you are on Zadarius Smith, I know a lot of people are disappointed a little bit in sack totals, but like on the sack that they got yesterday, I believe it was Mohammed's. I mean, they showed that Zadarius Smith maneuvered himself around where they had to kind of double him, and it was a great play, and Mohammed got the sack. Well, has Darius Smith been great? No, but he hasn't been a detriment.
No, and I think people are we talk about the perception of Jared Goff. Can't throw the deep ball, can't play in cold weather, is unathletic. The perception of Zadarius Smith is that he's supposed to come in and be Aiden Hutchinson. He's not.
No.
He's not going to be. He is playing as Zadarius Smith has played throughout his career. He's going to win some. He's going to eat up some blocks. He's going to be very consistent. He's not going to be a guy that gets outside of rush lanes and he's not going to be the reason that either Josh Allen, Caleb Williams, insert any mobile quarterback, escapes the pocket. He's going to be disciplined.
All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up next, college football playoff. Did you even enjoy it? And could tonight be the witching hour?
Ooh.
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Lions were 34-17 winners over the Bears, securing their 13th win of the year, the most in franchise history. Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't panicking last week, though. Detroit had 475 yards of total offense, including 109 on the ground from Jahmyr Gibbs in his first game as the primary running back, with David Montgomery out of the picture. With the last-second Eagles loss, Detroit now on top of the NFC as well. Jalen Hurts went down with a concussion in that game. The Lions waived safety Brandon Joseph on Saturday following an arrest for suspicion of driving under the influence. The Dearborn Heights Police Department told ESPN that he was very cooperative and they're waiting for results of additional tests before charges are filed. Michigan basketball defeated Purdue Fort Wayne yesterday 89-58. The Wolverines have had balanced scoring all season, which continued against the Mastodons. 5 players scored in double figures. Trey Donaldson led them with 16 points. The Wings are back in action tonight against the Blues at LCA. The Pistons had the second game of a 4-game West Coast trip at the Lakers tonight at 10:30. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 8 or at 971theticket.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Don't forget, coming up around 7:18, we get to hear from Dan Campbell in the locker room. The usual post-game excitement.
Always a classic.
Yes. I actually saw some of Kevin O'Connell's post-game. It's like he gave out like game balls to like everybody. It's kind of weird.
Well, every coach is going to be a little bit different. I like the fact that post-game you give out one on each side of the ball, maybe two if there's a couple of special performances, but you got to keep it special. You can give out more game balls at the team meeting on Monday morning or Wednesday morning, whenever it is you meet next. But I think publicly you water it down if you give too many.
Okay. I tend to agree with you. I kind of thought that was weird. All right. Real quick. Tonight we have a doubleheader here on 97.1 The Ticket. The nightcap, the Pistons coming off their nice win against the Phoenix Suns on Friday night. Cade Cunningham played great in that game. And there was some interesting stuff. I read an article in the Detroit News with Kevin Durant just basically thinks that Cade Cunningham's going to be an all-star this year and how great he's playing. And those guys have had a really good relationship for a long time. Durant always sang the praises of Cade Cunningham throughout his NBA career. So the Pistons will be taking on the L.A. Lakers. And Lakers have a score to settle, because the Pistons beat them when they were here. So that'll be an interesting game. The opener of the doubleheader is at Little Caesars Arena where the Red Wings take on the St. Louis Blues. And the Wings were playing some pretty good, not great, but they won 3 out of 4 going into, the game Friday night. Back-to-back weekend with the Montreal Canadiens. And they lose to the Canadiens. They had a 3-2 lead Friday night. They blew it in the third period. And then back in Montreal, they just played awful. Lost, I think it was 5-1.
5-1, yeah.
And look, it's been talked about for a long time. In the NHL, coaches are scapegoated sometimes too early, sometimes it's right, but it always seems to give a team a boost. We saw it in St. Louis with their new coach and who was fired by Boston, and Boston's played better since they got rid of Jim Montgomery. Jim Montgomery's now at St. Louis.
Yeah,
they're here tonight. They play better. We see that for some reason all the time in hockey. It's like when the bettors out there, like myself at times, in NHL, first game after the coach gets fired is usually a win for some reason. And so that takes us to Newsy Lalone, who we really love personally. If they don't win tonight, and not that tonight's, they have the break coming up where they don't play till later in the week. The
Friday.
NHL Christmas break till Friday. You don't want to do something over the holidays. I get it. But is it time? And I don't think it's all his fault, obviously, but they've too many games where they're really uninspired. They're easy to play against. That's more the roster than the Lalone himself. But something has to change. Or the Steve Yzerman, who basically said before the season it's going to be tough for us to make the playoffs going in, says, you know what, we're going to play that. We're going to do the John Jansen. We're going to let the season play out, and then make the change if needed, which will probably be needed at the end of the season.
Well, I mean, I would say, let's let the season play out. They're 8 back of a wild card spot. We're not even talking about a division spot. But I also think it's okay to set expectations. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, you let it play out, but you set the expectation that we should be a playoff team. And there's different ways, and each sport is going to have things that are unique to the sport. And you mentioned the firing of a coach. I also thought that in hockey, when you make a change in the goal and Kosa comes up, and nobody's going to sit there and say, okay, well, he's the answer to the season, but he did create a spark. And I don't know that they capitalized on that spark because they sent him back down.
Yeah, because he came off the bench, and because it was Husso at the time, I don't know, gave up a lot of goals.
Yeah, I think it was 2, and then he comes in, he's down, but there are different ways. If you're trying to preserve your coach, then why send him back down? Put him back out there. Let him have another go at it. Let him actually start, going into the game that he's going to start, and see if you can create a spark that way. If that's not the route you're going to go, the only other way to really create a spark at this point in the season is the coach.
Or a major trade somehow where you trade one of your best players, and they don't have that many great players. It's going to, look, you're not going to trade Raymond. Yeah, I don't think you're going to trade Larkin. I mean, look, he's going through a scoring drought right now, though, which is bad. But I know people have tweeted me to talk about the lack of leadership. I don't think that's an issue per se from the captain of this team. But
it's part of it. It's got to be part of it, because if they're playing, as you said, uninspired, which is really what you see when you watch them play. Some of that is, how do you inspire the team at practice, in the locker room, before you come out? When you're on the ice, these guys are professionals. There should be some leadership from veteran players, whether it's Larkin, whether it's Kane, whether it's DeBrincat. Like, they've got guys that have been in the fire, that have been down, have been able to come back, or have been up. Like, where is that?
Yeah, look, they don't play with fire, and it's more of a roster thing than anything else, I believe. I just don't think they have enough good players. They have some decent offensive players, obviously. They show you how bad this team is, especially defensively. Evanson didn't play the last 2 games. You're talking about a 21-year-old who's your second best defenseman on the team, part of your first pair with Seider, and you lose him, and that's really worrisome. Really, in a town where we see what a football team can do with all the injuries they have, that shows you how bereft of talent they are. Where if Simon Evanson's injury can really affect this team in a negative way, which absolutely showed, especially on Saturday night. So, look, I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference one way or the other if they fire him or not. Maybe that's what Yzerman's thinking. Maybe he's also thinking, you know what, there's a coach out there. Might be a coach out there who might be more available at the end of the season. I have no idea what's going through his head, but they are not a good hockey team at all right now. 248-539-9797.
So you think this is a must-win for Lalonde?
You would think in the normal circumstances, yes, but they don't like to fire. I think the last coach they fired during the season was like Nick Polano in like '85 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, or Harry Neal, one of those guys. I don't know, but yeah, it's not really good. All right, so they're disappointing. I was really excited to watch the college football playoff this weekend. I wanted to see what it was like.
Yeah.
Obviously, you had the Notre Dame game on Friday night and the 3 on Saturday. And I will say this, as somebody who really doesn't like Notre Dame, it was really, the setup was really cool. I mean, it looked great on television.
Yeah.
It was cold. It's the way December football should be.
Playoff games should be played at home.
Right. Weather was not a factor for the opposing team because they were from Bloomington, Indiana. And Notre Dame just kicked the snot out of them, and which led to everybody believing, Indiana didn't deserve to be there because they didn't beat anybody. Their best win was probably Michigan, right?
Best brand win,
Yeah.
It might be their best win.
Yeah,
Nebraska
they kill. I mean, because they
right.
were
Nebraska
blowing out
was undefeated
teams
at the time,
right? They were blowing out teams, so that's where they got a lot of their gravitas.
So I watched I can't remember. The longest I watched one of these games was about a quarter. And it was a little bit hit and miss on Friday night with the Indiana-Notre Dame game. And I watched the beginning of it because all of a sudden, hey, Indiana gets an interception.
Right. And
you're thinking, this could be special. It could be unique. And then they drive down and they give the ball right back. And then it was pretty much, what was his name? Roach?
Who?
The quarterback for Indiana. Rourke. Yes, that's close.
I am rubbing off on you already.
He just didn't play the same that he had played all season long. No. And there were some plays there to be made, even on the interception that he threw. I don't know if you were watching and the breakdown, like he had an outlet that he had taken earlier in the year that was wide open, yet he went for the crossing route and it was just a little bit behind the receiver, ends up being picked off. There were other times where he had receivers open. It was just outside the stretched arm of the receiver. So I don't necessarily think that they didn't belong. Mm-hmm. It just was a boring game. And then you got to Saturday and SMU Penn State. That was boring from the get-go. Every single game was boring, and they were up against the NFL. I switched to the NFL almost immediately.
I know, and you're more of a college guy. But, look, the Notre Dame game, the Notre Dame game was, interesting for bettors who had a nice little parlay. I had love anytime touchdown and 80 yards total rushing. Well, he did it on one play. 98
Right, 98 yards.
So that
yeah.
was good. So I ended up winning my. Anyway, and then the Penn State game, I wanted to see how a team from Texas would play in that weather. And their quarterback was just, it was disappointing because of how horrendous he was.
You talking Texas Clemson?
No, SMU.
Oh,
The
a team from
quarterback.
Texas.
Yeah,
Yes,
a team
I thought
from
you meant.
Texas. They were awful.
Yeah.
I mean, he was terrible. They never got a chance to get going. You didn't even have a chance for James Franklin to do something stupid.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he did go for the fourth down and got it. But
Yeah.
I think that's more a product, and Clemson as well, of just a bad ACC. I just don't know that the ACC was very good this year. It's like the Big 12. They're just not very good this year. And with the auto seeing, we didn't get a chance to see the Big 12 team play yet.
Correct. That's Arizona State.
Right.
They're in their game coming up. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be crazy. And then there was the Ohio State Tennessee game.
Yeah, and that one was more of it was Big Ten against the SEC.
Yes.
And it was a 10-2 SEC team that just got absolutely railroaded.
Yeah, and I kind of thought because Tennessee scored at the end of the first half that they got the ball back. If they did something and scored in their first possession of the second half to cut it to one possession, that the sphincters would get a little tight in Columbus and it would be interesting, but they couldn't do anything.
Let me ask you this,
Yeah.
because then we got to get to break. But if that game had been at Tennessee, do you think the outcome would have been different? How much did the weather play a part? Because they said at the beginning of the game, hey, this is the coldest game that Tennessee has ever played in.
I don't think it would have made that much of a difference because
I don't think so
it's not
either.
that Tennessee's I'll explain why.
Okay.
I don't think it would have made a difference, and it's a reason that I don't want to hear about, and I'm going to give it to it. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, we've got playoff games in college football. We've got division battles at the pro level. So why not watch all these great moments around the holidays and around the new year at a viewing experience that's absolutely built for us, the sports fan. You could chill in one of 6 pools on 3 different levels. And yes, I am describing Stadium Swim, where no matter where you are, you've got a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's America's favorite place to watch every single sporting event. But at this time of the year, when it's cold up north, you can be down there watching your football games in sunny Vegas. Swim Up Bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Great call right here on 97.1 The Ticket, Lions Football Network with Dan Miller, Lomas Brown, and TJ Lang, who will be here at 9 o'clock. All right, we have some ticket text, Lions, and also on the Red Wings thought that we brought up that tonight's a big game for Newsy Lalone, I think. Nope, I can officially say it. Stevie Y needs to be fired, him and Lalone. It's from an unnamed texter. Another one says, Eiserman signed all those bums. Herb Brooks couldn't win with these bums. That's true because Herb's dead. Good point.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that fit that category now.
Yeah,
This is the kind of analyst we only get from Stone.
That's right. He could have said Scotty Bowman. At least Scotty's still alive, you know. I get it. I'm just
Yes.
Here's some text on the Lions. How about the whole Lions sideline yelling ball as well as he is falling? Ben is toying with other teams.
Yeah, and wasn't it Goff or maybe one of the linemen that was interviewed after the game said that the linebackers were all shouting fumble?
Well, yeah, and J-Mo said he heard the crowd make some kind of noise, so he knew.
Yeah, I know Amon-Ra St. Brown said that as well.
Yeah.
Like he heard the crowd, and so he knew that everybody in the stadium was falling for it.
Mm-hmm. I love that in Week 16, amidst all the seriousness of the pursuit of the NFC Championship, the Lions still find a way to enjoy the playing part of football.
Yeah.
The fall down fumble fake was just the kind of thing great coaches let their players do to retain the love for a boys' game.
It's part of it.
I may have missed it, but have you already discussed J-Mo's lack of self-discipline? If he can't control his emotions, he may cause us a penalty that ruins our season. Just stop with the antics already. All right. I understand. We haven't discussed it yet. And that's a detriment. However, from all I've been able to gather, and TJ will be able to elaborate on it more, he didn't really do anything. He spun the ball basically out of bounds. And it was, at first I thought, well, he must have said something because there was no.
He said the magic word.
Maybe he did. I don't know. But it was for taunting. And it was like, really? And Campbell gave him a little tongue lashing, so that was good. When Arnold's backup has been in there, he's been getting beat by 2 or 3 steps on these deep balls. Arnold is always in position. He just tends to be a little bit handsy. I'd much rather see that than a guy that is getting flat out beat. Absolutely.
There's no question. And they're backups for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Lions have had backups to backups play.
Yeah.
And some of them have stepped up and played good enough to win. But yeah, I mean, especially at that position, with as aggressive and as much man coverage as Aaron Glenn calls, there's going to be moments even the best get beat.
Right. Oh, I did say when we were talking about college football playoff, my probably an overreaction.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I hate to say this. Ohio State's going to win it all. And it's an overreaction because, and I think the Michigan thing actually helped them. And it just proves that they're so freaking stupid and we're so hell-bent on playing that we're Mr. Tough Guy that if they just did what they do best, they would have beaten Michigan by double digits. But they didn't. They just kept handing the ball off. Let's run right through Mason Graham. No, you can't do that. And they finally figured, you know what? We have this guy. He's a pretty good player named Jeremiah Smith. Let's get him the damn ball.
Yeah, he's good.
Now,
he's good at football.
I'm going to be a very big Duck fan. It's a big weekend for me. Ducks and Packers. So I hope I'm wrong, but I don't know. I just got that little feeling.
Oh, yeah?
That they have the talent to win it all.
You got that loving feeling.
It ain't loving.
Yeah.
It ain't loving.
I don't think they beat Oregon.
I hope you're right.
And I've said this. I think Dan Lanning is a really good coach. Sometimes he annoys me. But I don't think, a team in college football that has improved on a weekly basis and is as disciplined as Oregon in the country.
They gave up a lot of yardage against Penn State in the Big Ten championship game, though. And Ohio State is a better offense than Penn State, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they also have beaten Ohio State already.
I know.
And this one's not at home, but it is on the West Coast.
Yes, it is.
The granddaddy of them all.
That's right.
And a couple of notes, by the way, is that Oregon left a lot of points on the board in that game.
Yes.
And second of all, Stoney mentioned the style of play that Ohio State played against Tennessee. Do you know what they also did against Tennessee? They ended up winning the rushing battle.
That's true.
Because
they got a lead.
You get a lead.
Yeah.
The other team has to throw.
Amazing how that works.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Maybe he learned something. That would be Ryan Day.
Yes, maybe. And we had to teach it to him. Michigan had to teach it.
Yeah, we've taught it to him 4 years in a row.
I know. Chuck, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
Actually, I got a question. I know it's a victory Monday, but in regards to JMO, he's very immature. And granted, he got first down, but then he gets a unsportsmanlike conduct, cost us 15 yards, which we overcame. And I understand it. You know, he gets an 80-yard touchdown. But shouldn't they start hitting him in his pocketbook to try to make him mature and stop doing these stupid penalties?
John,
the same thing, same guy.
Chuck, I don't know. John, you know because you were a member of the union. I don't think you can fine players for that, can you? Unless the league does it?
No, you can't. That one has to be policed by the players.
Yeah.
And obviously, Dan, there's different ways that you can get your point across. Mm-hmm. I don't know that Dan Campbell's point is being received. I'm not sure because I guarantee you, Penei Sewell, while there is some of the antics that you can put up with, and again, maybe we'll hear from TJ, what was the reason for the personal foul? If it was just simply spitting the ball, I think it was a light flag.
Right.
And shouldn't happen. But it did. And it's not the first time. And it's not the first time against the Bears.
I know.
Where this has happened. And maybe the one that happened before played a part of this. Like, hey, we're going to get under control now.
It was Tyreek Stevenson again. The
right.
two of them, you know.
Jawing back and forth.
Yes. Speaking of jawing, the head coach of the Detroit Lions jawed in the locker room in a positive way. Thanks to the Detroit Lions. Let's hear Dan Campbell after the game. It's J-Mo.
Yeah, we heard we heard the very definitive J-Mo laugh in there as well.
Yes, exactly.
Unbelievable.
On the Dan Campbell scale of 1 to 10, that was probably about a 7.
I was going to say 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like his point of it's a franchise record. But someday it better not end at 13.
Damn right.
Because, hey, next week we can look back in years and talk about number 14.
Right.
And a week after that, we can look back in years and talk about 15. In 5 years, we can look back and talk about the Super Bowl. And I think that the 1 seed is so important, not just for home field. It's the bye week. It's to be able to rest guys up. And maybe you get Anzalone back. Maybe you get him back by Minnesota.
Well, they said the clock for him, and I forgot who else will be starting now. This week.
Yeah. On a Victory Monday.
Yes.
Let's see.
Absolutely. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Is the defense good enough to win the whole enchilada? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang will be here at 9 o'clock. Lots of stuff to talk about concerning your Detroit Lions. 13-2. They got some help from John's former team, the Washington Commanders.
Still hard to say.
I know. I get it. Defeating the Philadelphia Eagles. And also, we didn't get any help from the Minnesota Vikings, or from the Seattle Seahawks,
yeah.
Who
Had their chances.
They came back, took the lead, and then when the Vikings were trying to come back, they sacked Sam Darnold, but got a hands-to-the-face penalty, unnecessary roughness, and that set them up. And the next play, I think, or next 2 plays later, Justin Jefferson from Darnold. Darnold, I mean, obviously Josh Allen's probably going to win the MVP, and Jared Goff, Saquon. Sam Darnold, man, I haven't looked completely at the stats, but that guy, man.
Well, coming from what he's been for his entire career.
Right.
His time in Carolina, his time with the Jets. I mean, you didn't really see anything from him in San Francisco. Like, he's just been
He's been on crappy teams, too.
Well, he's been on crappy teams, but I also think you'd start to develop a reputation of he's just a backup, right?
Right.
And I think they brought him in regards to he was going to be the veteran presence for J.J. McCarthy.
Right.
J.J. goes down, and now all of a sudden it's Sam Darnold's show. And this is where I think Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell.
He might be coach of the year because of the reclamation project of Sam Darnold.
I think he is a tremendous coach, a tremendous offensive mind, and what he's been able to do with Sam Darnold's been impressive. I think that's the big concern about the Lions defense is against San Francisco this week. I don't know that they're going to have enough weapons Ayuk is out, McCaffrey's out, Trent Williams has been out.
Mason, the backup, is out for McCaffrey.
Even though you're looking at going, okay, it's still a good offensive mind, and they've still got some players, but Deebo Samuel has been largely ineffective. He's got 1 touchdown.
I believe he got a receiving touchdown yesterday.
Oh, he did. So now he has 2. He doubled his effort.
Right, but
good for him.
Yesterday was his first receiving touchdown. His other one was rushing.
Yeah.
So basically, he tied Dan Skipper for receiving touchdowns.
Skip. And so I think the big concern is, can you pressure Darnold enough? And is the secondary going to be good enough? Did you see anything yesterday that makes you believe that this defense against Addison, Jefferson, Hockenson, and the way that offense is operating for Minnesota, that this defense will be able to do something similar to what they did yesterday? And this is looking at Keenan Allen, had 9 catches for 141 yards.
Yeah, and he ain't Justin Jefferson.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be.
And Caleb Williams, we're talking about Jared Goff. And I think Jared Goff is as smart, as efficient, as perfect for this franchise and this team as you're going to find. But Caleb Williams yesterday threw for 2 yards less, 1 touchdown less, no interceptions. So it's 9 weeks in a row? And I think some of that is he's just not taking some of the required risks that you need to take as a quarterback. But you still didn't put a lot of pressure on him. And I think that offense with Kevin O'Connell and the receivers, like Justin Jefferson is still, in my opinion, I think the best receiver in the NFL.
I totally agree with you. Now, look, their running game is not as good.
And they've been beat up front.
Right. It's not as good, but it's still decent with Aaron Jones, obviously. So,
sure.
It's going to be a huge game. And don't be surprised, by the way, if that game gets flexed to Sunday night.
Sunday night would be awesome. I mean, and so you playing Monday night in San Francisco, and I'm 4 hours isn't going to make that big of a difference.
Right.
But it will be interesting because this could be another short week. And the Lions with the injuries and the increased workload that Jahmyr Gibbs is going to have. Now, who knows how the game goes in San Francisco? We all hope it's a blowout, and hey, halfway through the third quarter, you start working in, Craig Reynolds, Jamar Jefferson. But that's going to be important, I think, for this team is, can you get up? Can you make it a decisive win in San Francisco? Is that even possible? And if it is, can you get some guys out early?
Mm-hmm. All right, we have some ticket texts I want to get to. Two on the college football playoff discussion that we had briefly. Guys, I watched 0 minutes of the college football playoff this weekend. The sport has an issue when I'm more excited for week 0 than I am the playoff. Maybe it was because of some of the matchups. I was interested to see how it would look on campus and things like that. And it was
Well, it looked cool on campus until they played the game.
I know. I mean, I didn't. I thought
they were boring.
You kind of thought the Ohio State-Tennessee game was going to be more competitive.
Well, sure. That's why they put that one Saturday night at 8 o'clock.
And I thought SMU, even though I know they're not a great ACC team, I get all that. But I thought with their speed and that they would be able to at least make the game interesting for a decent amount. But the quarterback just threw 2 pick sixes in the first half, and that was the game.
I thought SMU competed with them on a play-in, play-out basis. They just tripped over their own ass 5 times in the first half.
Yeah, and that's hard.
Yeah. This is what you media people wanted, so stop complaining. The BS apparently wasn't good enough, and now bowl games mean nothing. So thank you. That's from Don. Look, don't put me in that category, because if it was up to me, I'd do it the old-fashioned way.
Vote?
Yes. I didn't need a playoff. That was the one thing that made college football so unique, and you'd have arguments and things like that. And I know the argument that you went through was a joke, but you get my point.
Well, I do get your point. I mean, so I think we're talking about an older generation argument here, because that's how we grew up.
Right.
That's what we felt. That's how we fell in love with college football.
Right.
And now college football it's the 14 playoff. It was the BCS that's the 14 playoff. Now it's 12. I think 12 teams is too much. We struggled other than last year where they left out an undefeated Florida State team.
Right.
And there were 4 really good teams that made the college football playoffs. We've struggled to get 4 teams that we thought could have a shot to win a national title. Generally, it was either Alabama, it was Clemson, there was a couple, Georgia. But now we're expecting, instead of, we're expecting that NIL and the transfer portal has equalized enough, spread enough talent around that we're going to have 12 really good teams. It's just not possible.
No.
I've really adopted Jim's philosophy of the 12-team playoff, that if
everyone gets a gold star?
No, that if you wanted an 18 playoff, we have an 18 playoff now. If you want a 14 playoff, just wait another week and a half, and we'll have a 14 playoff. I think it's a little emotionally healthy, instead of arguing about, God, there was 4 football games on this weekend, and they were boring.
Well,
and I didn't want to watch them.
So if they want to make it a little bit more intriguing, I think there's some tweaks they can make to the 12 team. Like,
well, the seeding.
Keep the seeding, all right? Don't the conference. But I asked Ward last week, is there a change that you would make, having seen it from the inside? And he gave me the standard. Well, that's it's up to the directors, whatever. But I really believe, and he talked about the value of winning your conference championship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't want to devalue that. I get that, but if you could still have an automatic 1 through 12, it doesn't have to be an automatic 1 through 4.
Right.
That's part of it. I think the other part is, don't go up against the NFL. Because if you have a bad game on a Thursday night or a Friday night, like, I watched more of the Indiana Notre Dame game simply because it was the only thing on. As soon as SMU and Penn State got bad, I flipped over to the NFL.
Yeah.
When Clemson, Texas was bad, I flipped over to the NFL. And then I thought, okay, well, here, Ohio State and Tennessee. The reason they put that one alone is because they wanted more people to watch it for longer. I was like, I just really kind of want to go to bed. Just was boring.
I think the Notre Dame-Georgia game is going to be just a defensive battle.
Could be.
Yeah. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your ticket texts as well. Like I said, TJ Lang will be here at 9 o'clock. It's the Costa and Jansen. I don't know what the hell your show. It's the morning show. 97 the ticket.
Don't let the cold creep in. If you need your furnace service today, and man, it was cold over the weekend, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, it's that 5-year warranty, so you are absolutely covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. That's up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. You can call them for more details or simply visit them on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
2 turnovers created by the Lions defense. Actually, Odunze helped himself, but I don't care. They count as turnovers. Some ticket texts. I've been as critical as anyone of J-Mo with his BS since he's gotten here, but I'll give him this. I loved his reaction to his long touchdown. In the past, he'd go nuts doing like 3 solo celebrations, and Amon-Ra had talked about how he needs to involve his teammates. Yesterday, he acted like an adult and turned around and pointed to his teammates and waited for them to begin celebrating. That did show that he's starting to get it, in my opinion. You know what else he showed me some maturity? Last week, when he scored the touchdown late and he kind of knew that it really wasn't going to mean anything, and he really didn't celebrate, which is like, scoring a goal when you're down 4-1 late in the third period. If the Vikings beat the Packers next week, then the 49ers game on Monday doesn't mean anything for seeding, win or lose. Should we rest the starters for that game if the Vikings beat the Packers? I'd say, maybe we'll ask Dan Campbell that tomorrow.
If the Packers beat the Vikings?
Yeah, because that'll be before.
Yeah, right.
If the Vikings beat the Packers. Because if the Vikings beat the Packers.
Right. So that game doesn't matter because you still have
to beat the Vikings.
No.
I know. No, I agree with
that's
you.
That's dumb.
I agree with you.
I understand.
But we need
the
Dan
mental
Campbell.
Gymnastics.
Let's stop resting starters. Let's just say that.
Yeah. We're not. No.
You know what? We can rest starters February 10th.
Right.
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
I've never played a down of organized football, but Campbell's speeches make me want to put on a helmet and run through a wall. That's from John in Lake Orion.
Mm-hmm.
I love MCDC, but how do you not also give a game ball to Gibbs? Montgomery is out of the game, and Gibbs is the first half was out of this world. I bet he gives him a game ball today or tomorrow.
Could be.
I'm sure he will.
Yep.
Can you all not take calls about people bitching about J-Mo? It's ignorant. J-Mo will be fine. That's Joe from Lincoln Park. And somebody says, old guy calling any L about J-Mo. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Get that.
Yeah. Let's go to Chuck. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Chuck? Chuck.
And except what happened to Indiana, which I knew they were a fraud anyway, so that didn't bother me as much as 12 teams. You're going to have good and bad games, and you really can't control that. But I think it's going to get better from here. And I also want to say, first-time caller, I'm from the military, came back a year and a half ago, lived in Virginia and almost got in fights a year. The Lions were 0-16 because I defended them. So
thank
I've been
you.
a Lion fan through thick and thin.
Chuck, first of all, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Were you in Washington when Mr. John Jansen was playing for the Redskins?
Well, yeah, it would have been the 0-16 season. I was still in Washington.
Yeah. But I was I lived down in the Virginia Beach, Newport News area. I was in the Air Force. I wasn't up in D.C.
Okay.
But big military presence down there. But everybody was a Redskin or Raven fan, and I had guys putting papers all over my car from the newspaper when we were 0-16. Almost got in a fight with a coworker. So I went to a Lion game at Tiger Stadium in 1965. That's how long I've been a fan. Thick and thin, I've defended. I love them, and And I was going to ask you about resting starters if Minnesota wins next week, and appreciate what you guys do. Thank you much. Have a happy holiday.
There seems to be thank you as well. There seems to be a concern about injuries, and look, I do it during games. When teams are, in football, basketball in particular, when you're
why
up,
is the starter still in?
Yeah. That's my pet peeve. It's been for decades. But to suggest sitting out, I don't know. It's too early. It's too early.
A week 17 game when you still have week 18 that matters. Like, okay, let's just flip it. If Green Bay wins and beats Minnesota, you play and you win against San Francisco.
Oh no, he's saying.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I don't care what happens. You go out there and you win until you have the division, you have the number one seed, you have it all locked up.
Right.
Until that happens, it's not even a discussion.
I agree with you.
I'm not going to leave it to, it's not chance. I'm not going to leave it to the last week of the season and say, well, we could take care of it next week. Why do today what you could do next week? That to me is dumb.
No, I understand that. But what the texter is referring to is if, the Vikings win that football game, what happens in the Lions-San Francisco game the next day, because the Lions played Monday night,
Right.
win or lose means absolutely nothing in the seeding for number 1 seed and for the division.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Except you like to win.
I understand. I know, but
You go out there, you play the game to win.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm giving their rationale.
And I'm easy. That's not. I don't care.
I know.
I really don't care. That to me, that is. I will argue with anyone.
Well, of course,
That is a dumb argument to have.
I would never expect you to feel any different. The people that play
Kind of makes me mad that it even was a topic.
The people that play the game, I never would expect them to go along with that mentality, even during the games. Like, how many games were the Patriots leading by a lot of points? Did Brady ever come out of games? Very rarely.
Very rarely. But here's the other thing about all the other position guys. The quarterback's making a lot of money. And a lot of guys are making a lot of money for the Lions right now.
Yeah.
There are bonuses involved. Playing time bonuses and performance bonuses, all of those things. And so when week 10, I don't even know who it was in week 10. If you're up by a lot, Tennessee, do you want to come out knowing that at the end of the year you might have that number 1 seed locked up in week 18, and then your coach is gonna pull you out no matter what? You want to make sure you get all of those bonuses because they're big bonuses. They matter.
I understand that.
That's all a part of it as well. This is a business. It's a business of winning. It's also a business of making money.
I'm not concerned about that at all, even from a fan perspective, because I'm not playing. If you're in the Pistons are playing the Lakers and they're down 25 points with 3 minutes left in the game, I don't want to see Cade Cunningham in the game. I mean, it makes no sense to me. I get more upset about in-game decisions like that than whether they're going to rest guys. To me, the Lions are playing their guys no matter what. First of all, the other thing, and it may be short-sighted, it may be hypocritical to some of my other thoughts, this team is different. You know, they're built this way to play and go through these things.
Yes. And they've proven that they can overcome a lot. And you don't want to have to overcome more injuries. And I get that. But no, the object is to win every game.
Right. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang will join us at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, it's the montage.
A 34-17 win over the Bears, 475 total yards, no picks for Jared Goff, and 109 yards on the ground for Gibbs. That's all great, but what might be the best out of yesterday was the latest trick play as well. Detroit now 13-2 and on top of the NFC thanks to an Eagles loss. If they win next week, they can ensure that Philly will not get the top seed. The Lions can clinch the number 1 seed overall next week with a win plus a Vikings loss to the Packers. An easy win for Michigan basketball potentially could have been an even larger blowout over Purdue-Fort Wayne if not for the 18 turnovers. Despite that, the Wolverines beat the Mastodons 89-58. Michigan shot 77% from the field in the first half and 62% for the game. 5 players were also in double figures. A couple early morning MLB signings breaking earlier. Starting pitcher Sean Manaea is re-upping with the Mets for 3 years. Jock Peterson appears to be heading to the Rangers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was sweet. Very, very sweet. Well done, well done, well done.
Yeah,
Greg
nice
Hargrave,
job, Greg.
Dan Miller. Yes. Nice job.
Always love hearing those highlights. It's a lot of them yesterday. Some epic ones too. I mean that touchdown pass to J-Mo. It was so beautiful.
I know.
mean, the protection was great. Goff had plenty of time to allow Jameson Williams to get downfield. Now it doesn't take as long to get him downfield as it does some other receivers,
Right.
but protection was good. Stepped up, and I mean the way it even just came off his hand. That's 60 yards in the air.
The greatest thing about that is that it sets up so many other things. Because if you're, game planning for the Lions, you kind of know that he's fast, but now you have actual evidence that they might actually do this. So he could just run these routes and have guys, whether it's Laporta, St. Brown, Tim Pat, whoever, become open in the middle of the field now because they'll be concentrating on J-Mo, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's when you show that that's a threat. And we've shown that that's a threat throughout the course of the year, but that put fear into almost every defensive coordinator around the NFL because Jared Goff proved so much on that play. He's done it all season long, but to hit him basically in stride, and I thought he was going to outthrow him because that ball the way it came out of Jared Goff's hands. But J-Mo actually had to slow up just a touch at the end to catch that one in stride, and then it was obviously off to the races, and that's a race only J-Mo is going to win. But now that you have that connection, Laporta, Monrod St. Brown, Patrick, Gibbs, they all become even more scarier than they already were because if the concept of the defense is, hey, don't let J-Mo get behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden, where do the Lions really like to attack? The middle of the field.
Yes.
Now all of a sudden it opens up the middle of the field because your safeties, they may even start 2 or 3 yards back because they know once J-Mo gets off the ball, we can't keep up with him. Now all of a sudden they're back a little bit further, and it just opens things up, especially in the middle, that much more.
248-539-9797. Now, with Philadelphia losing, they would have to win out, and I think the Lions would have to lose out for them to not be the number one. The Eagles are in trouble as far as number one seed goes because of the loss.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Eagles, they're going to have to hope that the Lions lose out.
Correct.
Although
I don't know, Minnesota.
Minnesota's right there. So if Minnesota, I don't know what the tiebreaker is. If Minnesota
and Philly
loses and then beats the Lions, what's the tiebreaker there?
With Minnesota and Philly.
Yeah, I don't know what. So Minnesota's losses have been one to the Lions. Mm-hmm. Who was the other loss to?
Rams.
The Rams. So NFC team.
Right.
So I believe
the Eagles
they would still have the tiebreaker. No, they wouldn't. It would be still tied.
Yeah.
Then it would go strength of victory, which I actually have here. Strength of victory
would be Minnesota's probably because they would have beaten Detroit.
So it will adjust, obviously, but the Philly strength of victory is 0.449, and the strength of victory for Minnesota is 0.387. So how much would one win
over the
Lions matter in regards to that? I don't know if it comes up 100 points.
Right.
Or almost 100 points.
And the Eagles would have wins over Dallas and the Giants ahead. And Dallas's win yesterday really helped them. Boy, Tampa kind of screwed themselves now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tampa made life really tough. They're sitting at 8-7. They're at the 8th seed right now, and they're 2 games back because Washington's got 10 wins, Green Bay's got 10 wins, and it really comes down to, Atlanta. They're tied at 8-7 as well. It's just they're going to have to win the division. And do they play Atlanta one more time? Let's look at that one.
No, I think
no. They play the Panthers and Saints. So honestly, Tampa should win out.
They should. But it's interesting. We're discussing this stuff. Carolina's playing some pretty good football. All of a sudden, Bryce Young starting to click in a little bit. Year 2.
Sometimes it takes a little time.
Yeah, it's incredible. Rookie quarterbacks coming into this league and excelling is so rare.
And Atlanta has at the Commanders. It's a tough one. A couple
Yeah.
of rookie quarterbacks going head to head, and then the Panthers at home. So to your point is why I kind of say I raise an eyebrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for Atlanta to win out, whereas Tampa should win out. So Tampa, things aren't maybe they made it tough on themselves, and maybe and they do need some help, but they can still find a way in. They can still win that division. That division is awful.
I know. So the Packers, do they have? Yeah, the Packers still have motivation to win against the Vikings because they can still want to protect a 6 seed, I guess, as opposed to going down to a 7 seed if they lose, because then they would be tied with Washington. But actually no. If the Packers win tonight, they'll be 11-4. I guess they could win out and be 13-4, and the Vikings, for seeding purposes, they can't win the division because the Lions could worst case scenario is 13-4, and they've beaten the Packers twice.
Right.
So yeah.
No, the question is going to be the motivation that Green Bay has, and can you actually pull for a hated rival?
We're going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's not pulling for Green Bay to win.
No,
it's hoping that somebody can do something good this season for the Detroit Lions.
Right.
Detroit Lions have taken care of their own business.
Yes, they put themselves in a position where it's okay for you to root against the Minnesota Vikings.
Correct.
Because the Vikings are probably the least hated of the division rivals by Lion fans, I would guess.
Yeah, I would think it would go, at least in my book, it would go Green Bay, Chicago, and I know some people might have those flip, but it would go Green Bay, Chicago, and then Minnesota.
It's weird because for the older generation of Lion fans, they always tell me, well, Minnesota just has owned us for so long. I just hate the freaking Vikings more than I even hate the Packers and the Bears for how they killed me when I was a kid, basically.
Well, and this year, if the unthinkable happens, that would certainly add to the older generation's disdain for the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Darnold and this team that most people thought wasn't even going to be a playoff team. I think there were more people that believed Chicago had a chance of being a playoff team than Minnesota.
You are because going into the season, everybody assumed Sam Darnold's not very good. He's going to, quarterback 4 or 5 games, and they're going to bring in JJ. JJ gets hurt. He's out of the picture. Darnold plays well, and the Vikings have the same record as the Lions at 13-2.
I know. It's hard to believe.
Yeah.
The Lions are having a historic season, and this is the but on the flip side, they are being pushed repeatedly to continue to improve, to play at a consistently high level. Mm-hmm. And the teams that most of the teams that win the Super Bowl are the teams that just simply play at a consistently high level week in, week out. So that when you get to the playoffs, you don't have to worry about, today just wasn't our day. You find ways to win. You turn the ball over 4 or 5 times against Houston, you find a way to win. That's what this team has done. They've been forced to win even when they don't play well.
Right. You don't have to get style points to impress a panel, like you do in college football sometimes. Right. All you have to do is win. And as Dan Campbell said last week, I don't care if we win by 1 point. It doesn't make a difference if we only gain 50 yards, if we give up 500 yards, as long as we get the win. And they got the win. They've gotten wins, 13 of them. 13 wins.
A franchise record. And I loved and we'll play Dan Campbell's locker room chat again later in the show. We just played it earlier this hour. But the fact that even when they won the division, he didn't know that they had locked up, not the division, he didn't know that they had locked up a playoff spot because he is simply focused on bigger things. This 13 wins, he clearly knew that it was a franchise record. And because it's been talked about a lot in regards to 12 wins last year, now it's 13 this year. But they can look back and say, that 13th win, that was fun. It was special in a few years. Their focus is on number 14 now.
Yes. Greg, can we play the bite where Campbell's at the podium and then he hears the team getting excited because they found out the Eagles lost? Oh, boy.
He's a beauty.
Yes, he is. And he's ours. And he'll be with us tomorrow.
Yes, he will. Yep. Our normal Tuesday, and hopefully it stays at 8:02. I don't know. We haven't heard anything different because of the holiday week. But yes, it's at some point tomorrow, hopefully at 8:02.
And it's a Monday game, so they get 2 days off, today and tomorrow. Are
Yes.
off.
Yep. And I wonder if I don't know that they'll have, I would think that they would be in tomorrow and off Wednesday.
Well, I know there's no media availability tomorrow or Wednesday. So
Yeah, but
they'll start. Yeah, they're going to start Wednesday.
That's
Practice.
Christmas.
Yeah, I know.
I know. I think there's a chance they may start Tuesday and have Christmas Day off. I don't know. I've done it a number of different ways, and it was kind of one of those things where, you work on Christmas and hey, you open up Christmas presents.
Mm-hmm.
You have the time with the family. Maybe they just back everything up. I've done that one before, and it's you get to the afternoon, you're probably looking for something to do anyway.
All right. Speaking of Christmas, it's in 2 days. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I'll explain coming up next.
Mr. Hanukkah. Hey, the NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on all the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet just simply wins. FanDuel has so many different ways where you could pick up a win. Not only can you bet on who's going to win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which player is going to score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and there's so much more. So download the app, find out what they offer, and visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. This way, you're going to get all the biggest games of the year, and all you got to do is, again, go to that same website, FanDuel.com/Jansen, for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gotta love those horns. Christmas is Wednesday. We'll get back to talking about the Lions coming up shortly. And Mr. Jansen has come up with a interesting conundrum, so to speak.
Well, this isn't one that I came up with. This is one that I would like to bring to the air because when I showed up this morning, just sat down and because our, as Doug Karsh puts it, our reno is still ongoing. There's no desk space for us other than where Greg Hargrave sits there and gathers all the audio, puts together all the clips for us for the show. So I'm sitting across from Greg, and I asked him, I thought he was out this week. He's only in today. He'll be out the rest of the week. And I said, oh, that's weird. Like, I mean, did you take an extra day at some point throughout the course of the year where you don't have the vacation days? And he said, no, it's because Christmas on Wednesday is the worst day of the week to have Christmas in regards to vacation and how you plan your family or your time off. And maybe it's not a vacation, but it's just time off away from work. And I would like to hear more from Greg Hargrave as to why Wednesday is the worst day to have it. Because to me, it almost seems like the perfect day. It seems like it makes it easy to either take the entire week or you could take the first 2 days leading up to Christmas if you're worried about getting prepared for the holidays, or if you have the holiday hangover, you could take the 2 days after. Either way, you join a weekend.
And the other thing is if you're planning on taking a week off, your vacation day, you only have to use 4 of your 5 days.
Right, you could take it off if you want to take Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday of next week, or you could go Christmas to New Year's.
Right, right, exactly.
Yeah, so then you get a weekend in the middle plus a holiday and a holiday.
Yeah.
Greg?
So the idea of this is that when I leave and I'm done for Christmas break, I don't like coming back until the calendar flips to the next year. And so when Christmas is on Wednesday, that is very difficult to do because it's right there in the middle of the week. You got to take a couple days off before, or you got to take a couple days off after Christmas, a couple days off
right
at the end of each week. So I'm only able to take those couple of days, and I took tomorrow off as well for Christmas Eve.
So you're basically saying you get 5 days off.
Yes.
So you chose Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday of next week.
Correct. Christmas Eve because it's a big day in my family.
Sure.
For the celebration. Right. And then not coming back until New Year's. And so it's like college football, how they had 2 bye weeks this year. It's a calendar quirk.
But I think
more than anything else.
I think it's actually a good calendar quirk because you can actually have more time off without using all your days if you live in that world. You know, so I assume most people have jobs where Christmas Day and New Year's Day are company holidays, so you don't have to work them anyway. So if you want to have, a longer vacation, let's say 5 days, you don't have to use them all in 1 week. You can spread them out a little.
All right. I'm glad I found this on X, formerly Twitter, that I remember putting this tweet out there. This was January 1st, 2020.
Oh, okay.
Days of the week that Christmas/New Year's Day, because it's the same day, can fall on power rankings. That's also the other part of this is New Year's Day and then staying up to watch bowl games on New Year's Day.
This was just before the world changed.
Yes. This is when we joked about COVID and didn't know it was going to be a big deal.
Yes.
Number 1, Saturday. Number 2, Friday. Tied for 3rd, Sunday and Monday. Number 5, Tuesday. Number 6, Thursday. Number 7, Wednesday.
As the worst day.
Yes, Wednesday, because you can't shade your week off one way or the other. It's
but
it's
you're
like you're giving a running back a two-way go.
You've aced the test because you've taken Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday of next week, and then you get obviously Wednesday of both weeks off. So you have yourself a 1 day week this week, and you have yourself a 2-day week next week. So you basically, I mean, to me, okay, yes, I'm coming into work, you're coming into work. It's not a day off. I get that. But it almost feels like you're stealing 2 weeks out of it
Because
versus just a one long week.
Because if Christmas was Friday and you worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and maybe Monday, after that's it.
Right. And
then you come
so
back
then you get
for
the next week.
You come back for a day before.
Right. So you got a 4-day week, you get 1 week off, and then you've got a 5-day week.
Oh, trust me, that's how I'm choosing to look at this. This isn't a day of work. This is something to do today.
Yes, this is something to do today. Yep, I get that. It is certainly that. I'm always looking for something to do Christmas afternoon. Thank goodness there's NFL games, even though it's a Wednesday.
That's true.
Excited about that. But I don't know that there's necessarily a bad day of the week to have, because when you're talking about the 4th of July,
that's different.
It's different because it's one holiday and the weather's a little bit different.
Yeah.
It's a lot different, but it's one holiday. On this one, you get to pair exactly 1 week apart, Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
So you get 2 days off, unless you're working on holidays. And for those of you that have to do it, I apologize. But
and we thank you for your
thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah.
But you kind of automatically get those 2 days off. And there's a lot of places that will close at noon on both Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah.
Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve day.
Yes.
So I don't necessarily know that there's a bad day of the week that Christmas and New Year's can fall on.
Right. I got a question for you.
I would actually say any day on the weekend, because then you lose those automatic days off.
I have a question for you, and I do not participate in this exercise, although sometimes I'm on vacation during the time when I was before I had this part of my life where I work on the holidays.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on people taking? You can use your time as you want, but like people don't believe that they should be working on their birthdays.
Oh, you request your birthday off?
Yeah.
I don't care. If that's what you want to do, fine.
I mean,
I take a day off for moving. I'd rather take my birthday off than take a day off for moving.
I don't know about that. I could care. Well, it's your birthday. I mean, especially if it's during.
Well, you're not expecting the company to shut down. You're not expecting everybody else to take your birthday off, unless okay.
But if you had if you have a really important job, like some people do, and I'm not going to come in today because it's my birthday. In the middle of the week, and then you come in. It's like
it's your right.
I know.
If you got a vacation day, then take your vacation day.
I know.
Got to use your vacation day. You can't assume that it's a.
That's true.
You can't call in.
No, right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't call in sick.
As long as it's pre-planned. I get that. I think people, unless it's a milestone birthday, place too much value on their own birthdays.
But they can do whatever the hell they want.
Of course they can, but I can have an opinion about it.
If I take a day off to take Jack to a baseball tournament, how is that different if I take a day off for my birthday? What's the reasoning doesn't matter. It just has to be important to you.
I guess. I don't know. I when I see people, I didn't work today. It's my birthday.
That's selfish bastard.
It's like, who cares? It's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Right. You don't care, but they do.
I know. I get it. I know.
Come on, Stone. I'm shocked of one of the nicest individuals that I know.
Well, I'm not, yelling about it. I'm just.
It kind of feels like it.
No, it's.
Like you're calling everybody that would take their birthday off selfish.
I'm not selfish. Just
conceited.
Arrogant. Use it unless your birthday's like on a Friday or a Monday. Use it more wisely. Use that day off more wisely.
I don't know. I mean, if you just want to sleep in on your birthday, then sleep in on your birthday.
Okay, I get it. All right, 248-539.
Are you going to sit everybody against San Francisco?
No, I'm not going to sit anybody against San Francisco. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. That was
The
an-
Academy Award goes to Jared Goff as the lead supporting actor.
Yes.
And the
lead actor.
the
best-
lead actor, yeah. The best supporting actor was Jameer Gibbs.
Yes. Best director, Ben Johnson.
Yes. Best beneficiary, Laporta.
Yes.
He's going to give an Oscar to Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, there
That's
you go.
right.
Yes. The football Ryan Gosling.
I got a ticket text that says, I know we were playing Chicago, but I thought our defense played pretty damn good. That's from Coop. Defense played okay.
Yeah, I thought
Good
they played
enough.
good. Yeah, they did enough. They were really good against the run.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily know that Chicago is that big of a run threat. DeAndre Swift is, as we know, can be very hit and miss, and yesterday was miss.
Yes. A couple of ticket texts on the Lions, and then we have some on the Christmas stuff. Guys, Jack Campbell stepping into that leadership role while Anzalone is out, hopefully plays huge down the stretch and his game goes to another level.
Mm-hmm.
If we beat Minnesota next Sunday, then we have 2 conference losses, and the Eagles already have 3. Philly is not a concern anymore. Only thing that matters is Minnesota. Correct. Okay, here are the scenarios to get the number 1 seed, okay?
Okay.
If I can scroll this correctly.
With 2 games remaining.
Yes. Lions. Scenario number 1. Lions win against the 49ers and Sunday. And the following Sunday. We think, yes.
Yes, they win out.
They win out.
They get the number 1 seed.
Scenario number 2, the Lions beat the Vikings week 18. Lions beat 49ers week 17, and Packers beat Vikings week 17. Okay?
Okay, same scenario. They win both games.
Right. Pretty much. Philadelphia. The only scenario the Eagles can get in is if they beat Dallas and the Giants, the Lions lose out, and the Vikings lose to the Packers.
Okay, so Philly wins that tiebreaker then between them and the Vikings.
Correct. Although yes. And Minnesota, they get in if they win out, or the Vikings win against the Lions, 49ers win, and Eagles lose to the Cowboys and or the Giants.
So easiest scenario is
Just win out, Lions!
well, yeah, win out, but you could secure it this week if the Vikings lose to the Packers
Right.
and you beat San Francisco.
Exactly.
Now you've got it locked up.
Right. And then
That's the easiest
Right.
scenario.
Yeah. So, yeah, Green Bay goes into Minnesota, wins, and then San Francisco is going to try to play the
Spoiler.
the Lions role like they did against Green Bay.
Yes. Aaron Rodgers send off.
All right. We have some ticket texts. We talked about Christmas being the Wednesday being the worst day to have Christmas and also taking off for your birthday. I got the eves and days paid, so I'm working today. Then I took 5 days off and returned to work on January 6th. Wednesday is the best day. That's from Charles.
Yeah, I mean, you can make that argument.
People with really important jobs don't take their birthdays off. They're not Gen Z people. I agree.
Yeah, it's not something I would do,
Right.
But I'm not going to sit there and complain about anybody who takes their birthday off. I mean, they could call it if you call in sick, if you take a vacation day for any other day of the year, your reasons are your own.
Saturday bad, Sunday's the worst. I get the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, 25th Christmas as paid holidays. If Saturday I lose free 8 hours pay, Sunday I lose 16 hours of free pay.
Yeah, that's why if it's on the weekend, you lose that automatic day off.
I was a garbage truck driver for a few years. This was the worst 2 weeks of the year. We get the holiday off, but you have to work Saturday because everything gets moved and moved a day. It sucks. Josh and Warren.
Yeah, and I got to imagine there's a lot of trash at the curb.
Yes. Greg is wrong. Working today and don't have to be back until a week from Thursday. It's only costing me 3 vacation days for a week and a half off. Best part is I only come back for 2 days and it's the weekend again.
That's it. That's what
Yeah.
I think about. You work a 1 day week this week, a 2 day week next week.
Here's the thing. This answer is different for everybody because
Correct.
everybody has different work situations. Like the guy who said that if Christmas is on Sunday, he loses 16 hours of paid vacation time. Like what I'm gathering from that text is that the company does not move the holiday to
A Monday.
observed Monday or
Right.
observed Friday. That sucks. One guy's he has the days and the eves taken off and could take like 2 weeks off and have
Yeah.
3 vacation days, that's incredible. I've got to use 5 vacation days just to get this arrangement up.
Right. So I don't know that. I don't know if I do know the answer to this question. I don't remember. Odyssey. If Christmas was on a Sunday, would we observe it on Monday?
Yes, it's the
Yes.
closer of the
2
weekdays,
days.
the Monday. So
So-
if Christmas was on a Saturday, we'd observe it Friday.
This year would have been the absolute worst to have Christmas on a Sunday, because if the Lions played, we wouldn't be reacting to it until Tuesday.
Right.
That would really suck. It's just my opinion, but
Well, maybe under
Miss a day
those
of that.
under those circumstances, maybe somebody would be working as opposed to normal.
normal.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't,
yes.
I don't know.
I mean, someone would be talking about the game. It just might not be
Right.
one of you, either Jim
Right.
or John.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe not me.
Let's go to Jeff in Manchester. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good chance to talk to everyone about how well the Lions looked. It was a good football day,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to know your guys' opinion about how ungood football the college football playoff was.
It was a
That was
snooze fest.
pathetic.
It was they were bad
It was
football
not-
games.
It was worse than a snooze fest. It was pointless money grab.
Well,
12 teams is silly.
I agree. I'm one who doesn't even think there should be a playoff, but that's me. But yeah, it's definitely a money grab. But there are times up in the NCAA tournament where the first round games suck. Some of them, not all of them.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you could then the argument is 64 too much. Should have been at 32.
Yeah,
Now they want to expand that even
I
more.
know.
But Jeff, I'm with you. I thought it was bad. Now, here's the only thing that if I'm looking into the future and 3 years down the road, I think there's a chance that 12 teams, because NIL, transfer portal, parity is becoming more, there's more parity in college football. Is there a chance 3 years down the road, as parity starts to spread a little bit more, that we could actually have 12 teams that are more like each other than not?
I don't think so. Just look at the $10 million Michigan paid to get a quarterback. The rich are going to keep getting richer. Portal can level the field, I think. I don't know, but
That's part of the
seems
equation.
like it. But it just seems like the 10 teams that could possibly just buy the team they need, it's still going to be the 10 teams they need.
Which has been, in
Well-
some aspects, the same teams that have been around for years and years and years and dominated as well.
Right, but you talk about the rich getting richer. I mean, what have we heard from Alabama's athletic director? We also heard it from Nick Saban in his couple of years where he was coaching during the NIL. I don't know that they've had a donor or a set of donors step up to enter the new world of NIL.
Right.
And so I think yes, some of the teams that can't spend, Texas, Michigan, apparently now, Ohio State, and I don't know how much they're willing to spend after they paid $20 million to lose to Michigan. They're going to have to. It's going to have to pay off in a national championship. I'll say
Right.
that.
Or at least get to the title game.
Right.
Which like I said,
You think they're winning it
my
all?
overreaction, and it's an overreaction. Obviously, if they lose or whatever, I think they're winning it all. I just think that it became a rallying cry somehow inside that locker room that they realized how freaking dumb they are or were they're so myopic about the Michigan game.
And by they, you mean just simply Ryan Day and Chip Kelly?
I mean a lot of their fan base, the administration, they're so wrapped up in that one game that it screws them long term and for the short term maybe as well for the year. And I think they have to learn that yes, they want to beat Michigan. Obviously, it's the biggest game of the regular season. But winning a national championship is more important. ESPN did a piece before the game with Marty Smith. We sat and I think the place is called the Victory Bar in Columbus or whatever. I don't remember. And they were talking to Ohio State fans who said, Ryan Day is, whatever his record was in the Big Ten or something in 4 or whatever.
Yep.
Anyway, and they go, yeah, but those 4 losses were to Michigan. And this one guy said, I'd rather them beat Michigan than win the national championship. And it's like, no wonder you live in frickin' Ohio, you moron. That's the problem with Ohio State. They do care too much about the Michigan game. And it completely corrupted their minds of a coaching staff this year. Because there's no way, if by looking at video and film and all that kind of crap and preparing for this game, that you can look at that Michigan roster, and yes, I know rivalry games and things like that, that you could come up with that game plan. Oh, no, we're going to be tough guys. Just use your...
Greg?
Stoney, you see, you're saying all this and about how it screws them up long term, and you just picked them to win the national championship at 6:02.
Well...
So apparently it's not going to affect them. Apparently it's a good thing for them to lose this game and realize, we should dunk on them with our results.
Exactly. It helped. Finally, the last year, it helped them. But they should never have gotten into that position, is my point.
Yes, they had more talent and should have beaten Michigan, but they didn't.
Yeah, because they were stupid of the way they played the game. It wasn't like there have been years where the lesser talented team wins. That's fine. They're just moronic. Can't stand those people.
All right.
Although the all Scarlets looked pretty good.
The all
Scarlets?
Scarlets?
They wore red pants.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. Hey, it's the wintry driving season yet again, where reckless drivers seemingly are everywhere and they can't keep their own cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney that is going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Stan Campbell talking about J-Mo, little tongue lashing he gave them after the penalty. 248-539-9797. Don't forget, doubleheader tonight on these airwaves. The nightcap, the Pistons taking on the Lakers in Los Angeles. The first game, Wings need a win, maybe not just for them, but for their coach, who you never know. It could be the last game for Newsy Lalone. I have no idea whether he would get fired if they lost, but they take on the St. Louis Blues tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. I think most of the problem is, and I have no problem if they let him go, it's the roster. And you know what makes the roster even look worse? That they let Jake Wallman go. Jake Wallman set a San Jose Sharks record for becoming their fastest defenseman in history to record his first 20 assists with the franchise. And they've had guys like Erik Karlsson on the team. He's got 25 points already, and we let him go. Wow, incredible. All right, I know why they did it. It's Capri says it was so stupid. All right, here's some ticket text. I thought Stoney retired. No, I retired from...
Just took a different position.
That's right, from full-time work, semi-retired. Doing podcasts now. By the way, you can listen to that Detroit Football Network podcast. Myself and Justin breaking down the game yesterday.
Put one out last night?
Yes, we did. All right. Lucky the holiday day of the week doesn't matter for me. Falls on Wednesday. The company observes that the following weekdays get paid holiday from the 25th through the 1st. So falling on a Wednesday, not so bad. You burn 4 days vacation, 2 before the 25th, 2 after the 1st, and make it a 2-week break, saving 8 hours. Wow. Good for you. Wednesday is the worst day because it's the only one you don't get a scheduled 3 or 4 day weekend. Only get 1 day off for the holiday. That's from Drew in Woodhaven.
Okay, so if it was a Thursday, you'd automatically get Friday off?
I guess so. Also, I work at a local construction company, and I just recently was contracted by the Detroit Lions to make 100 bandwagons with extra high walls. I'll be delivering them later this week to Ford Field. That's from Ken in Dearborn Heights. Bandwagon.
All right. There you go. Yeah.
Adam, good morning. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Stoney. Good to hear you again in the morning.
Thank you.
I've got a comment. Your comments about Ohio State and rivalry and everything. You know, I know how long you've been here, but maybe some of the native Philadelphians coming out here, because I got to tell you, I'm a Michigan fan, and if this 12-team playoff thing, they went and kind of did what Ohio State's doing this year, and if Ohio State does go on to win it, if Michigan won a national title in similar fashion but lost to Ohio State and didn't win a Big Ten championship, yeah, you're happy, but it feels a little bit hollow. You know, that's how important this game is, and the fact that they take it that seriously, that's what makes this rivalry and how vitriolic it is.
I understand the vitriolicness of it, and I think it's more from them than us here in Michigan. But you cannot tell me that beating Ohio State is more important than winning a national championship.
Not even close.
And John, you've done both.
And
it's up there. It's up there.
Oh, sure, it's up there, but it's not there.
It's not even close.
It's not there. And if you win a national championship, but you have lost to Ohio State that year, it's not going to make the national championship hollow.
No.
I feel it's as important as that game is. I feel that it doesn't have the same feeling. Maybe it's because you couldn't win a national championship without beating Ohio State for so long, and maybe that's just this different era of college football, but it feels wrong.
I get that, right? College football has changed so much where the winner of that game, I don't even remember the stat, but there is a stat that talks about how much the results of that game impacted the Big Ten champ.
Right.
And that was traditionally, who goes to the Rose Bowl.
Right.
And it was, if you lost that game, you had no chance of winning the national title because it was voted on and all this stuff. Now that it's settled on the field, now that there's 12 teams, yeah, it is the outcome of that game isn't going to determine whether you were even eligible to win a national title or not.
Right. And look, Adam, I've been here since 1986. I understand the rivalry a lot. And I hate Ohio State. And I think they are more myopic than the Michigan fan. And it's, in my mind, maybe I'm being delusional, it's not even close. as far as the myopicness, if that's a word. I
Nope.
think Michigan people are more worldly than Ohio State people, where it certainly means a hell of a lot to Michigan people, but it's not the end of the free world like it is. You know, just look at the way they treat it. Crossing out M's and come on, grow up.
There are, again, we talk about what makes college football unique. We don't have the same bowl system we used to have, but there still is good, and there's even a game called this. There's good old-fashioned hate. And I don't know that you ever get to that level in the NFL.
No.
You just simply don't. So if they want to go down and for a week, they want to spend an entire week using red tape to cross out every M that they see, so be it. Let them do them, and we'll do us.
Yeah,
and
I know.
it's just, I think those are the types of things that college fans will do that you won't see in the NFL.
Right. I know Michigan fans go to Bo's grave and stuff and crack nuts or something on Buckeye nuts or something. Some people do that. I get it, but you cannot. I just believe, and it could be fault, that Michigan fans hate Ohio State. Okay, but if they lose the game, it doesn't affect their life 365 days of that year like it does the other way around. That's my belief. There's no way to prove it, but it's just what I feel.
And that's what you feel.
Mm-hmm. And do you think I'm right?
I think there are more lunatics south of the border.
Yes.
is probably an easier way to put it.
Yes, absolutely. All right. TJ Lang, lunatic? Maybe not. He'll be here next. 97 The Ticket.
The Lions secured a 34-17 win over the Bears at Soldier Field yesterday. That's the season sweep as well. It was the first game without David Montgomery, which meant a large load for Jahmyr Gibbs. $109 yards and a score for Gibbs. If you missed the Lions trick play, be sure to check it out. Dan Campbell says there's no convincing that needed to be done with the players to participate. Oakland basketball defeated Loyola Chicago 72-71 in Honolulu thanks to an Isaiah Jones lay-in with 0.3 seconds left. Ken Pom ranks Loyola at 107 in the nation. Entering the contest, they had just one loss. Malcolm Christie hit 6 threes as well for the Golden Grizzlies en route to 10 points. Michigan basketball defeating a familiar Horizon League foe of Oakland and Purdue Fort Wayne 89-58. Bill Belichick's son Steve is reportedly joining his father at North Carolina as the defensive coordinator. Currently holds that same role at Washington. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to be joined by the other offensive lineman. He is the one, the only, T.J. Lang. How are you,
What's
sir?
going on?
How you doing?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy
well,
Hanukkah.
that's Merry Christmas.
Yes,
That's
happy
everything.
holidays to
Yes,
everybody.
exactly.
Yeah, what happened to my open? John, did you nix that? You used to hate it.
No, I don't
Super
think
Bowl
we've.
champion and all pro open.
Yeah.
You used to- what happened to that? I guarantee
no.
John nixed that. He
No,
hated it.
No. I got the text message from TJ that says, "Hey, get rid of the open because I'd rather give you a hard time and announce my own credentials."
Are you the ambassador for the new bowl game?
I would like to actually a couple things added on there. I don't think there was.
Oh yeah, pro sports owner.
Yeah. Screen
franchise
Actors
owner, yeah.
Guild card holder.
Yes.
Yes. Actor.
Are you an ambassador for the new name bowl game? What's it?
Well, I'm a
the
part of
no-name?
that group,
Oh,
so
right.
yes, I do.
Yeah,
get
but
to,
you can't officially be a part of it because you are a professional sports franchise owner, correct?
No,
No?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, no?
I mean,
Oh, okay.
Maybe we're breaking some rules that I'm not aware of.
What team does he own? Did I not
It's
I miss
the
something?
3-on-3 basketball team, right?
We've got the Big Three league. That's the big Ice Cube
Yeah,
league, the Big Three.
yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a team. Hopefully coming to Detroit this year. I mean, it's going a little slower than we thought, but that's still on
Just
the
got to
table.
throw more money at it, bud.
Well, start to learn how business works a little bit, man. But no, but that's going to be great. We're excited about that. And the same group, Game Above Sports, is representing the bowl game here in Detroit on Thursday. So we're excited about that.
So
I'm a part
you
of that
in
group.
essence, named yourself ambassador.
I kind of got thrown into that role, and honestly, it cost me some money. Brookline used to pay me for it. That's right. Now it's my buddy doing it, and he's like asking for favors. I'm like, damn, do I tell him that I should pay to do this?
Get paid for this? Yeah. Yeah, that way you can pay yourself.
Hey, can you show up at this thing on Monday? Yeah, sure, man. I got you. Damn it. So the Lions not to sell it to him anymore. We're excited, though. That bowl game, you know what? That bowl game on I mean, it used to be obviously Motor City Bowl and Quick Lane Bowl, and I remember going to it when I was a kid.
Cherry Bowl when it was at the Silverdome?
It was the Motor City Bowl. I think
don't
it was
know
like
that
97.
You would have been born.
Probably not.
What year were you born?
87.
Yeah, Cherry Bowl was
So-
what, 84?
No, I was here. So maybe, I don't know.
But I do remember
Yeah.
going, like my dad used to take me every year because it was right around Christmas. And
You see Randy Moss play?
yeah, I watched Randy Moss and Chad Pennington and Byron Leftwich, I think another year when Marshall would seem like they were playing in it every year. But that was a great memory, like just going to college football game.
Right.
And it really didn't matter who was playing, but it's something to do during Christmas break. We all know, like we have kids, you're always finding like, man, like we got to get kids out of the house. What are we going to do? For my dad and my family, it was always, hey, let's go spend a day at the Silverdome and go watch college football. And it was always great, man. We always had a fun time. So I know bowl games don't really have the juice that they used to.
No.
Just there's so many of them, and the transfer portal's kind of ruining it, and a lot of that stuff. You don't know who's going to play, but I still have a passion, I think, for just watching bowl games and some of the fun that goes into it. And there's so many players that's the last time they're ever going to play. So just watching some of the raw emotion that you see is, for me, I'm always a sucker for it still, even though I know it's kind of losing a little bit of its juice.
There's a chance that that game will be more competitive than the college football playoff games that took place this
It
weekend.
was a rough go.
Yeah, it was. And, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue about who should have been in and not. I mean, obviously, SMU was just –
well, their quarterback blew. That was the problem.
Yeah, and they were moving the ball, and he struggled a lot. And a couple pick sixes sure changed that game, but they looked like they didn't belong. Clemson, surprisingly, started to make it a little bit of a close game, and then Texas just, it was like playing with your food. Okay, finish your dinner. Let's get out of here.
And Tennessee, I thought if
Tennessee
Tennessee
looked terrible.
I thought if they could have scored because they scored at the end of
They
the first
must have
half.
just been cold
They looked terrible.
because they warmed up without their shirts on.
Yeah, that's.
Did anybody ever come to you?
That is
and-
undefeated. I swear, anytime like a Southern team does that and they're like, shirts off, we're tough. It's like undefeated that they get their ass kicked. I feel like I don't feel like that's ever
So
helped a team that's done that.
If team captain or team leader came to you and said, "Hey, let's go out there and warm up without our shirts on,"
Hell no.
no, thank
way.
you.
Absolutely not. No, I played a game with no sleeves, and that has less to do with the tough guy than I just wasn't comfortable
wearing
with long
sleeves. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You give the defender more to grab onto. Like I just didn't
All of
like
those
to wear
things.
it.
Right. Yeah.
Speaking of
But
tough,
warm-ups, dude, I'm out there in hoodies and sweatpants. Like, dude, no. The game's 2 hours away, bro. Like,
I know. There were some guys that showed up. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I'd look like. And no, I don't want that out there in photograph form.
ridiculous.
John,
Yeah.
speaking of tough guys, of these four people, who I don't know if you saw this on Twitter because I tweeted it out.
No.
Of these four guys, who would you expect at Soldier Field before the game to not have a hat on? Birchie, Dan Miller, TJ Lang,
winter hat.
or Wojo? A winter hat.
To not have a hat on.
Yeah.
Well, TJ, I think, is like we always talk about. Offensive linemen are smart. He's going to wear a hat.
Okay.
Correct.
And I think Dan is, I want to say this with all due respect, Dan is really pretty.
Feeble?
No, I think he really presents himself in a very professional manner.
He's in the hair and makeup trailer before.
Yeah, and so, yes, thank you. That's probably the best way to put it, yeah. So I believe that he would probably have a hat on as well. Very stylish and well-placed hat. I'm going to guess probably, Wojo seems to have I know you got a large head, TJ.
Yeah.
Wojo has an abnormally large bean, and I'm guessing maybe him because he just can't get one to fit.
You are correct. And I tweeted it. I said, is Bob Wojnowski afraid of hats, or is he more of a man than TJ Birchie or Dan Miller? I opt for the former.
Yeah, I don't think you can find one that can fit, to be honest with you. And to be fair, I think Miller went the first half of the show without a hat.
Okay.
Tried to tough it out, and then we hit the halfway point, and
I was listening. We were headed to a cookie party, so I was listening. I didn't get the visual.
Okay. Yeah, we were. This was the Fox 2 pregame show early in the morning.
Yes.
9 o'clock. Well, it would have been 10 o'clock here, but
yes.
9 o'clock Chicago time. But
I was on a treadmill,
Yeah, the cold was, it was cold, no doubt. I think I overpacked. Like, I had a huge jacket. And
they were saying it was supposed to be, I mean, they were presenting it like it was going to be frigid. And it was
No,
just
it wasn't.
Freezing.
It was cold, but it wasn't like bitter cold that like hits your face and it's like, dude, your nose is, freezing up and you're drooling. Like it was not like that. And honestly, I think it helped that the wind was pretty low for Chicago standards. I think it started picking up a little bit at the end of the game, but certainly wasn't the coldest game any of those guys played in. So it wasn't that bad.
Well, it was a damn good game for the Lions. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. I thought it was dominant. I really did.
What was the most important thing you got out of it? We said a lot of people agreed. Nobody that we know of got hurt, which was number one.
Yeah, big win there. I think the fact that you got your identity back. The past couple weeks we were talking about, man, where's the run game? We're averaging 3.2 yards carry against Green Bay, and Buffalo didn't do anything. And last week, man, we got Buffalo just ran all over us. Like you lose your identity, right? You're a physical, tough football team, violent football team. You can't play like that and claim to be those things. So yesterday I thought was a bounce back for just getting back to your style of football, which is running the ball, getting after Chicago's running backs. I know Caleb Williams kind of inflated those stats a little bit, but DeAndre Swift, 9 carries, 20 yards. Their backups had, Rashawn Jett 1 carry for 3 yards. I mean, that's an incredibly good job against a rushing attack like that. So, and then on the offensive side, Jahmyr Gibbs, we all knew was going to get more of the workload, and could he prove that he could be that workhorse every down back? I think he certainly did. Not only what he did in the running game, but also the threat that he was coming out of the backfield, making some nice catches. So that was the most important thing to me, was get your identity back. And offense, you got to rebound a little bit. I know the defense took a lot of heat against Buffalo, and yes, they did let up a lot of points and yards, but offense did
empty possessions,
and late in that, go back to that Buffalo game, to start the game, right? For punt, right? And then to start the second half, punt, fumble.
Right.
You can't have possessions like that when it's getting into
possessions.
Exactly. So yesterday, how are they going to come out, right? They come out, and I know the first drive ended up in a field goal, but then you look at the second half, okay, it felt like it started getting close there at halftime a little bit. You missed the field goal. Maybe Chicago goes in with momentum. You get the ball, come out, boom, 5 plays, quick, 79-yard touchdown, bam. Like, there we go. Okay, that's how we answer. So I just thought yesterday it was dominant. I thought it could have been, felt like a game they could have hung 50, 45, 50 points. They did get stopped a couple times in the red zone, which coach is not going to be happy about because that's kind of his baby. But overall, man, I thought it was good to see them bounce back. And we all kind of saw that coming too, right? You know what I mean? Like, just their history of coming off of losses, the history of dealing with adversity, and Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, and the message that they portray to those guys throughout the week really resonates with them. So I wasn't surprised at all yesterday with the result, and I thought it was exactly what this team needed to bounce back and can show they can play without some of the guys that are obviously injured.
You talk about the identity, and that's obviously the offensive line, which you guys are obviously so familiar with. And you talked to Christian Mahogany after the game on the post game show. When you look at the tape, the film, whatever you want to call it, How did he look? I don't know if everybody looked at the All-22 yet, but they didn't seem to skip a beat. I mean, no offense to Graham Glasgow, but Mahogany looked pretty good from these novice eyes.
I thought so too. And no, I haven't broken down the tape yet, so that's where you get a big, clear picture about offensive line play. But
Right.
there were times where, Lomas and I were looking at each other. Hey, let's watch 73 a little bit on this drive. I liked what I saw, and I'm sure there was a couple plays that need to get cleaned up, but I thought he brought a bit of a spark and a little bit of an attitude. And look, your offensive line, man, especially this late in the season, you're a little banged up, you're a little beat up. Like, it's nice to have a guy that comes in that brings maybe a little energy that can be contagious, I think, to the group. And certainly it helps playing next to Taylor Decker, who's, I think, having a career year, and Frank Ragnow, who's one of the best centers. I'm sure that helps any young guard come in to be able to fit in. But there were some good things coming off the ball. I thought his first couple steps, getting in some of the double teams, were really impressive. And passing off some stunts. I mean, that is really hard for young offensive linemen to do because you're just so locked in on, okay, I got to block this D tackle, this guy. And then when they run some stunts, you can be a half second behind, which is all you need to get beat in the league. There was a couple times where I'm watching him pass off some stunts, pick up the TEs, pick up a blitzing linebacker. And I'm like, man, like this kid, the game doesn't look too big for him, And even talking to him after the game, he was like, man, like it was weird. I wasn't even nervous, right? Like for my first game in the NFL, I wasn't even nervous. Like I was just excited, and it just felt good to get back out and play football. I thought it was impressive, especially when you think about early in the season, he didn't even go through a training camp.
Right.
And he was, had that illness that kept him out for a couple months. So for him to catch on late in the season,
without any live reps.
It's impressive. And testament to Hank Fraley, too, for getting a kid like that ready.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Guards always have sideboards, so it's a little easier in there. I'll give you
we
my
have to pass
official
off a lot more.
breakdown.
We have to pass. We have to know a lot
nobody's
more.
directly.
Tackles just, I got to block this defensive.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you as many questions as they can so that they can build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. I've been talking about it for a couple of weeks or for probably a couple of months. Just moved this past weekend, got my mortgage through First Merchants, and whether it was Dan Irvin, who set me up with Troy Fairbanks and his amazing team, it was an unbelievable process. They made it as easy as possible. And it's also, when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. They're also deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community, it's where they live, they work, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Yeah, 82 yards. That's Dan Miller with the call and Lomas and TJ butting in. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Hey, you get excited. It's cool, actually. But
Yeah, we're allowed to do that.
damn right you are.
I mean, it is like it plays like that. Obviously,
Yeah.
Everybody,
Can't help yourself.
I think everybody they stood up and screamed. So
Yep.
Did
So-
you know that the fake was coming? The what do they call it? The
stumble
stumble
bomb.
bum?
Yeah.
no, I didn't. I did sniff it out right away. I'm like, they did that on purpose, right? And everybody's like, did they? I'm
Right.
like,
So Jahmyr Gibbs is the only thing that kind of gives it
so
away.
he gave it away, and even Goff. And I swear I could hear people yelling, "Fumble, fumble, fumble, fumble," which it was the Lions players. Like that was another nuance to that play too.
Right.
And they clearly, that corner who was supposed to be in that coverage in that deep third clearly kind of got caught looking in the backfield as Laporta ran right by him. So, yeah, it worked, man. That was Coach said all week it kind of like it didn't really look good at first. I think Jared said, at first Ben asked like if I
put the ball actually
like,
on the
really,
ground,
like fumble the ball and pick it up and make it throw. It's like you're getting a little carried away with that, But,
did you run this one by Dan yet?
yeah. So they kind of changed it up a little bit, but
And
it's such like a little league play.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not saying that in a negative way, but it's
it's great.
Yeah,
it's
like
playing in the backyard.
guys, let's go pretend like we fall
Like
down. and fumble the
run to
ball.
the tree.
Right, yeah, it's
and
literally,
cut
hey,
over
all
it.
right, you're the bottle cap, you're the stick. What's that? Oh, it's just some grass. You do this, you do that. And it literally feels like sometimes that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like when they first did the hook and ladder.
And it's so cool because I think as the players, like it just like rejuvenates you a little bit.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It puts some fun into a game that can be so serious. Like, man, we got to do this. But when you hear those play calls, like you can't help but to kind of perk up a little bit.
Stumble
and
ball.
smile.
Right.
Okay, like I'm excited to see if this is actually going to work. Like, oh my God, it actually worked. Like this is hilarious.
Can you
know?
imagine
It's a way
being
to
in
have fun.
the full offensive meeting room when they're like, all right, Penny, I want you to line up over here on the left. We're going to bring you in motion. We're going to hand you the ball. We want you to throw it. Like, I mean, just can you imagine sitting all of a sudden everybody's like, oh,
yeah.
let's see what goes
Wait,
on
what?
here. Like, okay.
Yeah.
You know,
A hook and ladder
because
to
we've
a right
seen things
tackle?
with
What?
David Montgomery, we've seen things with Penny, we've obviously things with Skipper. Like, I think everybody is kind of like, are they going to call my number this time? Like, am I going to be in the trick play? And so I
never know.
think you never know. I mean, because their imagination is the only thing limiting them right now.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's hard to predict. They're unpredictable, right? I mean, it's like every game you go in and you're like,
beautiful.
okay, what are they going to do in the red zone? You're like, I don't know. Is Frank going to line up at like fullback? And I don't know. The options are endless. Like just with the fun that they have and how creative Ben Johnson is.
Yeah.
And, just the fun that they kind of inject into their players. I think you need plays like that just kind of keep you. And it's almost like they reward guys, for doing.
Yeah.
Doing things
They reward
right
them with
and, like,
contracts. They reward them with some fun on the
go
field.
Grind your ass off. We appreciate you. Hey, well, let's see if we can throw a touchdown pass to you.
I do want to touch on it. I know I made some snide comments about the guard and all that stuff, but Christian Mahogany, I had a chance to watch obviously while the game was going on, and there's some times where I'm on my phone because I'm watching at my brother's house, and I'll go back and watch a play or two, and the thing that I liked about him, and you kind of hit on some of the things, he didn't have training camp, he didn't have the first handful of weeks of the season where even though it's not game tempo or it's not training camp tempo, the practices are still more intense. He didn't have any of those.
Yeah.
He's basically coming in and having to get NFL ready on glorified walkthroughs or thud drills.
Yeah.
I thought what I saw from him, if I was going to talk to him before the game and say, hey, this is what I need you to do to be successful, it would be in the right place at the right time, take the right footwork, play with good pad level, like do all the basics of football, and don't worry about a stalemate. I'll take a stalemate all day, every day. For a guy that's never played an NFL game and didn't have all of that work, now they have something to build on because he's got a base.
Yeah.
It was the base of being able to use good technique, good footwork, putting your hat in the right place, your hands in the right place. And more times than not, he did those.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a great outcome.
Yeah, he didn't look impatient to me, which some young guys can do, right? Like,
Yeah.
just so I just want to fire off the ball. And he did have the one false start that I don't know. Like Jared was clapping like crazy. The play
Right.
clock was coming down. I don't think that he jumped on the wrong. It's just like, oh man, I'm hearing these guys clap.
His
I
first
know the ball's
starts in
coming.
Chicago.
Oh man,
I'll take that.
Yeah. But obviously, we didn't. None of us got to see him play. We don't get to watch practice. So for him to skip, to take that next guard role over a guy who has played a lot of football for you and started the NFC Championship game last year in Coyote Awosika, and nothing against him, but I think that obviously he has shown enough in practice. Mahogany, and talking to some coaches after the game yesterday, the offensive coaches were kind of playing it down like, yeah, man, he's a good player, but clean some stuff up, and talked to a couple of defensive coaches, and they were like, dude, like this kid can play. You know what I mean? He can play. We watched him throughout the season battling against Aleem McNeil when he's on the show team and battling against DJ Reader and some of the stuff that he's done to our guys. Like, we kind of knew, man, okay, like this kid's got some stuff to him.
Yeah. And he had the reputation
so
of
I
being,
think he's got a great future.
And he had the reputation of being pretty damn nasty.
Yeah, nasty, physical finisher. And he got a couple plays yesterday kind of pushing some linebackers around late and getting under their skin a little bit. You saw some things you like. Now, I got this question a ton yesterday on X. People, oh, man, is he the starter now? Graham Glasgow's your starter.
Right.
He's your
Right.
veteran guy.
Sure.
He's still one of your top 5 guys. When he's fully healthy, he is the starter. I just loved that Christian Mahogany showed some potential for being a guy that can step in the future, right? Because you are going to have some hard conversations.
Yes.
Zeitler, I think, is on a 1-year deal.
Well, and he's not young.
And he's not young.
Graham's
and
not
he's 13
young.
Years in, right. So when you start thinking about that picture, it's like, man, okay, it's nice to know you got Mahogany back there that looks like he can step in and help you in the future.
By the way, in talking about the stumble bum play, they were talking about that where it came from. And I've retweeted the Pride of Detroit. Jeremy Reisman does this really great breakdown of it, and we're including video from somebody else we have video from September of 2023 where Ben Johnson saw Jordan Love do it, not on purpose. And that's where he got the idea of doing this. It was against the Bears in Soldier Field. And it's pretty interesting to watch. I mean, he fumbles the ball a little bit.
Yeah.
And he picks it up and throws to a guy who's wide open.
Oh, well,
Right.
Yeah. And that shows you how Ben Johnson thinks.
Well,
he just sees this.
And how he works to go watch everything, and how can I pick that up, and how can I put this into how can I incorporate that into I really like the way this did it. How can I perfect this, for our guys to be able to put it in? And I think it's Ben's a grinder too, man. I mean, he works his ass off, obviously.
Oh,
and just
and
some
how
of the
many
stuff he comes
times
up with.
do we see, like on a punt return or a kick return, right? The returner like mishandles the catch.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, everybody gets out of their rush lane. He picks it up. It happened was it Dallas playing the Commanders this year? At the end of the game, who's that little scat?
Turpin.
Yeah, Turpin.
Yeah, Kevontae Turpin.
He mishandles it on about the 2-yard line, and you're thinking, oh, man, they're going to get him down inside the 5.
Yeah.
And he picks it up and goes the distance because everybody gets out of their rush lanes. Everybody gets distracted as soon as you either believe the ball's on the ground or the ball is actually on the ground. Now all of a sudden it's a free-for-all, and Turpin picks it up and goes to the house.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have ever thought of it myself to implement it on offense, especially with Jared Goff when that's might be what is most sellable. Is the fact that you would think Jared Goff could just trip and fall.
Yeah, he did trip a couple weeks ago,
Yeah,
obviously.
4th and 1.
Yeah. So, you're right.
Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls and your texts for TJ as the Costa and Jansen show with me and for Costa continues next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, why not dive into the best pool in history? That's Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games, and boy, oh boy, do we have some big moments coming up. We got the playoffs in college football. We've got great division matchups to end the season in the NFL. Choose one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels. No matter where you are, you got a great view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. You guessed it. It's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all these great moments. You've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports. Sunny Vegas, all of it poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Yes, the old stumble bum. By the way, for those Detroit Tiger fans who are hoping maybe we get Walker Buehler to come in here and be part of the rotation, bury that fantasy. Reports are that he's going to sign a 1-year deal with the Boston Red Sox for $21 million. All right, let's get to the ticket text on this game. Hear what TJ and John have to say about your texts here. We better hope Minnesota game doesn't mean anything. Lions secondary will not be able to cover Jefferson, Addison, and our linebackers won't be able to cover Hawkinson. Also, Vilma is an awful broadcaster, calling Gibbs, Jamar, and Jefferson, and he said Scott Daly was the long snapper. He did say that Scott Daly was the long snapper. I did catch that.
Well, Scott Daly's a long snapper for Chicago, isn't he?
I don't know, but it was on the one where the Lions long snapper
flinched it a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't get to watch the TV broadcast.
Yes. Ross in Ypsilanti says the Stumble Ruski was incredible, and that's what I'm calling it.
The Stumble Ruski?
Yes. J-Mo is an athletic freak like Barry Sanders. If they design more long ball plays for him, he's an easy Hall of Famer one day. Oh, let's put on the brakes a little bit as far as gold jackets. That's all.
And I mean, it's not like they haven't had long plays called for him.
No, I know. He's great. I mean, if you use him properly, and he seems to be getting better and better.
Well, and here's the thing. I think there's a lot of defense coordinators, probably 31 of them, that looked at that. And, I mean, everybody else is looking at it going, I'm glad we don't have to play the Lions anymore because it is such an unbelievable threat. Do you tell your safeties, hey, as soon as you see this out of J-Mo, or if you see this formation, if you anticipate this, you should start 2 or 3 yards deeper than original because you can't keep up with them. And now all of a sudden it opens up the middle of the field for every other pass catcher that the Lions have.
Interesting. How about this one?
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Wait until they need a crucial play in the next couple of games. I'm predicting a fake hook and ladder where St. Brown fakes the pitch and keeps it because everyone's preparing for the lateral.
The problem with that one is he's going to have eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah.
To fake it, you're going to have to, okay, when you make that hook, you're going to have to know where everybody is moving behind you to know whether to pitch it or not, because it's a great concept. But if you can't see it, you don't know, well, should I pitch it or should I keep it? Because your back is turned to everyone.
Did you see the play yesterday that they ran the little reverse and it got blown up and Jameer just threw it behind 2 guys hoping J-Mo was going to run around and grab it. And he did.
Yes.
But it's okay. It's a little risky.
My favorite thing, other than the impressive win from yesterday's game, was the play of Mahogany. Looks like the latest late-round steal of Brad Holmes in the draft. I know it's early, but I expect him to be a starter moving forward, bumping Glasgow to that versatile backup role, and I expect Mahogany to play like a borderline Pro Bowl guard next season and beyond.
Well, let's
pump the brakes a little bit, expectations a little bit.
Let the kid grow a little bit. Let him have he's going to have some moments that will be used as teaching moments, let's just call them. I was very excited about what I saw. And it's just another guy that was, it didn't play. What was the story? He didn't play a lot last year at BC because he was hurt. It was just another hurt guy that Brad Holmes has had patience with.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you could say took a flyer. Took a flyer because he had faith that the injury would heal and it would eventually be the player that he thought he was.
And I think going back, to that time frame, he was kind of a, second, third round talent. But like you said, I think he had a couple injuries in college that bumped him down. And I think even Mekhi Wingo was kind of in the same boat too. I think he was man, this kid's talented. I could get him in the 6th round. Obviously that's Brad Holmes, doing what he does
Look
best,
at J-Mo.
evaluating players and
Yeah, I
mean, J-Mo's, he's making an
All
impact.
right.
I love that. I love that J-Mo, and I don't know if the TV caught it yesterday, but J-Mo, when he got the penalty early in the game, and he stayed in for another play, and then they subbed him out, and I'm watching. But Randall L. was on the sideline, ready to.
He was on the prowl.
As J-Mo was kind of doing the slow, oh boy, here it comes. And Dan Campbell comes up, and I don't think he shoved Randall L., but it was kind of one of those hey, I got it. Let me handle this one. And he kind of pushed Randall out of the way. And then Dan put his arm around him and had some words. He said, I think he told me that he had to rip his ass a little bit. He wanted to get back in the game.
I was going to ask you that. Do you know what happened?
No, I mean, he clearly said something. just watching the
To
replay
Stevenson.
he clearly said something because he didn't do anything on the sideline where, he pushed anybody or threw the football. But it was right as he was running by the ref, you could see him kind of turn his head, and then the ref threw the flag. So I'm assuming he said the
magic word.
a mean word, which to me is absolutely ridiculous. That the NFL is starting to implement like bad language. as a penalty. That's just ridiculous.
Yes.
But whether it's ridiculous or not,
Well,
there's some
you
things
and
that
I
you can't
have
say.
never said anything like that on a football field.
Well, it's a teaching moment. If you're going to do it, know
Just
where the referee
right.
is. Like, don't do it within the vicinity of the ref who is going to call you for a penalty. It's the same thing I teach my kid who plays hockey in 13, and these kids talk crap to each other. And I'm like, dude, just know, be aware of your surroundings. Like, first of all, you shouldn't say some of those things you're saying. But if you do, make sure it's
Until
not
you're
right in front of the
18 or over,
referee, dude. You know what I mean? Make sure it's away from the ref. Get your head up. Have a little awareness, man. So for J-Mo, it's the same thing.
Yes.
You're walking right by the ref. Like, if you're going to say something, don't do it right in front of the guy. Wait till you line up the next play against him. Go, hit a run block, and then maybe talk a little trash when nobody can hear you.
Yeah, the conversation between TJ and his, how old's your oldest boy?
13.
13, yes. Here's the way to get around the
Just don't get
sportsmanship
caught.
rule.
Okay? Just don't get caught, dude.
Don't
I
retaliate.
can't stop you from talking smack. But just don't get caught, all right?
And don't forget, if you retaliate, you're the ones going to the penalty box, not the guy who did it first.
Exactly.
So be careful about
Exactly.
that. What would you think is the one thing from the game yesterday that gives you some sort of pause at all that you didn't like?
Man, not that I really don't like it, but I think, and kind of got it on the ticket text a little bit. The pass defense at times, especially right at the end of the first half when they scored in like 18 seconds.
The Williams, the Keenan Allen
and a lot
show?
of it's just like it's just awareness sometimes on some of the young guys' part. Like, I think Terrion, I don't know if it was its own coverage or man coverage, but he gets beat on a double move.
Right.
Situation like that, you just got to know the only place I cannot get beat is over my head, right? So if the guy's going to fake a little 5-yard out route, great. Like, that's a win for me. Give it to him. And just be prepared for some of those deep shots. So concerning, I don't really know if it's concerning because I like the overall defense. But certainly, you look at what you're going to have to play potentially in the playoffs, and not even the playoffs, but in a couple of weeks with Minnesota. Their passing attack is on fire right now. And some of the other teams that you're going to see in the playoffs have good receivers, good quarterbacks. So I'd like to see them tighten up the secondary a little bit. And I know that yesterday the pressure, too, seemed like at times just Caleb standing back there for 4, 5, 6 seconds, dancing around. And it just seemed like it wasn't consistent enough. So I'd like to see Aaron Glenn maybe, and he did early in the game, kind of generate a pass rush with some blitzers. If he blitzed, I think, on 2 of the first 3 plays. But certainly need to step up that pass rush a little bit, too. Caleb Williams had a lot of time for a lot of those passes in the pocket yesterday.
By the way, I'm curious. What do you think of Rex Ryan?
What do I think of him?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know him. Like,
Did you see what he's wearing today?
No.
No. He's wearing he's wearing a Lions Christmas sweater.
Right. It's a Honolulu blue sweater with a Honolulu blue jacket.
Blue jacket. They're going to commercial now, so you won't be able to see.
Well, he's been a big fan of the Lions. I mean, just from some of the clips. I don't watch the show, but some of the clips
because his son's the assistant wide receivers coach. Sean Ryan is his son.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He said that earlier. I'm like, yeah.
I'm
not going to go down to the assistant position coaches.
Didn't know that.
Yes. I thought maybe there was a whole lot of feet or something.
Okay, so he does
true.
have some skin in the game, so to say. I see some clips from Rex Ryan. And, he loves Dan Campbell. He loves the Lions. So it's good, man. And I know Rex, I don't know if he's kind of aged himself out of
he wants to go back and
I know
the
that,
Jets.
which is why I say I don't know if he's kind of aged himself out, but you can't deny some of the success that he had with the Jets. I mean, I know you're going back, 12, 15
with
years now.
Mark Sanchez took him to an AFC
they were beating the Patriots.
Game.
Like you can't deny that he was a pretty damn good coach. And I did know some players that played for him that
loved him.
Yeah, loved him. Just did things the right way, a no BS kind of guy. And so I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Like I said, if he even gets an interview, don't know. He might have aged himself kind of out of today's modern day NFL style of football.
Yes.
But I don't know. Who knows?
I know the pedicure business in any city. Exactly, he comes to that
He's
city.
just got to get his foot in the door. Somewhere.
Yes. Yeah, I thought there was a joke in there when you said there's a skin in the game. I was searching for it, couldn't find it in time.
No, there was
Well, by
not
the way,
one.
there
I
was
forgot about the
Little foot fetish.
the toe fetish. Yeah.
There were a couple of people during the game, not many, which thankfully, who thought that Campbell should have kicked the field goal when they went for it when they were already up 17.
4th-and-3.
Yeah, and you know what? What bothered me was the third down call before. They were running the ball pretty good, and he threw the ball in the corner of the end zone, overthrew St. Brown,
Yeah.
and then it was another pass on 4th down. That bothered me more than you're up 3 scores already. So if you kick a field goal, it's still going to be a 3-score game. I had no problem with them trying to, because if they would have converted there and scored a touchdown, the game would have been over.
Yeah,
then
you would have stepped down their throat, and
Yes.
I know it still would have been a 3-score game if you go up 24
Right.
points. But yeah, at that point of the game, going up 24 would have absolutely destroyed Chicago's any hope that they had getting back in the game. 17, you're like, okay, we got to score quick, but it's not impossible. 24, you're like, man, touchdown, 2-point conversion, touchdown, 2-point conversion. Yeah, so I did not hate it. I honestly was shocked that Thomas Brown, the series before, kicked
Punted.
punted, and then a couple series before that, punted
Yeah.
to make it a 17-point game when it was already 20.
Yeah.
It's like, man, and look, I know he's been through
Yeah.
he was a position coach,
Yeah.
and then a couple weeks later he's the offense coordinator, and then a couple weeks later he's a head coach.
Yes.
So yesterday we were talking, there was certainly some time management issues and some decisions that he made that were like, man, you can just tell this is a guy that's just not used to having some of those responsibilities that the head coach does have now. So it was kind of weird that they kicked a field goal to make it a 17-point game because they were down inside the red zone themselves, and I think it was like 4th and 6, 4th and 7, but still, dude, you're a team like that's lost 8 in a row, and you're kicking field goals against the best offense and just some questionable decisions. But I did not hate Dan Campbell trying to go for it on the 4th and 3. I thought J-Mo was wide open on the 3rd and 3. I just don't think Jarrett saw him. And then J-Mo was open on the 4th and 3 too. And I just think he was targeting his go-to guy, St. Brown.
Right.
Just didn't work out. But did it make a difference? No.
All right, coming up next, we will look ahead to San Francisco, and TJ will teach us all, and Greg too, how to sing Go Pack Go. 97.1 The Tick.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season, and there are reckless drivers everywhere. They can't seem to keep their own cars under control. So if you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any time of the year, you need an injury attorney that's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Not one of my favorite Christmas songs.
No?
What do you? Where's this stand in your?
It's not it wouldn't be in my top 10.
Nah,
I would
me
say
neither.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind any of them, but this is, Anyway,
Really? I thought this would
Really pique your
take
interest.
you back to your childhood.
no, Little Drummer Boys. I think my favorite
Little Drummer Boy.
of the classic ones.
Yeah.
Not like the rock and roll ones are different. They've been in a
I thought you'd
different
go
class.
Bruce.
Well, that's
It's a great one.
That's in the rock and roll.
Yeah.
He does a few others that are really good too, besides that one. All right. Next for the Lions is the San Francisco 49ers next Monday night, and the 49ers. Who would have thought this? Eliminated from the playoffs already. They were actually eliminated, I believe, before they even took the field against the Dolphins yesterday, or maybe not. Anyway, they had a decent game throwing the ball. Purdy was 26 of 40 for 313 yards. They couldn't run the ball at all, although it was 4.5 yards a carry, so I shouldn't have said that. But 18 carries, 81 yards.
Yeah, but Brock Purdy was their leading rusher.
Yes, with 28 yards on four carries. They haven't packed it in yet, but the fact of the matter that the way the Lions lost the NFC Championship game on that field last year, and the fact, what the Lions did in Dallas as well, I kind of think that this is one of these that obviously they need to win, probably, unless...
Well, I mean,
it's a receipt game, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
And I think you're going to have a ton of motivation based off what happens Sunday with Green Bay and Minnesota, right? If Minnesota loses to Green Bay, then you're going to have all the motivation in the world to go out to San Fran and lock up the 1 seed. With a win there, you'd lock up the 1 seed, and then the Minnesota game doesn't mean anything standing-wise.
Correct.
Right? So, I think you're going to have the luxury of, seeing Minnesota, knowing what's going to happen with them. Because even if Minnesota wins and you don't think it's going to happen, but you happen to lose to San Fran,
right?
It doesn't really hurt you. You're still going to have to beat Minnesota,
right?
At the end of the season, anyways, to get that 1 seed. But yeah, I do. I think that clearly this team holds grudges. I think certainly they have a very long memory about some things that have happened to them in the past, and. What different than Dallas? I mean, Dallas, you obviously felt like you were wronged by the league, which you were. Yeah. San Fran, I think it's a little bit of a different grudge because you showed for most of that game you can hang with them and you can beat them, and then just a comedy of errors, everything went against you the last 20 minutes or so of that game. So yeah, but no doubt they're going to have plenty of motivation, really, no matter what happens on Sunday in Minnesota with Green Bay. To go out there and kick the hell out of them.
Right, and there's a scenario that the game, if Minnesota wins, the Lions 49ers game means absolutely nothing as far as standing-wise. If Minnesota beats Green Bay.
Right, because you would still have to beat Minnesota.
Right.
I know where you're going.
So I'm going to ask you the question. And
the answer is no.
Good. There are people who suggest that they should just rest guys in that game because it doesn't mean anything.
Okay, rest some guys. If you've got a guy that's 70%, and man, if he can play right, let's say it this way, if Minnesota loses to Green Bay,
right,
and you need all hands on deck to go lock up the 1 seed, you're going to be guy. Okay, I know you're questionable. Let's go get this one,
right,
and then let's think about next week.
Right.
If you got a guy that's questionable. And, man, yeah, I can play, but, man, it's really going to hurt me maybe for the rest of the season. Maybe that's a situation where you say a guy like Graham Glasgow, right, who's clearly beat up. Next week, let's say he gets a little bit better and he's close to playing. If that game means something and you got a chance to lock up the 1 seed, yeah, dude, we need you. Go gut it out for us. Let's do it right now.
But if the Vikings
win, then it might be, okay, Grant, you know what? Let's give Mahogany another game. Let's let you rest for the showdown next week, right? So that's the only way I would even think about resting players, right? I'm not going to say, okay, Jared Goff, you're not playing. Jameer Gibbs, you're not playing. I'm not doing that. Absolutely not.
Last year, the last game of the season, I don't think had any significance as far as seeding, or did it? I don't think so, because they all played. Goff played the entire game. The last game was also against Minnesota at Ford Field.
That was also the healthiest they were all season long as well. So they were going into the playoffs as a very healthy team. They could get Anzalone back. I don't know that there's anybody else that might be returning early in the playoffs?
The clock will start this week on Anzalone and Khalif Raymond.
Okay, and still, I don't know if anybody's gotten any updates on Derek Barnes potentially.
No,
that's a great mystery.
Yeah,
I don't even,
right.
yeah.
Like it was never like a season. Oh, he's gone for the year.
Right.
6 to 8 month type thing. It was just he's
Yeah.
going to be out some time. So maybe he's a guy that could qualify. I have no idea. I don't want to give people false hope, but he could possibly, from everything we know, could be a guy that maybe you can get him back for
a couple
late
of linebackers back.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Be all right.
All right, Teach, thanks for coming in. As always, I will see you next Tuesday.
Bright and early.
Like 6 a.m.
Yeah,
when we
whenever
start.
we land, I'm heading right here, man. So.
That's right.
Sleep on the plane.
Hopefully it'll be an NFC number 1 seed flight home. That remains to be seen. Carson Anderson coming up next. What's up, boys? Gator, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Yeah.
Good to have you back.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, I was just taking some time off.
Vacate? Did you go anywhere?
I did not.
No?
No?
Staycation.
Staycation, yeah. Yeah.
It's the best sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, it was the best. Just time off. It was good. Just to,
Can I chump Josh Heupel, by the way? He bothers me for some reason.
The professional bowler?
No, isn't that the
Tennessee.
Heupel?
He looks like
Especially
exactly.
with the orange shirt. Yeah. He looks like a professional bowler.
I like your reasoning.
Yeah.
He
He
just
just
bothers
bothers me.
Yeah.
no, he's got a punchable
He was
face.
like throwing a hissy fit the entire game on the sideline.
He's a quarterback.
He was a real douchebag, too, to the sideline reporter during halftime. Am I allowed to
Yeah.
say that?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was-
Yeah.
Just like to the sideline reporter, he was being so like arrogant with her and
I
like
know.
bothering me. I don't got time for you. Just
Yeah, there's one question, and
Sorry,
he couldn't even
he's my
answer
chum.
one question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's my chum.
He's one of those guys, almost goes into the
Just something
category.
about you.
Well, no, besides that, guys who look like they smell.
Wow.
like Bartolo Colon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only that,
Both
he
Yeah.
also looks like a guy, and I know he's very smart, football wise, offense. He's kind of out there, but he doesn't look like he's that smart. You know what I mean?
Oh, he looks stupid, is what you're saying?
Heupel is just getting annihilated this
Huh.
morning.
I know.
Johnny
Yeah,
got something
I
to
was
say
a little
about it?
irritated, but I'm not going to sit there and say he looks like a dummy.
We call him
yeah.
a DB. Doesn't look smart. Looks like he smells bad.
He's a professional bowler. Yeah.
Yes.
Heupel just catching strays.
Yes, indeed. All right. Besides Champ and Chump, what do you guys got going?
There's obviously plenty to talk about out of yesterday's game as the train appears to be back on the tracks, huh?
Yes,
Yes.
indeed. All right. See you tomorrow. 97 won the ticket.
The Lions are 13-2 and on top of the NFC thanks to an Eagles loss yesterday. If they win next week, they can ensure that Philly will not get the top seed. They can also clinch the number 1 spot themselves with a win, plus the Vikings lost to the Packers. The Red Wings host the Blues tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit lost both games to the Canadiens last week. St. Louis on a 3-game slide of their own. Hear the game right here on 97 won the ticket. Face off at 7. The Pistons have game 2 of their 4-game West Coast road swing tonight. Isaiah Stewart will miss his 3rd straight game with a left knee sprain. The Lakers on tap. Both LeBron and Anthony Davis are questionable. LeBron did play last game. Tip at 10:30. Coverage right here on 97 won the ticket as well. The Red Sox have signed Walker Buehler to a 1-year, $21 million deal. Buehler has been a name brought up by many writers as a good fit for the Tigers. Jock Peterson also going to Texas. Sean Manaea re-upping with the Mets on a 3-year deal as well. Toledo getting ready to play Pittsburgh in the game above bowl on the 26th here in Detroit. Both teams are getting into practice at Ford Field as we speak. Shohei Ohtani has won the AP Male Athlete of the Year award. It's the 3rd time he's had such an honor bestowed on him. In his exclusive interview with the AP, he said he hopes to be fully healthy by opening day, which means being ready to pitch as well. He said he doesn't have full range of motion in his shoulder, but it's feeling better. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi there, Doug.
Hello, Scott.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay.
Things look better today, don't they?
A little bit.
Things look much better today.
A little bit. I'll take it.
Yep, as you should.
Yes, Philadelphia losing is nice.
Yeah, nice little bonus.
Yeah, Lions taking care of business, and it looks like that they go out injury-free from the game.
Yeah. At this point, the funny thing is, I feel like you never know that till a few days later when
Right,
suddenly
exactly,
somebody shows
right.
up on the injured
Glasgow's
list.
out?
Yeah, I had no idea he got banged up the week prior in the loss to Buffalo. But so here they are. That looked like the Detroit Lions, and Chicago's not a great team. Got it, but as I like to say, I never get mad at a team for going out and doing what they're supposed to do. And I fight the urge to compare them to a perfect standard, which is something that I think when you have a pretty damn good team, it's something that happens. You start to compare them to a perfect standard, which is of course ridiculous. But they're, we keep throughout the season. Repetitive theme here on this show has been things will change. Things change, and they're going to change again between now and the end of the regular season. But with just 2 weeks left, we have a more clear representation of what the football team's going to look like going into the postseason than we did in October and November. And they still look pretty damn good. The defense held Chicago to 17 points. It's a defense that has challenges as far as personnel. But 17 is certainly acceptable. Now, will better teams take them apart like Buffalo did? They might. But the job of the Detroit Lions defense is just get a few stops and just force field goals, and the offense will take care of business. And the offense looked great. And as we said, Jahmyr Gibbs is fully capable of being a star in this league. In fact, we expect him to, the opinion of him nationwide to change because he's going to get opportunity. He's going to get opportunity.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs looks great. The offense looked very good yesterday. Rolled up a ton of yards in the game. Unfortunately, settled for field goals instead of touchdowns on a few drives, but it's okay. On a couple of drives, I should say. They just commanded the game, much like they did the first time they played Chicago when they got out to the 16-0 lead. It was an eerily similar game. That time, offensively dominant, and yet the score wasn't reflective of it necessarily because of field goals instead of touchdowns. But they did enough, and then they started putting the ball in the end zone, and they did things that fans want to see. Fans like to use the term because they hear the media pundits say it every once in a while, take the top off the defense. I think what happened with Jared Goff throwing that pass to Jameson Williams, that looks exactly like taking the top off the defense.
That is a vintage
there it is.
Top being taken off.
Yes, and that was a perfectly thrown deep ball. And I think we're more than a year into the, we just destroyed the narrative that Jared Goff can't throw deep. I think we're well past that. And there's another example. Hey, another perfect pass from Jared Goff throwing deep, this time hitting Jameson Williams in stride, which is what Lions fans have been clamoring for. And we've seen it several times this year, but that one was special. 82 yards was awesome. They were clicking. Goff had time to throw. Receivers are obviously getting open. They took care of business. And on the defensive side of the ball, from moment one, you knew that Ife Melifonwu was back on the field. And that was good to see. And kind of rearranging the defense a little bit with Ife and Kirby Joseph playing safety and Brian Branch working the slot corner, Meek Robinson slipping outside to the wide receiver corner spot. It was a different looking defense, and it was good enough. It was good enough. They held them to less than 20 points. I get that the Bears, kind of pushed the envelope a little bit towards the end there, going for it in times that normally you wouldn't, but because of the situation, you got to do what you got to do. And hats off to the defense for being good enough to do their job, and the Lions offense certainly did theirs.
Yeah, and the creativity was there with the Stumble-Rooski or whatever the hell they called that play.
Stumble-bum, yep.
Stumble-bum. It was awesome and funny, and I wonder, like, in the collective minds of all of us watching, how long before the thought crossed your mind, did they do that on purpose? Because when they snapped the ball, and I'm like, oh, and I said out loud as Goff stood up in the pocket and looked like he's ready to deliver, I said, if they turn this into a touchdown, because I was thinking it was a near disaster.
Yeah.
And then upon further review, I was like, I don't know if it was 15 seconds later when they started showing the replay, and that's weird that they both did they? And of course they did.
I don't want to appear to be smarter than most. It's not my intention. But as soon as
Nor is it rare. It's rarely your role.
rarely true.
But you knew right away?
Not right away, because the Goff slip, I'm like, oh, but I saw he was fine, but it was Jahmyr Gibbs who went flopping. I'm like, okay, this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
And then the replays further confirmed that. But
And-
it was brilliant play.
And Goff, when you saw the slow motion replay from behind the other end zone, like all the way down the field, field level, I'm like, wow, Goff really did a good job selling that.
I mean, really.
He really came damn close to falling without falling.
Did you guys hear what Ben Johnson wanted him to really do?
Yes.
My God. All right,
Insane.
Ben. I know you're a sicko, but geez, man. Hey, do you think you could fumble it right back to yourself?
Like, what? You see the shape of a football, right?
Yes.
You know how strange it bounces, right? If you want that to happen, like get the perfect bounce, get a kicker to do it.
Yes.
Because the kickers spend all day not kicking at practice. They spend all day figuring out ways to bounce a football on the ground like it's a basketball and have it come right back to them. They are absolute wizards when it comes to ball handling. Kickers and punters. But as a
I'm
quarterback,
glad Goff put the kibosh on
Yeah,
it.
he's
You
like,
know what?
I don't know about that there, Ben.
I'll just stumble. How's that? That'll work.
Yeah, I could look like a drunken sailor and see how that works.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Goff told the story afterwards that, yes, Ben Johnson's idea was, why don't we try fumbling it intentionally? You pick it up and throw a touchdown. And they revamped the plan and went with the stumble. And God, it was great. But
when I talk to him tomorrow, and obviously we'll bring it up, I do want to ask about the other guys. Are they open too? Is that a play specifically set up only for Laporta, or is Laporta just your number one read on that play? Because you've got St. Brown and Jamison Williams going out, and they have their backs to the play. They're just running the routes.
Yeah.
Because they don't know whether or not it's worked. But I assume that they're also looking back to see at some point, hey, am I getting the ball or not? But I wonder, how, like, was it just the person who's defending Laporta that bit, or did everybody bite? And is this from the all 12 or the all 22 angle, the camera way up high? Will it show that Jared Goff could have thrown a touchdown pass to three different receivers?
It very well might. It very well might.
Because it's a brilliant call.
We asked the question on Friday's show, and we had the Twitter poll out there about whether or not the Lions win big, win a close one, or lose. And the win big crowd, 41.8%, finished second. The Lions win a close game, 50.9%. It just appears that they got their mojo back, which they probably never really lost. Okay, Buffalo's really, really good. It doesn't mean something's wrong with you when you lose to a really good team. Probably the thing that's most wrong, of course, is the abundance of injuries, but they're still piecing it together defensively. We'll get to your phone calls, your feedback. It's Carson Anderson on a Victory Monday following the Lions win over the Chicago Bears. 248-539-9797. For those who don't know, Mondays mean champ and chump. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We call it champ and chump of the weekend. We tally up your votes and post on the website on Tuesday who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. So get your votes in. Let your voice be heard. 248-539-9797. We talk to you next. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Merry Christmas, everybody. Lions, wow, good performance again. There are still things that need to get better, and that's what we do here is we're holding up to a perfect standard. And look, Dan Campbell said it after the game. I got a smile a mile wide because I remember he claimed on Tuesday when he came on the morning show last week, if we win by 1 point, 3-2, and only have 70 yards offense, I'm going to be smiling from ear to ear. Ear to blank and ear. If we give up 700 yards but win by 1 point, you're going to see me with a smile on my face. And he got up on the podium yesterday and said, see, I'm smiling. And it's because it's all about getting the wins, and got another one. And but I heard him use the term. There's still stuff we need to clean up, and you're always trying to fix what ails you. So not perfect, but certainly more than good enough. Lions got a bit of their mojo back, and things change. Things change, and they changed a lot in Philly. We'll get to that coming up. We go to Derek in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hey, good morning.
What's
Thanks
up?
for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a couple, major issue, but it's about the offense and the defense, and the lack of credit that I feel Aaron Glenn is not getting for the job he's doing this year. Okay. Now, is it true or not that we got about 7 or 8 potential Pro Bowlers on offense? I mean, what I mean by that is that Jared Goff has a lot of weapons, and everybody knows Johnson is using them all, and we're keeping everybody happy, so forth and so on. But Aaron Glenn this year started off with 2 or 3 of his best players on IR right away, okay? And no matter who comes in there, after losing Hutch and everybody else that they lost, he has held this defense to a high standard, mainly playing man-to-man, okay? So I'm just saying I wish we'd give a little more credit to Aaron Glenn for what his part in what's going on with this fantastic team.
Derek, I can't speak for everybody everywhere. I know that we love talking about Aaron Glenn and think he's done a hell of a job.
It's unbelievable what he's done.
Yeah, and we've talked about it quite a bit, but like I said, I can't speak for everybody everywhere. But yeah, he's been.
We're big fans of what he's been able to accomplish with everybody being out. I mean, there was a whole after last season, people want to change the defense and let's see what they can do. They better be better, because of what happened in San Francisco. They revamped the entire secondary, and fortunately, knocking on wood, for the most part, that's been pretty healthy, but everything else has been a disaster. Losing the linebackers, losing the defensive linemen. It's been an unmitigated disaster, and yet he has held it all together, found a way to scheme it up, found a way to motivate the players and get these players playing the way that they do. And at times it's a bend but don't break, but bending and not breaking is brilliant. And other times it's just a dominant defensive effort. What we saw yesterday was, again, kind of piecemealing it together. And it worked. Okay, Caleb Williams is going to throw for 300 yards, and you're going to give the Lions some fits with your ability to scramble. Okay, that's fine. You're still only scoring 17 points, and we doubled you up. Great job.
Thanks. So I thank you for taking my call, though, because he's doing a lot with bubble gum and duct tape back there.
He is. He is. And you know what? Unfortunately, he's probably not going to be with the Lions next season. Because if I were another team and I had a job opening, Aaron Glenn, if I was looking for a defensive-minded coach, would be number 1 on my list because of what he has done with the Detroit Lions. Specifically what he's done this year. I mean, he's building his resume year after year. The Lions have gotten better and better defensively, but what he's done this year is absolutely incredible.
And don't discount the fact that, he's done a great job with the defense, like you guys mentioned, but the leader of men thing, like he's learning under Dan Campbell, and then even when Aaron Glenn takes the podium, I'm fired up. I'm like, you know what?
Yes.
I want to do more for him. I will suit up for you in the secondary if you need so. So the fact that, yes, he's good with the X and O's, he's playing with Jimmy and Joe's, but he can lead these guys, and that's huge.
I feel like if he told me my penmanship sucked, which it does, that I might have to go out and take a calligraphy course and just learn because I want to please him.
So, look, I said this when he first came in.
Maybe not all the way like that.
When he first came in, I made the point that he is a great listen in a press conference. And that I've been fooled into the past thinking that means he's a great coach. So I want to be careful here because a guy really you can tell knows what he's talking about at a press conference doesn't mean that it applies in practice and in the locker room and on the field, that you really know what you're doing. He knows what he's doing. That's the best part of all this. He totally knows what he's doing.
Absolutely knows what he's doing.
248-539-9797. D in Detroit, you're next. Hi, D.
What's going on, DK, Kane, David? Merry Christmas, homies.
Merry
Same
Christmas.
to you, D.
Hey, bro, check this out, man. Me, my brother, my uncle, Cole, a whole bunch of family members, we watching the game. Jared Goff dropped back, he slipped, Gibbs slipped, and I hear, fumble, fumble, fumble. And I'm like, man, how did two players slip on one play? My brother yelled, bro, that's not a fumble. That's a fake fumble play. I'm like, what? And they showed the replay, and I'm like, Ben Johnson. Fellas, watch how many teams Hughes have played in the future, man, because it was just work to perfection, bro. And when you heard the defense yelling fumble, fumble, they all looking for the ball, including the secondary. And I'm saying, oh, man, that was a sneak, fake fumble. Hats off to Ben Johnson, bro.
It was a hell of a play. D, it was a hell of a play. They executed to perfection. And on the sideline, when they were laughing about it afterwards, I mean, that's one of those things. I remember like hearing coaches talk about trick plays get people enthused. Like the fans love them. The players love them too.
Who was the quarterback at Michigan State that did that 1 year? Was it Cousins?
I
or
think
was
it was Cousins, where he kind of put the ball down and shook it on the ground.
Yeah, it was the
like
same thing. It was a fake,
Yeah.
and then rolled to it. It was a hell of a lot closer to the end zone, and they end up getting a touchdown on that one as well. But yeah, that play is great.
Great play. And fellas, one more thing, man. Minnesota is a fraud. I know I'm going out on the limb saying this, bro, even though they got a damn good record on our heels. But, bro, if you watch all the Minnesota games, bro, they never come out. They never come out and dominate nobody. They always let you make turnovers, or they always let you make the mistakes, and they get back in the game. If you watch all of their comeback victories, bro, they never come out the gate and dominate you. Therefore, I say they're a fraud, bro, and we're going to kick their ass. Love the show, Merry Christmas, bro.
I'm gonna stop short of saying that they're a fraud. Okay, I think that's a bit of an overstatement. They're finding ways to win games, and look, we've talked about the Lions' margin of victory being on track to be one of the highest in the last couple of decades, but it doesn't mean everything when it's all said and done. I'd have to go back and find the research, but it was the Lions' margin of victory was average margin of victory something like 18 points. And when you compared that to the last couple of decades, there were 4 other teams, an Eagles team, a 49ers team, 2 Patriot teams that had similar margins of victory, that were winning as much as the Lions did and had similar margins of victory, and only one of those teams won a Super Bowl. That's the scary part, is that all this regular season blowout success doesn't correlate directly into Super Bowls. And so, there's still work to be done. There's still a lot of work to be done. And that's why I won't call Minnesota a fraud. Because the bottom line, the name of the game is winning. And they keep finding a way to win. And the margin of victory, it doesn't matter as much as I wish it did. Because if it did, Lions would have a very strong resume according to the playoff committee.
Yes, they would. They've been very good when it comes to the margin of victory. When you look at how many points this team has scored and the point differential, it's plus 194. Is that good?
Yep.
Number 2 in the league, Buffalo, at plus 138.
Yeah.
So it's more than 50 points better. That's amazing what they've done.
So it's 15 points a game. And they're undefeated on the road. Like the Lions have gone into every stadium they've played in. First of all, the Lions go in, then the fans come in and invade stadiums, and the Lions just take your soul. It's, we always talk about this because it truly is so different than it used to be. It doesn't feel like that long ago we were talking about I don't even remember how long the losing streak was on the road. It's like 20-something games in a row. Time. And now they just keep winning on the road.
And convincingly.
They walk in your building and everybody's hands go up. Does anybody get
And then
it?
they come
Nobody?
down.
No, yeah. And then they stay there. And then they stay there. All they do is win, win, win. It's the next line. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Your kids are very embarrassed right now, Doug.
You know, that's 30% of good dadding is embarrassing your kid. Yeah, I think so.
Well, you've hit it.
Hit my quota for the day.
Yeah. Look, the year's not even done. Way to go, Doug.
Champ and Chump, get your votes in. We'll have ours today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're unbeatable. You start with the Equinox EV. It's only $114 a month. The Blazer EV all-wheel drive, that's only $222 a month. And the Chevy Blazer is only $294 a month. Now, all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. That's taxes and fees included, because there's no games and no gimmicks, just great winning deals for the customers at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. If you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats, well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line, because service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Dan Campbell following the Lions win over the Chicago Bears to improve on the season to 13-2. Still hanging on to that 1 seed, and we do need to talk about what happened in Philly because, them losing to the Commanders wasn't a total surprise. We talked about it a little bit last week, that was a tough game on the road, and the Commanders found a way to come back. But also Jalen Hurts gets hurt. Saquon Barkley, I think Dan Orlovsky had the stat, had 5 negative rushes in the game. The Commanders' defensive line gave Philly problems. Look, we see our own warts and we see what's going wrong here. And things change. They're not perfect elsewhere. Who knows what the story with Hurts is? It's a concussion. It feels like those things are somewhat vague as far as their long-term prognosis. He's probably going to be okay. And certainly we don't wish injury upon anybody.
Absolutely not.
But it's just a reminder that stuff that has ailed us ails others. And now Philly is on the brink of being eliminated. Like the scenarios for Philly to get the 1 seed are pretty grim for them. 1 Lions win and Philly's done. So this weekend, Lions can clinch number 1. They got to beat San Francisco. And if Green Bay beats Minnesota, Lions are the 1 seed.
Damn Vikings are still there.
They are.
They won't go away.
They won't go away. A man wanted to call him a fraud. I'm not going to go there because it's just all about winning. And
I'm like, Seattle, you got this, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, they don't got it.
Nope.
Thought they had it. They don't. Vikings win that one 27-24. They are pesky.
Those MFers don't lose, man.
They don't. And they were without some players yesterday too, but they took care of business. That offense is so good. The weapons that he has, anyway, that Darnold has to work with. I don't think Darnold's good, but the rest of the team.
We know how you feel about Darnold.
Yeah, I don't like Darnold.
Doug, I'm with you. I'm not going to call him a fraud or anything either, but let's be honest. Do they give you guys some kind of the same type of vibes that Minnesota team had a couple years ago where they're winning every game by 1 score and then they end up getting bounced at home by the Giants and Daniel Jones? Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to disrespect them, but also, when does this luck run out or whatever you want to call it? They can't keep winning every game like this.
No, one would imagine. And look, I'd rather be Detroit than Minnesota. Let me be clear about that. I think we're in a really, really good spot. But Minnesota, I will not look. I think it'd be foolish to look past them. 248-539-9797.
But it would be nice if Green Bay took care of business.
So that's a 1-point spread. Minnesota's a 1-point favorite.
At home. Minnesota's playing at home.
Yep. And Detroit.
Sunday at 1 o'clock.
Yep. Detroit in the Monday night game is a 3.5-point favorite against San Francisco. On paper, like San Francisco in a lot of ways scares me, even though they're depleted. But what I absolutely love is I think the Lions take care of business because of last year's NFC title game. I think that team, you think about what they did to Dallas.
There's such a chip on their shoulder.
Oh, my God. And they're really good at cultivating that stuff. I don't think you can cultivate it forever, but I think in your first real true ascent and they haven't gotten to the mountaintop yet, I think cultivating that stuff is something that is really authentic, and it doesn't need to be manufactured. I like their chances Monday. I think San Francisco is going to see the best version of the Lions.
Yeah, I like their chances on Monday as well. Miami just ran for 166 yards against San Francisco's defense, so that makes me feel good because it's going to be one of these games. Lions get to 30 quickly, then it's done. But Brock Purdy is a problem. It's not that I don't think he's a great quarterback, but what he does better than most is he buys himself some time. That guy is a scrambling machine, and that can be very frustrating. Lions went through a little bit of that yesterday with Caleb Williams. Brock Purdy finds himself in and out of trouble. It's amazing. If you watched any of that game against Miami yesterday, it was incredible to see him free himself. He threw for over 300 yards in the game, but not enough. They lost to Miami by double digits, and I look forward to that Monday night game as well. And also good to know that it is Monday night, so the Lions get that extra day of rest.
Yep.
Which is big, but they also lose that day of rest when you fear it because you finish the season against Minnesota.
But the good news is if everything goes right,
then it doesn't matter.
Then it won't matter, because if they want to rest people, they can. Still work to be done to get to that result, though.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Champ. Champ and Chump of the Weekend, who we do this every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? And Gator, I will start. My champ of the weekend is Jahmyr Gibbs, 23 carries, 109 yards. He was just, there was 4.7 yards a rush, and it felt like that was one of the more authentic 4.7 yards per carry. He was always getting 4, 5, 6 yards. Great performance by Jahmyr Gibbs when the plays were well blocked, when the plays were unblocked. He also added 4 catches for 45 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, my champ of the weekend.
He was great. I'm going to go with somebody else who was on the sidelines, though, not a player, not a coach, not a member of the staff. If you saw this story in the Free Press, Jeff Seidel had written, it's amazing. Ben Roth, who by the story is a longtime Lions fan who happens to be a paramedic from Frisco, Texas. He's a season ticket holder, and he decided he was going to take his 6-year-old daughter to go see the game in Chicago. They had tickets, got up to the game, and they were just talking to some fans in the stands. Saw somebody who was a Texas fan of some kind, of North Texas.
North Texas, yeah.
And his wife is a coach there at the swim and diving team. So he goes over, talks to the guy. The guy who was there with the shirt ends up saying, "Hey, I got a couple extra field passes if you want them." He's like, "Sure." So he goes down to the field, and while he's down the field, a few seconds later, he hears this thump, looks over to his right, and somebody just collapsed, fell to the ground. This guy, being a paramedic, gets right to the action, realizes this guy's going into cardiac arrest, immediately starts calling for the defibrillator, the portable defibrillator to come out, the AED. They bring that out. They save the guy's life. Long story short, but it's a fantastic story. If you haven't read it, go to the Free Press and read it. Fantastic story. This guy saves his life on the sideline just by 7 degrees of crazy separation that he's there. It's an amazing story, and it has a really happy ending.
That's like Dante from Clerks. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Right, which it said there. You're not even supposed to be here.
My chump of the weekend is the college football talking heads that are bitching about the blowouts. This is nothing new. In the last decade, in the college football playoff, do you know what the average margin of victory was in the semifinal round? 21 points. The blowouts in the college football playoff, nothing new. People are freaking out about this system, saying the committee blew it, when honestly, there's no system that's perfect that can account for every scenario. And people are acting like the system's the problem. You know what we're discovering? If you're going to really come out, it's quite possible that the playoff is now officially too big. But instead of acknowledging that maybe there's teams that are being let in that don't belong in, people are complaining about this, about the committee and the seedings, and it's mostly voices from the SEC. Let's call it what it is. But people should know better. And it's year one. Does this mean all the first-round matchups are always going to be blowouts? No. I hate the instant judging of things when we barely even seen it, and they're already calling it a disaster.
Well, Doug, I echo your sentiments. My chump of the week are those that are complaining about the college football playoff. They got it right, and I'm sorry that you didn't get upsets in the first round, but you weren't supposed to, okay? These are top 10 teams that didn't win the conference championship, so they're still top 10 teams, and they get to play games on their home turf and defend the home turf. Yeah, that's a big advantage. And if you looked at the point spreads in some of these games, they were bigger point spreads. I think they were double-digit point spreads, but they were like 7.5, 9.5. Look, they held serve. They did what they were supposed to do. And I imagine we can get into this for a longer discussion about it, but I find it laughable that people are that upset about this. Lane Kiffin in particular.
Yeah.
Hey, Lane, how about Ole Miss doesn't lose 3 games to Kentucky, a very average LSU team, and to a 5-5 at the time, a 5-5 Florida team? Congratulations, you beat one of the big dogs, but you lost to those 3. You don't belong in there. Shut up.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Colin in Ray Township. Hello, Colin.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good, Colin.
About that play with Goff, I woke up this morning looking for my daily dose of Dan Campbell talking in the locker room, you know.
Yeah.
And I seen a guy do a side-by-side where Jordan Love fumbled the football, it bounced back to him, and he throws a dot to Ferguson almost for a touchdown when they played the Bears.
Yep.
And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, that's got to be where he got the idea from, right? Like, that's exactly what they did.
It
And I didn't
very
know
well
if you guys
could be.
seen that before.
It was, yeah. No, that's they admitted that afterwards. They saw Jordan Love last year.
Oh, so they did okay.
Literally fumble the ball and picking it back up and throwing it for a touchdown, but it was a legitimate fumble. So that's where Ben Johnson got the inspiration.
Okay, I didn't hear him say that's where he got it from, but then I saw it. I'm like, that's got to be where he got it from. All right.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it, that you take a play like that and you turn it into something that you do intentionally and very, very successfully.
Right. It's crazy to look at and be like, I think we can perfect that.
Right. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
That's innovation. That's
great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I didn't hear him say that, so appreciate the time.
Thank you, Colin. 248-539-9797. So here are the Lions, and I'd say their position gator is strong to quite strong as they go into these last 2 weeks of the season. What do they got? They got a chance to close it out this weekend. We've talked about the scenario if the Lions win and Minnesota loses, it's a wrap. The Lions will be 14-2. They will have even if Minnesota wins, the Lions will have a better in-division record because that would be another division loss for Minnesota, which would be the tiebreaker. That even if Minnesota comes to Detroit and wins the season finale, that tiebreaker would be advantage Lions because it would split the head-to-head and the in-division record. That would be the Lions' first loss in the division, and Minnesota would have two, and so the Lions would wrap it up with a win and a Minnesota loss. If the Lions lose and Minnesota wins, then it does come down to the last game of the season. And if they both win, it comes down to the last game of the season. So, look, it's pretty simple. Just win this game and cross your fingers. By the time the Lions take the field, and that's the advantage of playing on Monday night, they will have known if they are playing for the number one seed. And that will be one motivated team that's got the bad taste in their mouth of their last trip to San Francisco, coupled with a number one seed on the line. I figure that will be a tough Lions team to stop. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes, get them in, or your phone calls and feedback. Maybe my favorite part of the game yesterday that was second to the life-saving did take place on the sideline as well. We'll get to that at 10:50. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. White glove service. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. There you go, Dan Campbell, the Detroit Lions, with a definitive win in Chicago, 34-17 over the Chicago Bears. They got the Monday night game in San Francisco now, which could be a chance to close out the 1 seed. And there you go. Right back on track, I think is a way to put it. I don't know. I don't want to overstate the case, but I think Detroiters feel way better today than they did much of last week. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dre is in Detroit, and he is next. Hi, Dre.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you all doing today?
Doing good, Dre.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to both of you guys, and
Thank you.
Hope everything's well with your families. All right.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, I just wanted to call. I guess I got to champ the the Lions coaching staff. I really like the way that Dan Campbell took J-Mo. After he got that penalty on the sidelines, brought him over, kind of chastised him like a father would do his son, and then came right back and they threw the big play to him. Let him know, hey, you are still part of this team. You are a big playmaker. This is what we need you to do. I really, I like the way that he motivates the guys even when they make big mistakes. I got to champ the coaching staff for that. And then I got to chump my wife, man. And I thank God she doesn't listen to the show. But, man, oh, my God, I was searching online. Because, she doesn't bother me when the Lions are playing because she knows that's my team, okay? But when the game ended, they cut it to the Washington game. Well, she wanted me to go and help her, clean the house and this and that. I was like, babe, this is football Sunday. Man, I went online and I tried to find the Gator rant so bad because I wanted to play it for her.
That's great.
Man, I searched and I could not find it because I said, you need to hear the Gator rant, babe. I said, because you just don't understand. I said, it's only a few hours over the weekend. I do everything I can around the house, and I found myself getting ready to turn it to Gator, and I said, I better catch myself here.
Yeah, you better. That's going to get you further from, my friend.
Yeah. Hey, it's all a negotiation. It's all a negotiation.
Yeah, it is. And I'm glad that I did sit down and watch that game because to see Washington pull it out, I think it was like 50 seconds left. Man, that was just so awesome. It just gave me even more relief. I said, okay, now the destiny is really in the Lions' hands from here on out, and I think we really got a strong chance to do it, man. The defense isn't great, but they held their own yesterday, and I think they can do well in San Francisco, and I'm hoping Green Bay will show up against Minnesota. So I'm really optimistic that we can still grab this number 1 seed.
Absolutely. You should be. They're in a great spot. They are in a great spot. And it didn't take long for it to get back to where we're feeling good. Now, they got business to take care of still. Season's not over. Things will change again in the next 2 weeks. Something else is going to happen. Maybe it'll be great. Maybe it'll be Alex Anzalone and Derek Barnes back on the field. Maybe, maybe it'll swing the other way. But right now, that's why we say it. Seasons are long and things can change. 248-539-9790. Seasons are long. This season's getting shorter.
This is true.
All right, my favorite moment off the field, I got to tell you, I want to sometime in my life get to celebrate the way Antoine Randall L. celebrated the Jameson Williams bomb.
He was pretty excited.
He was so fired up.
He was hopping, skipping, jumping, running.
He was running. He had the great fist pump with the leg kick timed out. I'm like, I couldn't get enough of watching that. And I guess afterwards, Stacey Delves showed Jameson Williams, got his live reaction, showed him the celebration. And I haven't been able to hear what he had to say. I could just see it on my computer. It has no volume here in studio. And he's loving it. And it was just authentic joy, man. Authentic joy.
Yeah. That was it was special. I mean, those are his guys, right? The wide receiver room, and wants to see them succeed. And when you get to unlock what Jameson Williams is, which is faster than just about everybody in the National Football League. We've known it. We've been waiting to see it on display exactly like that. We've seen it where it's, hey, we got a 40-yard pass here, or hey, a 50-yard pass downfield. But this was 82-yard touchdown pass. Goff steps up into the pocket. It's just a perfect setup. He's able to, the pressure's coming, steps up out of the pressure, heaves it as far as he can, straight down in a post pattern, and hits him in stride. And you're not going to catch him. He already had 3 steps on the defenders and just runs in the end zone effortlessly. It was beautiful.
The Randall L excitement is like it's like father son when he saw J-Mo catch that and run away with it, because that it's different than just. Of course, all the receivers are his guys. You know,
Sure.
I mean, he coaches them every day. He's happy for all of them. But it was different when it was J-Mo out there, especially after the penalty and all that stuff. Go out there, hit that bomb in stride, catch it, score. It was like a dad watching his kid. And say what you want about Jameson Williams, him, you know, he's an adult and all that stuff, but he's youthful. And that's organic. Like, he is a youthful, young player in this league who's having legit fun. And he's all smiles, and when he interviews after the game and things like that, I mean, he's just, you can tell he's a kid at heart still. And so I think when Randall L sees him growing in front of him and maturing and developing as a player, that's why he gets so excited, you know? And that was so fun to watch him on the sidelines.
It was authentic, man. It was a really great moment. Now, J-Mo gets the personal foul again. He gets talked to by Dan Campbell. We had that brought up by a listener. You know, you just never want one of those to really cost the Lions. And we don't know the whole story. And, Kang, you pointed out that the last time they played the Bears and he got the personal foul on the sidelines, who was the player he was in?
Stevenson?
Stevenson.
Yeah.
He got fined. Stevenson got fined $10,000 for tripping up J-Mo, which is something I did not realize. So they've got some back and forth. It was the same guy. You don't know what was said or what was done. I would say to J-Mo, your head coach keeps going to bat for you in these situations, and he's awesome for it. But reward him. Make sure you reward him. I have no problem with coaches handling things, how they're going to handle them. But if you go to bat for a guy a couple times, and that guy lets you down, you make your coach look bad. And he's your guy, man. He is totally defending you. It's no big deal. Again, but I'm a little fearful.
Well, I was too when I saw that, and I'm like, oh, that's not it. Because first of all, I didn't think there was anything flaggable. I mean, if you're going to flag him because he spun the ball on the ground, everybody spins it. Why is that taunting, or why is it a penalty? I didn't get it, but whatever. They called the penalty on him, and why? Because it's Jameson Williams, and he's got a reputation now. So he's under heavy scrutiny every game, and he has to know that. So fortunately, the Lions were able to, I think they ended up with a field goal on that drive.
Yeah,
they got points.
They fell 15 yards short of the end zone. I mean, they might have made it to the 14, which I'm not going to say that yardage cost them a touchdown, because you don't know what will happen after the drive. But
they still got points, but they didn't get 7. They got 3. If they got 7, you would have said, okay, I don't care. But they still got points out of it. And then you wanted to reward the coach? He did on that 82-yard touchdown pass a couple drives later. And, you know, Jameson Williams had a hell of a game, 143 yards receiving.
He was great.
5 catches.
He was great.
And the touchdown. So
again, it's not a federal case. I'm just saying, make sure you reward the coach for defending you, and he does. And, I like the way he handled it. But we don't want it to burn him later in bigger games. Ron is in Warren and next. Hi, Ron.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing great, Ron.
Okay, please don't hang up on me and think I'm crazy.
Okay.
Okay. Minnesota and Green Bay play Sunday the 29th, correct?
Yeah, they play Sunday. The Lions play Monday.
Okay, so by the time the Lion kickoff starts, we're going to know whether Minnesota won or lost.
Yep.
So say Minnesota wins, which sets up for everything to be at the end. What's the purpose of the Lions playing their starters if they have nothing to gain but everything to lose? If
Well,
they
hold
get
on.
somebody
They do
hurt?
have something to gain. If Minnesota loses and the Lions win,
No, I'm saying
he's saying Minnesota wins. If Minnesota beats Green Bay, he wants to set up the showdown for the last game. So why risk anybody in the game against San Francisco when if you win or lose, it's still going to be a showdown the last game of the season because
And
Minnesota
Washington
would win.
already lost. I mean, and Philadelphia already lost, so we ain't got to worry about that.
So the San Francisco game under that scenario is somewhat meaningless. And the Lions, if the Lions lose to Minnesota, it wouldn't cost them the 5 seed, which is somewhat meaningful, not too terribly meaningful.
Look, that's outside the box thinking and trying to rest the players, and I can appreciate that. But I think this is the National Football League, and you're still playing.
Plus, this is my last point, guys. Plus, the Lions got to fly out to San Francisco to the West Coast and fly back. And then next week would be short rest, 6 days instead of full 7. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I want to get on board, but I can't do it.
I can't imagine the Lions actually doing that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Dan Campbell actually doing that.
I don't know if any team in the National Football League would do that in that situation, but I understand the logic behind it.
I do too. I don't think I subscribe to it because I don't want to even mess around with that, but it's interesting. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, your champ and chump votes as we continue here on Carson Anderson on another Victory Monday, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons are back in the hardwood tonight in L.A. facing the Lakers, who may be without LeBron and Anthony Davis. Both are questionable. Tip at 10:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Simon Edvinsson was back on the ice for the Red Wings morning skate. He missed both Canadiens games last week with an upper body injury. Ben Sherratt was not on the ice meanwhile. The Blues are in town tonight at LCA. Pre-game with Luke Sloan begins at 6:45, also here on The Ticket. Free agent pitcher Walker Buehler has inked a deal with the Red Sox worth $20 million for just 1 year. Reports saying that the Tigers would prefer to sign pitchers to one-year deals this offseason, and Buehler was a name that was linked to them. Alex Cobb remains their lone rotation move so far. Andrew McCutchen has also signed a one-year deal with the Pirates for $5 million. The 38-year-old had 20 home runs last season. The Packers face the Saints tonight on Monday Night Football. Green Bay has won 4 of their last 5 games, including a win over Seattle in their last contest, kicked there at 8:15. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy holidays, everybody. Christmas week. Enjoy. time with family and friends. 248-539-9797. It helps when the Detroit Lions football team wins again, and this time 34-17 over the Chicago Bears. Setting up a stretch run when you couple it with Philly losing. The only thing that would have made it perfect is if Minnesota had also lost. And there's a lot of people chumping Seattle for not coming through in that game. By the way, 9-3 this weekend. Gator and I picking games. 9-3. We're both well over 500 now. Finishing strong here with If I Bet It. 248-539-9797.
Doing what we can.
Yep. Got an update on Jalen Hurts. This is interesting. It's from Jeff McClain, who is a reporter for The Inquirer in Philly and does a podcast and covers the Eagles. I'm trying to interpret this, and I want you and Kang to help me. Regarding Jalen Hurts' concussion, he'll be in protocol, which could limit him once practice or walkthroughs start on Wednesday. You'd like your quarterback to take all the reps before the game. Then he writes this, but it's important to note that players increasingly return the game after a concussion, i.e. Sidney Brown and Britton Covey for the Eagles, most recently Zach Ertz this weekend for the Commanders. Now, the way he wrote this, it's important to note that players increasingly return the game after a concussion. Is he saying that the Eagles have put concussed players back in games because they weren't that serious, or they passed the sideline test, and then he's pointing out that Hurts they did not put back in? But the way he wrote it is, it's important to note that players increasingly return the game after a concussion. I think he means return to the game. But I feel like the implication from this is that it might be a rather serious concussion.
I don't know how to take it. It's obviously it's a big blow to Philadelphia if he's unable to play in the next week. I know Kenny Pickett came in and he did okay in the game yesterday. I still like Kenny Pickett, but it's a different type of quarterback altogether. I mean, Jalen Hurts is a dual threat and one of the better running quarterbacks in the league, and they really have that offense going when he's there. But with him out, that's a big blow to them. But they have to be really careful, because if nobody's conceding anything, right? But if Philadelphia, if they, let's say, in their mind in a little bit just kind of concede, okay, we're not going to be the number one seed,
yep,
then what's best for Philadelphia is to just be as healthy as you can be for the playoffs. And maybe resting Jalen Hurts is the smartest thing to do.
Kang, how do you interpret that tweet?
All right, so you always get kind of like in a gray area when you try to do stuff like this, but we'll do it anyways because I think it's so important to what the Lions are trying to do, achieve the number one seed. I think that what he's trying to say, Doug, or right, is that he's not going to be able to prepare because he's in protocol this week.
Right.
But with the way the NFL is, even if you're in protocol during the week, players regularly play the next game.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So if he gets cleared before their next game at any point, he's probably going to play, because players like Zach Ertz and other players around the league, even though they suffer a concussion in a game, leave the game in protocol the entire week.
Don't practice,
but they still play the following week.
We don't know what the lingering symptoms might be, severity of this thing.
Well, it changes by the person to person.
Yeah, concussions are so hard to understand. Even the foremost authorities on them say, look, they're still hard to measure. They're still hard to diagnose. But hopefully he's okay. And I mean that sincerely. Philly might not really be our biggest concern as far as the one seed is. It's clearly Minnesota at this point. And it's wild. The difference between being the one seed and not is so punitive. Dropping to the 5 seed and having to go on the road. It's hard to imagine this Lions team potentially having to do that, but if it comes down to the last game, they may have to win it or else.
Yeah, going on the road and playing an extra game. Like theoretically, the Lions right now are 3 home games away from the Super Bowl.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's a big difference. And that's from the 1 seed down to the 5. It changes. That's if you're the 1 seed. But as far as the injuries is concerned, like, you know how we have all these internet doctors now, guys, breaking down every injury from across the league, and they'll go, hey, this looks like an MCL that's 3 to 6, and every player is different, but they can give you a decent range. concussions are a completely different ball game. Not only is every player and person different, but it's a concussion. You have no idea how their brain is being affected right now by what just happened on the field. So they can't go, oh, looks like mild concussion, out 2 weeks. Like, you can't do that with every individual.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Aaron in Sterling Heights. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, guys, how are you? Certainly have come to enjoy these locker room celebrations after these wins, and there were some dynamics yesterday that nobody's talked about but was pretty interesting. So when Coach Campbell goes out to give out the game ball, he throws it to St. Brown, and St. Brown kind of gestures to give it to Jamison Williams, who I think could have been given a game ball with 143 yards and the touchdown. But Coach Campbell specifically says, no, it's yours, right? And then so I think the disciplinary stuff didn't stop with the reaming on the sideline. I think he rated a game ball, but Coach Campbell didn't give him one. And then interestingly enough, usually the guy that gets the game ball is the one who breaks him down afterwards. Well, Amon-Ra St. Brown let Jamison Williams break him down after that. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting thing that nobody had brought up yet.
Yeah, we hadn't, and I saw that, and I do wonder if Dan Campbell would say, yeah, the guy was great, but I'm not going to give you a game ball if you get a personal foul.
Exactly.
Right. Is that a message being sent? And
I want to be careful here. I don't want to make this into a big deal. J-Mo was great yesterday.
Yeah.
He was great. So, I don't want this to take over the show.
He got flagged for something that I don't think many players would get flagged for.
And I just want to point this out, too. Like, I don't think Jamison Williams is some kind of loose cannon. He had history with this player. And I got to tell you, I think it was borderline late hit that he took that he was upset about. So it wasn't like he just all of a sudden.
Which is what I thought the flag was for.
Yeah, me too, kind of. But, he's got history with that player. That player tripped him purposely on the sidelines a few weeks ago that the NFL fined Stevenson for.
Yep.
So there's some history there. But with that being said, I do want to keep it. He's got to keep his emotions in check and not hurt the team.
Now, the other thing is, okay, St. Brown statistically didn't have this amazing game, right? But he had a nice game. The touchdown he got, I mean, the way he knifed his way through on what looked like it was a play dead in the water, and he knifes his way through for the touchdown. It was a big touchdown at that time.
Yep.
The catch that he had late in the game to keep the clock going, unfortunately, they went 3 and out right after that. But it was a big catch that he made because he's just clutch. It is what he is. And he also caught his 100th pass of the season. So milestone there for him, and he's one of only a couple players in the last 5 years to have 100 catches with over 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns in back-to-back years. So good for St. Brown. You can see why he would have been given a ball. I think it's more of a milestone game than anything else, but also rewarding him for just being as clutch as he is.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, more of your champ and chump votes. And I got to appreciate two, one on offense and one on defense. Two guys that I think really, really had good days and picked a good time to have a good day. We will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. There you go. There you go. That's our guy. And J-Mo getting loose. This is what you're looking for, right? This is exactly what you expect to get out of Jameson Williams, who had he had a tough catch in traffic as well to go with it, had a huge game. And here we are. The Detroit Lions back on track, got their mojo back. Feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox, bunch of Champ and Chump votes. Champ, Ricky Henderson, weird as heck, but one of the best athletes I ever saw. Chump SMU, thanks for showing up. That's from John Lake Orion.
Yeah, Ricky's passing, one of the great baseball players of our time.
I was recently, it's weird because in the last couple months, I was talking to my kids about how Ricky Henderson's quotes are some of the best. So we Google searched and just started reading them. And I think my favorite Ricky Henderson quote that I'd never heard before is, Ricky don't like when Ricky can't find Ricky's limo.
That's a pretty good
Yep.
quote. He don't.
Nope.
He don't. But what a player he was. I mean, back in that era, had over 3,000 hits, was a career 279 hitter, but his on-base percentage over his career, 401.
Mm-hmm.
And was he the last great base stealer? I mean, he had 3 years where he had 100 stolen bases in a year, including 130 back in 1982. He was just fantastic as a base stealer.
You know you're legendary when your stories, like, they start getting twisted over time. Like the stories about you and my favorite one, I don't think is even true.
Which
is the
is?
John Olerud story.
Oh, where Olerud.
Tell it, Doug.
So Olerud and Ricky played together in
New York, the
New
Mets.
York with the Mets.
Yeah, I think.
And Olerud was somewhat stood out because he wore a helmet in the field. Like he had a hard helmet, but not a batting helmet. It looked like a hat, but it was a hard helmet. And I
He
don't
had suffered like an aneurysm or
there was
something.
something, yeah. There was something like that. So years later, Olerud is in Toronto and Ricky Henderson gets, traded to or signs with the Blue Jays. And Ricky walks up to him and he goes, I used to play with a dude that wore a helmet on the field, just like you. And Olerud was like, yeah, Ricky, it was me.
Ricky used to play with a guy like that.
So he was at Toronto first.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he was at Toronto in 1993 and then goes to the Mets in 1999. That is hysterical.
So wait, there was only 4 years in between?
No,
you said 89 and 93?
93 and 99.
Oh,
so
okay,
6
my
years
bad,
in between.
my
But
bad.
still, I mean, I used to play with a guy that wore a helmet. Played first base. He's left-handed.
Dude.
Hit a lot of doubles.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah,
what does Ricky don't like when Ricky can't find Ricky's limo? 248-539-9790 says, as far as SMU, he chumped SMU. I can't remember the last time, Gator, where I sincerely felt awful for a player. I felt awful for Kevin Jennings, the quarterback at SMU, who threw 3 picks. A couple of them were bad. One was bad luck. But it was down set, hut, run for your life. Every single drop back. He just was under duress the entire game. And I started to sincerely feel bad for Kevin Jennings. I mean, Penn State dominated and deserved to win. Don't get me wrong. And I'm somewhat happy for the B1G. But Jennings, man, that guy, talk about combat pay. Talk about post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, that was a rough day. I agree with you. I kind of felt bad for him too.
Yep.
I felt dirty rooting for James Franklin from both a gambling standpoint and also for Big Ten pride standpoint. But they handled their business.
Yep.
That was one of your picks, right? You had.
Remember, I joked. You know how much I respect James Franklin. You had the under.
I had the under.
And I had Penn State minus 8.5.
Yeah. And they handled their business. Penn State looked really, really good and really dominant.
Yep.
And then, of course, SMU, one of those teams that people say, oh, they shouldn't have been there.
Stop it. Just stop with the, okay, then get rid of playoff teams. Make it smaller.
No, we need to make it bigger, Doug. We need to expand it
that's
more.
The crazy thing is,
we need more SEC teams.
There's more evidence that we should make it smaller, and yet the most likely outcome is that we're going to make it bigger.
That's incredible.
Phil's in Garden City, and he's next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Phil!
All right. Great Lions win yesterday.
Sure was.
Hey, so injuries, just talking about injuries, we got Melifonwu back.
Yep.
Melifonwu is, to me, he's better. He's got the safety blitz down. It's so awesome, man.
Well, it's a player that, I mean, you got to give him credit. He did have a sack. He had a quarterback hit. He had 4 tackles, and I thought looked better than I expected him to look. He looked active.
And he's only going to be better as he gets more practice time under his belt.
Yeah, and adds another dimension to that defensive backfield that hits. Great in run support. Just a great game. And just real quickly, just so if I can add it, Lions are so much fun. Even Strahan, I was watching the post game, and Strahan's like, the Lions are fun to watch.
Yep.
So I'm so glad they're our team, man. You guys have a great holiday.
Yep.
All right, thank you, too.
100% agree. So glad they're our team.
Yes, and they are fun to watch. Offensively, they're great, but defensively, even without a pass rush, and I'm getting annoyed that there's no pass rush, I love how the secondary plays. I love how they support the run. These guys are fearless, taking out the running backs or, fighting through the blocks of the receivers to get and make a tackle. I love that. Adding Melifonwu back to this team, you saw, I mean, when Carlton Davis went down with a broken jaw, might be gone likely for the playoffs as well. We'll see. But devastating blow. There goes another starting corner, and, you see other guys get dinged up, and next thing you know, you see more Vildor than you want to see. But Melifonwu coming back allows Brian Branch to go and play slot corner, where he played a lot last year and was very good at it. It allows Amik Robertson to go from slot corner, or to outside corner, or whatever they want to call it. And he was pretty good. So the secondary isn't better without Carlton Davis, but they're better off than you thought they might be because Melifonwu is back, and that helps so many other things out. Branch is a better safety than Melifonwu, there's no question about it, right? But you can shuffle these guys around and still find a way to play winning football defensively, which is what they did yesterday.
248-539-9797. All right, so 2 guys I want to point out that, just start the appreciation thread. One is Christian Mahogany.
Yeah.
I'm going to be intrigued to see what they have to say about him after the film, because this is a player that spent much of this year hurt, and this is a player that I don't know that we had huge expectations for, but they were not slowed down by having Mahogany out there. And that's his first game action of the year, right?
Yes.
He just got activated.
He missed all of training camp.
Yep. So
and then missed the first few weeks of the season as well before he even got to practice. And I was listening to TJ Lang talk about it this morning. And TJ was saying how remarkable it is that he's able to get himself up to speed here basically by just running drills and stuff. Because once you get in the regular season, start getting through practices, you're not getting any reps.
Yeah.
The starters are getting all the reps. So this was like last week was the only week he got reps in practice, basically, aside from doing drills. And he's already kind of up to speed. Now, it's a work in progress. He doesn't know everything he's supposed to know, but he held his own. And something TJ said I thought was important. He said, Greg Glasgow's a starting guard. There's no question. He's the starting guard. But the fact that Mahogany got the nod over Coyote Awosika, who was the starting guard in the NFC Championship game for the team, tells you that there's been some serious progress. And then TJ said that he was talking to some of the defensive coaches and offensive coaches. Offensive coaches kind of downplayed what he was going to be and how he's looked. The defensive coaches did not. They said he was more than holding his own against some of the big boys that they have on that defensive line when those guys were healthy, when they were doing drills and stuff, and he's doing well against Aleem McNeil before he went out with an injury. That it was impressive. So this is a good sign.
Very encouraging.
Very.
The other one on the defensive side, Amik Robertson. Couple TFLs, one in the open field that was pretty big. I think Amik Robertson, look, we knew this is kind of one of those signings. This guy could be a nice addition, and I thought he stepped up yesterday as well. So feeling very, very good about some of the depth guys when given more opportunities coming through.
Definitely. I know I had a couple of notes about Robertson in the game where, it was the first drive in the second half for the Bears. that looked like Odunze had burned Amik Robinson, but then he comes right back and hits Swift for a loss of 2.
Yeah.
So
that was the open field one where it looked like it could be a big gainer, and it was basically Amik Robertson or nobody, and Robertson brought
he
him
makes
down.
the play. And it's like, okay, yuck, throw it in the garbage, right? Throw it in the rearview mirror. I got burned on a play. That's okay. I'll come and make the next play, and he does. And that's, again, supporting the run. That's what these guys do. It's great to watch.
For the game, Amik Robertson played 63 of 64 defensive snaps, 8 tackles, credited with 1 TFL. I thought he had 2, and 2 pass breakups. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback, more of your champ and chump votes when we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. 248-539-9797. You know, Gator, again, we talk about holding them up against a perfect standard, which is not fair. But, Dan Campbell says after the game, we gotta shore some things. We got stuff we got to clean up, is this wording. When the Lions had it first and goal from the 1 when they ruled that Gibbs was down, and it took them 3 rushes to get it in, this is where we're at, where I'm like, ooh, do they miss David Montgomery here? Because they only scored on 3rd down.
Right.
Yep.
It looked like, I don't know if it was 1st or 2nd down, that Gibbs, if he just kept going a little to the right.
It was a weird looking play.
Yeah, he would have had an easy lane just on the outside of the tackle to score the touchdown, but it looked like he tried to cut in a little bit and got held up. Well, who cares? They score.
You're talking about football first world problems.
Yeah,
We're complaining that without David Montgomery, the Lions scored on 3rd down from the 1 instead of 1st down from
They're
the
just
1.
a little nervous. I don't like being nervous, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they've got stuff to work on, but they still look really good.
But that was a statement touchdown, don't you think? Like, they were running it no matter what. Had he not gotten on 3rd down, they were going to go for a 4th down.
And they're going to hand it to
run
Gibbs.
Gibbs. Yep. I mean, I knew every single play. Once he didn't get it on the first time, like, well, they're going to run it every time, just to let everybody know we can run with short yardage with Jameer. Like, we'll get it done. And I had no doubt in my mind it was going to be handoff.
I mean, it's not like I'm panicked about it, but again, when we hold them up to a perfect standard, that's one of the minor things you can bring up.
This is a hunch I have.
Let's hear it.
But it's a hunch I may play on Monday night for the game. I feel like we haven't had a Brock Wright sighting in a while where he makes a big play.
Okay.
I'm going to have to check it before, but I feel like making a bet on a Brock Wright anytime touchdown on Monday Night Football.
So we are a week away from that game, and Gator is calling one of the most random anytime touchdowns at one of the strangest times ever. A week out, he is calling a Brock Wright anytime touchdown. Now, let's think about this. You have no reason?
My reason is it just feels like it's been a while since Brock Wright made some big play in the game, and it's about time.
I'll give you a reason. Who signed Brock Wright to the big offer sheet in the offseason?
Oh, San Francisco.
So I think the Lions do a little, here's what you missed out on?
Yeah. You can't have him.
You can have tickets to Cancun, though, Niner fans. Cancun on 3.
Wow.
Hey, I'm sorry. Did they get eliminated this weekend? Oh, yeah,
boy.
They did.
How about the NFC West is just as bad as the NFC South?
Dude.
What happened?
Yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, obviously injuries have happened and made it. But then Tampa loses last night. They got, is there a 3-way tie now? With the Rams and Seattle? This is it's interesting. It's interesting football. It's no longer, it doesn't feel like the NFC. When I saw the other teams in the hunt, I'm looking at it like, there's only a couple other teams, but then I realized, but everybody's in the hunt for the NFC West. Except for San Francisco.
To win the division.
No, I think Cardinals got eliminated yesterday, too. Like, half the division got eliminated yesterday, but they all have the same record. I didn't get it because I'm not paying close attention to their tiebreakers and whatnot. But, yeah, the Cardinals are out. Niners are out. It's just between the Rams and the Seahawks.
Oh, boy.
You might find it surprising, or perhaps you won't, that there is no line yet on a Brock Wright anytime touchdown 1 week from today.
I find that surprising.
I think he's under other.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John at Mount Clemens. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning. This is John. I'm a native of Kansas City. And like you guys, I love the Lion Love Fest. It's going to end in the Super Bowl when they have to block Chris Jones. Just remember that. Because the offensive line for the Lions the last 3 or 4 games has been terrible. And they only beat the Bears yesterday. You guys act like they won the Super Bowl.
I know.
We did. I feel like beating
the Bears. They're only 13-2.
I feel like beating the Bears is equivalent to winning the Super Bowl, John. You have nailed it.
My champ is the KC Chiefs going back again. And my chump is Brad Holmes for waving Brandon Joseph. He made a mistake. We all make mistakes. They could have gave that boy a chance. He's only a second-year player. What does he do? He waves him. I hope Mike Tomlin signs him, just like they did that other Lion player who got in trouble.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
He signed with the Steelers.
Right, and how's that working out for him?
He's playing good.
Is he, or was he released right
I mean,
away?
Gator, you know everything, Gator.
I don't know everything. I thought the guy didn't get
never
released.
made a mistake, Gator.
He made a mistake, but understand this too, John. I'm not sure if that's why he got waived, or was he waived because?
That's why he got waived.
Hold
Gator.
on,
He
John.
got a DUI.
Hold on.
So don't try to make
Hold
it like
on.
something else.
Or is it possible that they had to elevate other players to the active roster,
No,
and he gets
I'll tell you what,
squeezed?
Did a drone fall in the stadium and hit the people at the game? Come on, man. Stop making up fantasy
Was
stuff.
Melanfanu on the roster last week?
On top of that, honestly,
I like
this-
Brandon Joseph,
yeah,
by the
this-
way.
this-
But I mean, if you're bringing up Melanfanu to the active roster, doesn't it? Am I wrong in this? Don't you have to find now? You got to get rid of somebody.
Brad Holmes is an elite general manager. I'm good with Brad Holmes' decisions.
I'm okay with it.
Yep. Beat the Bears, and we're acting like the Lions won the Super Bowl. Yes. Yes, that's the message today, that the Lions have clearly clinched the Super Bowl with a win over Chicago. Is that what you're taking from this? Is that what you're taking from this? In fact, so you think we are overreacting, and yet Brad Holmes releasing a player who unfortunately is kind of, I mean, he is what he is. He's not, he's probably a fringe player.
Yeah, and look, Cameron Sutton is playing with Pittsburgh. He's played in 7 games this year. He's got 6 tackles in the 7 games.
And we always talk about the Lions' ability to cut down on the nonsense, and this might be part of it. But look, your champ and chump votes are in. And indeed, we're planning the parade based upon a win over the Bears.
And we're lamenting the loss of Cameron Sutton.
Let's go to Kyle, who's next on 97 a Ticket in Flint. Hello, Kyle.
Hello, good morning.
What's up?
My champ is Tony Anise from Ferris State, winning his 3rd Division II championship in 4 years over the weekend.
There you go.
Dynasty.
And my chump would be the Seahawks for not beating the Vikings.
I hear that.
I've gotten quite a few votes. Now, the Ferris thing, they won big. Like I had that. I don't know what the final was actually. I had the game on and they were up 21-0 quickly. Did they close it out big? I know they won, but did they run away and hide?
Yeah, it was a pretty big beating. Let me see if I can look up the.
And Valdosta was number 1, correct? I think.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a big win.
Good for Ferris.
Yep.
They got a good program going.
Love it.
And now they're going to start to feel the squeeze of portal jumping because their players get noticed. If they have an outstanding player and someone's going to leave their program, doesn't mean they're going to go to the big dogs, but it means that they might go Division I.
Yeah. Division 2 to Division 1 is a pretty big leap, but it could happen.
But no, it happens.
Key is in Ann Arbor and next on 97 a Ticket. Hello, Key.
Good, man. How you guys?
We're great, Key. How are you?
Good, man. And my chump is that one guy that's got a real beef with Gator because he knows everything, you know?
Thank you.
Talking about Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes is not walking on water, but he's in a hell of a yacht with his picks. But listen, I like to see that running back get in there, the multi-purpose guy. We won't say he's a punt returner or a defensive back or running back. We don't know. We just know he's a football player by the draft status that they drafted him. I think they got a plan for him.
That's Kane's guy. That's Kane's guy, Sione Vaki, the truth.
What's his name?
Sione Vaki.
All right. Yep. Have a nice holiday.
Thank you.
Man, I really want to see some more Vaki.
So
he got out there a little bit. Hey, if anything, he can catch the ball out of the backfield, right? I mean, this guy, for a guy who's just been playing running back for only like a year and a half maybe or so, he can catch the ball out of the backfield. I think he's got to learn his pass protection probably more. You know, Craig Reynolds is probably, ahead of him on the depth chart because that reason. But also I think Vaki's really important on special teams. I doubt they'd want to lose him on some, in the offense when they don't necessarily need him right now. And because he plays such a big role in special teams. But I'd love to see more Vaki.
248-539-9797. It's open lines. Carson Anderson, get your phone calls in. We will get to more of your champ and chump votes when we continue. 97.1 The Ticket. Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, big game for Jahmyr, Brian Branch, playmaker, and Terrion Arnold, getting better every week. They got something amazing just for you. Introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Hey, it's Doug. You want to show how you stuck with their team all along? How about getting the Black Debit Card with the Lions logo on? It's pretty sweet looking, and it's not just any card. It's designed for the true Lions fan who lives for every touchdown, every victory. And with the Lions rocking their new sleek black uniforms, you can match their energy with this exclusive debit card only available through UMCU. Ready to rep your pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. I did it. Choose a Lions Black Debit Card or select from 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply, insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Dan Campbell following the Lions win over the Chicago Bears. Lions get a bit of their mojo back, headed towards the playoffs. And look, we've talked about it quite a bit, but as you get closer and closer to the postseason, your performances are more and more important. And that was a pretty big one. Now, Chicago isn't a great offensive team, but defense holding them to under 20 is exactly what you'd want them to do.
We won the Super Bowl.
Just don't. It's not even worth.
What's what happened?
It's not even worth addressing. I always go back to either somebody's sensitive and worried, or we're not doing a good job of expressing ourselves.
Or that's
Chiefs guy.
That's Chiefs guy who's just tuning in.
Chiefs guy thinks that we are acting like the Lions won the Super Bowl with the win yesterday. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Pat and Romeo. You're next. Hi, Pat.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
So, Champ, I got to go. I'm a Spartan. I got to give it to Cohen Carr, who has brought some energy to the Michigan State basketball program. I don't know if you guys saw the dunk, but that was awesome over the weekend.
It's ridiculous.
And then my chump, it's the College Football Committee. I mean, God, those games were just brutal for the weekend, considering it could have been such a great setup. There's a part of me that would have loved to have seen like an Alabama go up and play Notre Dame in South Bend and see what happened there.
You know what the problem was? The problem with that is that Alabama wasn't good enough. So it would have been fun to watch Alabama get their asses handed to them by Notre Dame in South Bend. That would have been great, but they weren't good enough. So Indiana had to do it, and they got beat up.
I think Alabama probably would have made that a more competitive game than Indiana.
I don't know.
That's just me.
If they were, they would have been in the playoff, but they just weren't good enough to be in the playoff. Neither was Ole Miss.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to do it like the basketball tournament, though, I mean, I hate to say it, they're going to have to base it off of, just the quality of the teams. I mean, the fact that Oregon is getting
they lost to Vanderbilt.
Understood.
They lost to Oklahoma. They didn't belong in the playoff. They didn't belong in the playoff. Congratulations, you beat a big team, but you lost to bad teams.
What's really weird about the playoff is this has always been a problem. The average margin of victory in the semifinals in the last decade, when it was a 14 playoff, was 21 points a game.
Yeah.
The previous system led to blowouts. I don't know. I mean, which is
even
probably a sign that it's too big.
The seeding even, I think, is a little bit off. I think Oregon's kind of getting screwed and Penn State's getting hooked up.
Well, I think they might do, if they're going to do any tweaking, I suppose they can tweak with who the top 4 teams are they get buys. But, I mean, to not give it to conference champions
I'm going to be
seems
so
like it's
pissed
dumb.
if they tweak it, and here's why. Because literally they're going to tweak it where it would have made sense this year, and then next year it's going to be a completely different scenario. Like we're reacting to the way it looks this year. And then next year, there are thousands upon thousands of scenarios that could play itself out at the end of the college football regular season. And people are seeking a perfect system. It doesn't exist, okay? There might be some years where 12 teams is perfect. There might be some years where 5 teams would be perfect. But we don't people are acting like it's the system when there is no system that can every season account for every scenario, and we go perfect.
I think just about every year they get the national champion right.
Well,
I
they
think
do or
the
they
team
don't.
that ends up winning the national championship is usually the best team in the country.
What I'm fearful of is that essentially the solution is going to be we're going to make it 32 teams, and because then we'll have less complaining about the teams that are on the fringe. Because Team 32 or 33 really doesn't deserve to be in anyway. I've said this for years. March Madness is one of the most entertaining things ever. But what other sport rewards teams that have no prayer or no business playing for a national championship into the tournament that determines the national champion?
It's people love the Cinderella story in basketball. I don't think they want it in football. Do you want to have that Cinderella story in football?
Well, if you did, then
somebody
you were a fan of
upsets
Indiana.
the big blood, and then
SMU. I don't know, man.
But both those teams deserve to be there.
But
then you get to deserve versus which is the best. How are you going to tell me that one team is better than the other? Without looking at who deserves to be there. It's like the people that complain about it, whether it was Greg McElroy or whomever, Sean McDonough, other people complaining about what was going on. it's like trying to divide it into two things as if they're two completely separate issues. The team that deserves to be there versus just the best 12 teams in the country. Well, the best 12 teams in the country also deserve to be there. So it's like it's the same thing in a way.
Now, the format calls, like the seeding, the format calls for the 4 highest rated conference champions to get the 4 buys. If I were going to change anything, it would simply be put this next round of games on campus sites, because the campus sites are awesome. It should be a benefit. And the seeding gets tweaked.
Yeah,
tweaked.
Oh,
because
Oregon,
right, Oregon, Georgia, Boise, and Arizona State locked up. They locked up the buys, and then everything has to fall in line behind that. When we all know Boise's not the 3rd best team in the country, most likely. But
same thing with Arizona State.
I like that they are emphasizing conference championships. The problem is that we've expanded the conferences so far. We're awarding conference championships to teams who've played only half their conference, which is ridiculous.
Right, because the conferences have gotten too big,
and the conference champions are being crowned with less evidence that they're worthy than ever before. But sure, your vote counts for the committee. We got you now.
Yeah. Look, I'm fine with how they chose the 12 teams. Now, is part of that because I'm smiling ear to ear that the SEC got left out with a couple teams that they thought deserved to be there? Sure. But as I quickly point out, if you're Alabama, how about you don't lose to one of the worst teams in the history of college football year in and year out, even though Vanderbilt had a better year this year? Well, they were pretty good for Vanderbilt. They weren't good, but good for Vanderbilt for springing up and beating Alabama. But if you're Alabama, you can't lose that game and expect to play. If you're Ole Miss, you can't slay a dragon and then go ahead and lose to Kentucky, who sucks. You can't do that and expect to be in there.
I could see a world where a 2 or 3 loss SEC team gets in over a 1-loss team from another conference.
Yes, I can see that, sure.
But in this year, they deemed that Bama team wasn't worth it. Now, Bama at Notre Dame, Georgia at Notre Dame, like some of those SEC teams having to deal with that weather, I would have loved it. I would have loved it, but I'm not going to force it just to see it.
I think people make a lot out of it because Indiana got in and then they got beat up pretty good for most of the game by Notre Dame, and then Indiana scored late, recovered an onside kick, and made things interesting. I guess it ends up being a 10-point loss. They got beat pretty good by Notre Dame. It was a bad matchup for Indiana to match up against Notre Dame. I think Indiana's a good football team. They're not a great football team, but they're good enough where they deserve to be in there. If you put Indiana against a one-dimensional team like Boise State, do they have a chance to beat Boise State?
They might, yeah.
I mean, if you put them against Arizona State, and these are two teams that are in the top 4, by the way.
Indiana's getting the bulk of the criticism, but you know what the difference between Alabama and Indiana's strength of schedule was?
Oh, it's got to be. I would imagine it's huge because Alabama was in the SEC.
According to the ESPN's Football Percentage Index, the strength of schedule for Alabama was 22nd. Indiana was 32nd.
It's not that much of a difference.
And Indiana's resume was light, and truth is, so is Notre Dame's. But
is that before going into it, or is that after the fact? Is that like right now up to the date? Because Indiana's got a game against Notre Dame where they lost. Because Indiana only played Ohio State during the course of the season.
Fair question, and I'm trying to see when they updated it.
And I get the criticism against Indiana.
I do too.
What I don't get is the undying love and support of the SEC. Those teams that are not in for a reason. They're not the best and brightest of the SEC right now.
Let's go to Kevin in Lake Orion. You're next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I got my champ and chump. They're a little bit more personalized, but I got Jonathan Smith for champ. I really like what he's been doing in the portal. They just got a Wisconsin former 4-star linebacker to transfer to state. He's out of Hawaii. And then he's also been doing some really good, just pick up little things here and there. Obviously, they're not 5-star guys, but they got to recreate that team from last year already. I mean, and the portal is going to be the key to doing it. So I like what he's done. And then chump is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for screwing up my 25-pick parlay that I had this weekend.
Oh, what? A 25-pick parlay?
Come on.
Yes, for $15,000.
Come on.
You got 24 of the 25?
I am dead serious. 24 of the 25. Yes, I did.
Were these?
And,
Let me ask you
granted,
this: were a lot of these money line picks? You just picking the winner, okay?
So I did.
Little mix and match.
I did the money line on all the games, and then I threw in Lamar Jackson to have 175 yards passing or whatever. Like those types of picks.
Gotcha. Some safer picks, but nonetheless, 25 is incredible to do. And it all came down to the Buccaneers and the Cowboys game?
Yeah. Yeah, needless to say, when that screw up at the end with Baker Mayfield, oh, my God. I could have thrown the TV through the window.
For those who didn't see, Tampa came roaring back at the end, had a chance. They had the ball. Baker Mayfield gets rushed. He starts to squeeze out of the rush and somehow is able to flip the ball to a running back. I think it was White. He gets the ball, starts going, and then gets tackled. And as he's going down, the Cowboys strip the ball out, recover it, and take it back for 6 points with like a minute and 10 seconds left in the game. So there was something.
24?
Yeah, that's impressive. I don't care that if people might poo-poo, well, you're just picking money line. Yeah, okay. Dude. But he did it 24 times.
Dude, I don't believe him. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure.
That's 20. No, I'm not. And I feel like it should be more than $15,000.
Well, but here's
when
why.
he bet like 5 cents.
But you heard what he said. One of the bets was passing yards plus ones over 175 for Lamar Jackson. That's not a big. That's not going to be a payout. That's not going to be a plus number, right?
Who does a 25 pick parlay?
When you're picking smaller things.
Have you done this before, Gator?
I haven't done this, but I've often thought about, is this a smart strategy if you're going to do a parlay bet where you take obvious things like Jahmyr Gibbs rushing over 30 yards. The over-under might be set at like 75, but if you can, keep hitting the app and get it down to 30 or whatever it is, so, your payout is, it's like minus 350 or something like that to get that because there's not much of a payout because, of course, he's going to hit that number. If you do a bunch of those, they all add up.
I got to just say, for the record, I don't think as a show we want to take calls from people who just missed their parlays. Can we agree on that? Should we not do that?
Yeah.
But
it feels like Monday is set up for that.
I feel like it's all we do is take calls from people of, here's the bet I just missed on. It's Karch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lions get a win yesterday over Chicago. Get a little bit of their mojo back, huh? 34-17. Looked very good offensively. Ran the trick play that had everybody talking today with the, the stumble, what was it called?
Stumble bum,
where Jared Goff basically he trips and fakes a stumble. Gibbs dives to the ground. The Lions offensive line and sideline starts yelling, fumble! And then Goff just gets up and hits a wide open Sam Laporta for a touchdown. It was awesome, but probably more important is guys stepping up. Christian Mahogany stepping in the lineup and stepping up. Amik Robertson had a really, really good game. Lions defense held the Bears to under 20 points, which was cool given the fact that the Lions defense has lost so much. The Bears don't have an elite offense by any stretch of the imagination, and they made their own mistakes. The fumble on the jet sweep. Lions forced the fumble. The second fumble from Rome Odunze. But ultimately, they look like a lot of what they've looked like this season. And results near the end of the year are more important. They're more indicative of who you're going to be going into the playoffs. You couple that with something we talk about all the time, how things change. Philadelphia loses. Jalen Hurts got hurt in that game. Washington's defensive line was a problem for Philly. Saquon had 5 negative runs. Are they having problems up front? And now the Lions are 1 win away from eliminating Philly, who everybody was concerned about. Minnesota did find a way to get that win yesterday, so they keep pace with Detroit. Detroit holding the tiebreaker. It could come down to the last game. But with a Detroit win and a Minnesota loss this coming weekend, Lions will have clinched the division and the 1 seed. Just about any other result, it comes down to the season finale against Minnesota. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Joe in Sacramento on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's up, guys? Quick question for you. Okay, say the Packers, I hate rooting for the Packers, but we're all going to have to do it this week. If the Packers win or actually lose to the Vikings, does that mean the Monday night game doesn't matter and Dan Campbell should sit some starters on week 17?
No, if the Packers lose, you said, or Packers win?
If the Vikings win and beat the Packers, that means we're going to have to go all out for week 18.
Yep.
So that means the Niner game doesn't matter.
In a very odd way, it does not.
So do you think he rests some starters?
I do not think he does.
Goes all out?
I think a case can be made for it, but I can't imagine Dan Campbell doing that. I think if you got a guy that should he play, shouldn't he play? He's banged up. He could use the rest. He's on the bubble anyway. Maybe you shade towards sitting him and waiting for the Minnesota game. But I don't think you go, we're not going to play Goff. We're not going to play Jahmyr Gibbs. We're not going to play perfectly healthy players to save him. I can't imagine him doing that. I can see if somebody's already hurt, him giving him a break.
Just given how the year's gone, you know what I mean? It's like, I could see Dan Campbell going full bore, but what would you do if you were the coach?
I think I would maybe rest injured guys that need rest, but I don't know. I think you get into a very slippery slope when you start doing that.
Yeah, I totally understand the logic behind it. I just don't know if there are coaches out there that would do something like that. And yet it does make sense. And it goes the other way too. Like if Green Bay beats Minnesota, I suppose, and then you're going all out to beat San Francisco, and then you lock it up, and then you could rest guys against Minnesota, and that's acceptable. But doing it the previous week I don't know if it's frowned upon or not. It just seems like it might be a little bit too much out of the box to do.
Makes sense. Hey, let me give you my champ and chump.
Sure.
Champ, Christian Mahogany, man. He stepped up big time. I have hope for that guard position in the future for sure. And then chump, the Seattle Seahawks, especially Geno Smith. Thanks, guys.
Seahawks are making a strong run for it. 248-539-9797. Mark's in Detroit next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? Some of these callers don't be like my man talking about they about to win the Super Bowl. Nobody was saying that. All we were saying, we wanted to see a few things from them. And the Chicago team, as much as people bash them, they got a couple of pieces on that team. DJ Moore, Duzier, and Allen. I mean, them are quality NFL receivers. So I just wanted to see what was the coverage going to be like and who they was going to do, and they look pretty good. I think we're not going to lose that much with Davis out with because of Amik Roberts. People don't know he played that position before at Oakland, and he's a feisty defensive back. He likes to get in there and mix it up.
He played really well. He played really
and
well.
I think the return of Manafamu, that's a big, because not only can he come down to the box, but he can cover too. So I think I think getting the bye week is a must. And Alex Anzalone come back. I think we're gonna be straight. And Gibbs, I don't think they're gonna miss a beat.
Well, Gibbs is. We talked about it last week. If there was, thank you for the phone call. If there was one position where the Lions could actually afford an injury, it was running back. Nobody had the wealth of luxury, the depth that the Lions had, and it was, I think Gibbs. If you look at Gibbs, statistically and what he's bringing to the table, as long as he holds up, he's going to do work. He is going to do work. That guy. His yards per touch was the best of the top 6 in the league in yards from scrimmage. He was 6th in the league in yards from scrimmage, and he played 53% of the snaps. And he had the best yards per touch out of all those guys, Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley and Alvin Kamara. You really can make a case that he is literally the most explosive player in the league, explosive running back in the league.
He's impressive, and there were some impressive performances over the weekend. You got to love Jahmyr Gibbs and what he can do, and it makes that draft. I mean, you look at what he's done in 2 seasons, and the stones that Brad Holmes had when he decided to trade back in the draft and still take a running back, whatever it was, 12th overall, whatever he was, 14th overall.
Yeah.
And they'd still go get the running back. And everybody's like scratching their heads, or they're ramming their heads against a wall thinking, you can't do that. You can't take a running back in the first round. The hard and fast rules that you really hate the hard and fast rules. And I'm kind of on board with you on that. This is one of those things where you say, yeah, exactly. See what's happened here? This guy is incredible for the Lions. He is a multi-purpose running back that can run like any back in the league. He can get tough yards, or he can use his speed and get outside and take it to the house. And he catches the ball out of the backfield. He has become a complete running back. And with this tandem, when Montgomery's healthy, it's amazing to watch this team being able to just march down the field and eat up huge chunks of time. But Jahmyr Gibbs has been the real deal, and it's fun to watch.
Rick is in Novi and next. Hi, Rick.
Hey, Doug, thanks for the call.
Sure.
Please tell me you got control of the eject button, because I'm going to come at Gator right now.
Why?
The champ are the Lions and everybody in the locker room after the game that actually get it done. The chumps are the college football playoff system and the change to it. More marginal teams getting in, Doug, have produced 3 brutal football games. And Gator, let's go where the rubber hits the road. Let's ask the people that pay for advertising in the 3rd and 4th quarter for those 3 games how happy they are that they had those spots. Those games were garbage, and that's what happens when you let more marginal teams in. Let's take the top 8 rated teams.
Yeah, let's throw Alabama in and watch Alabama get beat, rolled by 20 points.
He didn't say that. He said that the playoff is too big.
What's that, Doug?
You're saying the playoff is too big.
Yes, it's too big.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I think it's too big, too.
Yeah.
Well, Gator, the one caller that called in, right, that was trying to tell you how bad the games were, right?
No,
and
he was trying to tell us which teams didn't belong, and you could make a case that a lot of teams didn't belong. The weird thing is, though, were people making the same case when there were blowouts in a 4-team system? Because there were blowouts in a 4-team system.
You know what, Doug? The top 8 rated teams in the country would be awesome to allow Notre Dame to be an independent, just do whatever they want to do and still have the path they've got. Penn State's path through SMU and Boise. When Nick Saban has to couch his words because he's a paid commentator covering all these games, you can read through what he's trying to say. He's being professional about it. Those games were brutal, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. The weird thing is they were brutal before, okay? And it didn't lead to this much outrage when there were 4 teams and they were brutal. I always argued against a playoff this big, but now that we got it, there is a chance there are going to be some blowouts. And so what? The same thing happens in March Madness. Duke wins by 40. Trash the system. When you open it up and make it bigger, there's a bigger chance that this is going to happen. Okay?
I have a question.
Yep.
Are people more upset about the college football playoff being expanded? Or are they more upset about the teams that they actually chose? or are they more upset about the fact that the games were not competitive?
I don't know. I think all of the above.
Yeah, because
That caller
I'm
just
trying to
thinks it
figure out
was
what
too
people are
big.
upset about. Like exactly what people are upset about.
I think that caller just thinks the games are too big.
You mean the
The field is too big.
Okay.
Sorry.
Because I feel like I'm just trying to understand. They're upset, but what are you upset about? I want to know. Is there a solution, or are they just upset because the games suck?
Let's see what happens after a few years. If the games suck every year, and the evidence is clear, the question is, will they make it smaller? They won't, because that'll be giving up on revenue on games. The sad part is it is more likely that they will make it bigger. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. It's a great time to get in and score great deals. 'Tis the season to save. Right now, lease a new 2025 Equinox LT for $289 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $289 on a 25 Equinox for just $19.99 down. Activate the savings with a GM employee discount current lease in your household. Also, a 2025 Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 2FL for just $329 a month. It's $329 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. Same thing. Unlock with the GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive.
And Dan Campbell, Detroit Lions, getting all excited about this this team. 13-2 record is incredible. Got a game Monday night against the Niners next week. And look, if things go well, Doug, that game could be awesome for the Lions. Meaning that on Sunday, if the Packers beat the Vikings, then the Lions would know on Monday night that if they beat San Francisco, that they've effectively got the number 1 seed locked up.
They will have locked it up, yeah. I just want to point out one thing about the college football playoff and the bitching today. First of all, I can't say this enough. It's year 1. Can we let the thing breathe a little bit before we trash the system already? What happens if next year the games are great? But 2 is, does it feel like Indiana is getting most of the heat here today?
Indiana's getting some. I don't know if most of it, but I think it's, yeah, I guess most of it.
Indiana played the closest game.
I mean,
technically they did.
Yeah, they did. Technically, and look, they got some garbage points at the end, and they were down. They had 3 points going in the fourth quarter or whatever it was, but they did make it interesting at the end.
Like I feel like, you know, first of all, complaining after year 1 is a quick triggered overreaction. Let's see this thing for a few years before we decide the system sucks. 2 is these games, these first round games, were average margin of victory was 19 points. The average margin of victory in the previous semifinals was 21 points. So, you know, I don't know. I'm surprised there's so much complaining about it, but maybe I shouldn't be. 248-539-9797.
You know, I'm not a fan of Joel Klatt.
No, Joel's great.
He did.
I know you don't like him.
He did make an observation when people were dogging on the Big Ten and they were dogging on Indiana and dogging on these opening games, I guess, with point differential. And the point was something to the effect of, look at the NFL. In the same way, in the opening weekend of the playoffs last year with the NFL, the margin of victory was actually more in the NFL than what it was in college games.
Was it?
Last year in those wild card games played on January 13th, starting on January 3rd, that Saturday, Houston beat Cleveland 45-14. The Chiefs beat the Dolphins 26-7. The Lions beat the Rams by 1. The Packers beat the Cowboys by 16. Buffalo beat Pittsburgh by 14, and Tampa smoked the Eagles 32-9. This is the professional level,
right?
So this is how things go. These are, and the way that this is set up with these really good teams that are holding court at home. No one's going to argue. Ohio State's a really good football team, right?
Yep.
They have a Michigan problem, clearly. Their only other loss was to Oregon by what, a point? So that's a good football team. They're playing at home against, SEC. Here comes Tennessee. Yeah, they're in trouble with the game, Tennessee. They got hammered. Penn State had 1 loss. It was to Ohio State, correct? By like a touchdown. They sit at home and they smoke SMU. And then you get Texas beating like Clemson, and then of course Notre Dame beating
Penn
Indiana.
State had 2 losses. They lost to Oregon in Big Ten.
You're right.
title
Sorry,
game
there was that one as well. But the point being that the teams that were hosting games on Friday night and Saturday, those are really good football teams. No matter who you threw up against them, unless it was going to be the top 4 teams that you're not giving them because those are bye games or bye teams, they were going to hammer, and they did. They did their job. These are better teams. So to your point, it makes more sense if this is an 8-team playoff instead of a 12-team playoff, but it is what it is. They go out and they played the games, and now you got matchups, and some of them are uneasy. Should Ohio State be playing Oregon? That's the reward? Yikes. But, okay, there it is.
Yeah, you got to beat them eventually.
Exactly. There's a couple really, really tough games, and then there's maybe some not so tough games that on paper. We'll see how it shakes out in the actual game, but I'm excited for it.
Let's go to Larry next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Hey, guys. Great show.
Thank you.
Gator, I'm surprised you don't like Joel Klatt. Why is that?
I just think he's a pain.
Just giving you a hard time. Hey, Doug, great point about the playoffs. My buddies and I didn't think about that. We were saying that those first round games were terrible. But
well, they weren't
in the
great.
basketball
Don't get me
tournament,
wrong, but it happens in March Madness. Yeah, it's year one.
you
Let's
get
see
that
what
when
happens.
you play. You get the 1 versus the 16 or the 2 versus the 15. Those are, one time it's been where the 1 seed has beaten the top seed. So, those games are blowouts.
Yeah.
But we don't want to trim down the field of that. But great point there. I have a champ and a chump.
Let's hear it.
Champ is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because that enabled my buddy to hit that parlay, $15,000. So shout out to Baker Mayfield. And my chump would be the Seattle Seahawks defense for leaving, actually double covering Justin Jefferson and still giving up that touchdown.
Let's go to Noah in Chicago. You're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Noah.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Okay.
I just wanted to repeat on the guy saying...
Noah, can you talk directly into the phone? We're having problems hearing you, buddy. You sound like you're underwater.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry about that.
Much better.
I was just going to say, the one guy called in saying that if we rest our starters, if Minnesota beats Green Bay, I don't see it happening.
I don't either.
After hearing Campbell's post-game speech yesterday, they want revenge for that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, I if you got some guys on the bubble that could use another week's rest, you might shade towards not playing them in that game if the game doesn't matter, if the result of the game doesn't matter. But I just don't think that's the way Dan Campbell operates.
I also don't see Minnesota beating Green Bay next week. I think Minnesota's schedule since playing us has been one of the weakest in the league. I'm not sold on them.
I'm not sold on it either, but I think those are two pretty good teams, and I think that they're pretty evenly matched. Both offenses can put up a lot of points. I think to me it comes down to which defense is going to make the better play and more impactful play.
The two biggest wins they've had in that time frame is over Atlanta, an 8-7 team, and Seattle, an 8-7 team, and then they've got a lot of Bears and Titans and Jaguars, and those are all teams. To be fair, the Lions played the Colts, Jaguars, Titans. They did it too. So I don't know. I think we're being a little bit spoiled by the Lions' margins of victory and forgetting that it's Minnesota's still 13-2. Still 13-2. Got to respect that. I know it's not as impressive as the Lions 13-2 because the Lions have much bigger margins of victory, but 13-2 is 13-2. Now, they have been some weaker games of late, but the Lions share many of those opponents. Danny is next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Danny.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy holidays.
Same to you.
I'm just calling to champ Jared Goff. That's my guy. People, the critique around him over the years. Can't throw the deep ball, can't win outdoors. But he looked pretty darn good yesterday, in my opinion. And my chump, I know, it was all NFL yesterday, but I had my eyes set on that PNC. I'm a big golf guy. And I was rooting for Tiger and Charlie. Then we got Bernard teeing up from the ladies. He's darn near in the fairway and win it in the playoffs. I was a little bummed out there. A win's a win, but I got to chump Bernard longer for that.
You got to chump Bernard longer because
he won?
Because he made the eagle putt to...
No, he just won a Champions Tour event, I believe, a couple of weeks ago, give or take, and he's teeing up from distance in front of Charlie.
Well, I think it's based on age. And Charlie was also teeing up further than 35 yards ahead of everybody else too. So, I mean, it was fun to watch, and it was awesome display of golf, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a big Team Woods guy, obviously. And, it was all NFL. I had my eyes on TV, too. I couldn't get enough of that event. Love that event. Love the show, guys. Like I said, happy holidays. Be safe.
It was tough yesterday. I really wanted to watch all of that, the golf, but it was on there at the same time as the Lions. So I'm flipping during commercial breaks, and then I also knew that they were going to replay it later on that night. So I was going to try to catch that. But then the Lions game ends just in time to see them play 18 and then go to a playoff. It was pretty compelling. And then Charlie gets a hole-in-one.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you guys see that?
I saw the highlight.
Yeah, I saw the highlight too. Just real quick, golf is weird to me in general, the sport. And it was his first hole-in-one.
Yeah.
And he didn't even see it go in.
No.
That happens a lot with golfers where you don't see your hole-in-one go in. To me, that's got to be one of the most exciting things you can do in golf, and you want to celebrate and enjoy and have fun, but you don't even see it.
Yeah, I've never seen one go in.
Yeah, right.
Could you imagine hitting a game-winning 3 and never see it go in?
Right, no,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it.
But that's also what makes golf great. Is it's a target.
Does it
thing.
make it
you know,
great?
you can't. You see where the flag is, but you don't see the hole because it's elevated or it's hidden by a hump or whatever. A hump.
Yes, a hump.
Berm.
Yes,
it's a hump.
97-1 the ticket.
Hey, so the cold weather is here, right? It is freezing out there. We know we had the temperatures were in the single digits the other day. It's rough. It can be really rough on your garage doors. I mean, they got all those moving parts. They're made out of metal. When the temperature drops, it can wreak havoc on those garage doors. Do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door today. They know how to weatherproof things. They know how to troubleshoot things. They know how to hook you up if you need new garage doors. They are absolutely awesome. I've used them in the past for maintenance. They've helped me out with that. And when it was time to get new garage doors, I called them again, and Precision was there for the rescue. And we have great new garage doors in the house. I couldn't be happier. Jeff, the whole crew, they come out to the house, they assess the situation. Technicians are knowledgeable, and the service is stellar. Call Precision and today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit their webpage at precisiondoormi.com.
Dan Campbell following the Lions win. You know what was interesting yesterday is Dan Campbell on the Lions opening drive was looking at a 4th and 2, and he took the points over going for it.
Saw that.
Kind of an underrated part of the game is, he said, I'm not going to go for it all the time. We all remember that a couple weeks back. And there it is. That's the example of him not going for it all the time, is he just simply took the points.
And then later in the game, it's a 17-point game, a 4th down situation, and he goes for it. They don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some people were bent out. I know some people were bent out of shape because I got some text messages. But the logic you have there at that point is, okay, if you kick a field goal, you go up by 20.
Yeah.
It's still a 3-score game. If it's 17 or 20, it doesn't really matter. If you get a touchdown, you make it 24. Yeah, it's still technically a 3-score game, but you're also asking for 3 2-point conversions. I understood the logic. Plus, if you get the first down, you're also taking more time off the clock.
I always look at a 2-point conversion as another score. I mean, it's you're
fair enough.
If you're down 24, you need 6 scores. You need 3 touchdowns and 3 2-point conversions, and that's because they're not givens. Even the kicking extra points are no longer givens, but they're essentially givens compared to 2-point conversions.
Correct.
Let's go to Tim in Ludington. You're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, Tim. Same to you.
I got 2 champs. Is that okay?
Sure. What the hell? We're crazy.
The guy on the sideline for Chicago, the firefighter saving that guy's life on the field.
Yeah,
that'd be my number 1. And my number 2 is Ferris State University, national champs.
It's cool. They really got something. I mean, Valdosta was number 1, and that game, I had it on with the college playoff game, the SMU Penn State game, and the NFL game, Kansas City and Houston, and I looked up and it was 21-0, just like that.
Yes, they kind of handed it to them. Thank you, guys.
Yep, appreciate it, Tim. 248-539-9797. Other things from that game that stood out, we mentioned the Stumbleruski, we mentioned Amik Robertson. What do we make of, I know we like the backup running, but both Vaki and Jefferson, both sightings there.
Vaki, Jefferson, and Craig Reynolds.
Craig Reynolds, thank you. I was totally blanking. I was like, Craig, it's not Craig Montgomery. Why was I thinking Montgomery? I know why I was thinking Montgomery, and I knew it wasn't Montgomery. Craig Reynolds, serviceable, but I think we got a sense that it's going to be the Jahmyr Gibbs show. And they've got what we hope is 5 games left. Ideally, it's 2 regular season games and 3 playoff games. And that doesn't feel like it would be, quote unquote, too much for a running back who's only played 53% of the snaps leading into this game. He got a heavy workload yesterday, but thankfully he doesn't have as much wear and tear as many backs do.
Yeah, I would. I'd like to see that the total carries come down a little bit for Jahmyr Gibbs and trust a little bit more in bringing guys in like Reynolds, Jefferson, and Vaki to run it. I'd like to take the wear and tear off of Jahmyr Gibbs because I think the drop off is substantial.
Feels like it. It might be.
Yeah. Hopefully they can get by. I mean, look, if Green Bay beats Minnesota, Monday night becomes really interesting that they can win that game, and then they can we can breathe a little bit easier there and maybe rest a bunch of guys the following week against Minnesota because it just wouldn't matter. But these other players do step up. There's value to these guys. You know, Reynolds and Jamar Jefferson, 7 carries for 31 yards in the game. That's over 4 yards per carry. You look at Vaki, who had 2 catches for 20 yards. Jefferson had a catch for 10 yards. And Reynolds had a catch for 5 yards. I think it was 66 yards on 11 plays, 11 touches for the backup running backs. That's impressive.
Yeah.
So they do have depth there, and these guys they're getting it done. And, you know, at the end when it looked like, okay, it's just garbage time, the Lions are just trying to run the clock out, and you know that's what they're doing, and they're throwing these guys in there, and they're still ripping off good runs. That's when you know you've done something there.
Well, and the thing is, it's actually not his career high in terms of touches against Vegas last year. He had 26 carries and 5 catches, 31 touches in that Vegas game last October. Had 152 yards rushing in that game. But we all know how explosive he can be. It was nice to have, you know, backs with slightly different skill sets. I don't think they're as different as we've all made them out to be, but they're slightly different skill sets. and you could keep them more fresh that way. And you never know. They might get David Montgomery back.
They might.
I don't know if I'm counting on it.
I'm not counting on it. I always like when you hear they'll get a second opinion. The second opinion says no, he doesn't need surgery, and then let's get a third opinion. A third opinion is a tiebreaker and says no, he don't need surgery. Give it some rest, and then maybe try to do some rehab, and we'll see where he's at. I'm not counting on him. Mm-hmm. So I think it's vital that they keep Jahmyr Gibbs as healthy as they can, but at the same time, you've got to use him. You got to use him when you can.
Yep.
So here he is, and he's a weapon without question.
That first quarter, I think he had 10 carries.
Dude.
And I know the goal line stuff, so they gave it to him 2-3 times in a row, but he was on pace for 40 carries, and I'm like, oh, my God, they're just going to keep giving Gibbs the ball. They don't care.
Their drive right before half to go up 27-7, I was happened to be just logging it, and I'm like, I'm going to leave all these plays. This is the drive. Screen to Gibbs, Gibbs run, Gibbs pass over the middle, Gibbs dump off pass, Gibbs run, Gibbs run, Gibbs run. Then they got the Bears to jump off sides, which was hysterical on that 4th and 1.
Dude, I was so Bears. Are you kidding me?
Well, it's so used to be Lions. Then they got it to J-Mo, then Gibbs run, Gibbs no game, and then Amon-Ra for the touchdown. But yes, the 4th and 1 was that. We've been that team.
Gibbs had 139 yards from scrimmage in the first half. I mean, that's just so impressive. The halftime numbers. I mean, the Bears had 9 carries for 27 yards as a team.
Yeah.
They only ran it 9 times for 3 yards per carry, and some of that, the big chunk came from Caleb Williams. Jared Goff with 254 yards passing in the first half, 16 of 21 with a couple of touchdowns, and J-Mo had the 4 catches for 118 in the first half. A heck of a first half.
They definitely cut down on his workload as the game went on. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. I just got a text from the Birchie kid who heard something funny on Cleveland radio.
Oh.
We will get to that and read it to you at 1248. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I just got this from the Birchie kid who's driving through Cleveland right now. And he writes, driving through Cleveland on my way home and caught a sports radio caller on Brown's Therapy Monday. He demanded that everyone from Myles Garrett to Denzel Ward to their bum-ass quarterback be traded, the con artist head coach be fired, and the sorry-ass owner sell the team, or so help me God. And boy, did it bring me back. We've been delivered from the dark. That's what the Birchie kid wrote. And I'm like, yeah, we've had calls like that.
Oh, yeah. And Myles Garrett was talking to people over the weekend about his future with Cleveland. He wants a firm commitment that Cleveland's going to make a run for it. Otherwise, he doesn't want to be there. He said he wants to play in Cleveland, but he wants to be competitive, wants to play for a winner.
Yep.
So it sounds a lot like Max Crosby and what he has said with the Raiders. Hey, I love the Raiders. I want to be here. I'm not going anywhere, but I want to win. So big-time defensive ends making demands.
Forgive us if we keep marveling at the fact that stuff like this is not our problem.
Yes.
And I'm going to keep doing it. 248-539-9797. Matt is on a cell and next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Watching that game yesterday, it was a really good game. I have no worries about them postseason or Super Bowl now. And then I wanted to ask, Gator, did you get the gift I sent you? I was working this morning, so I didn't get to listen to you guys. I just tuned in.
I don't know.
We've had a building. I saw something end up on our desk, Matt, but the entire building has gotten overhauled, and all our stuff is on the other side of the building.
It's really
so
kind of strange. There's like a crate that's got a bunch of stuff in there for me, and I don't know.
I sent you. It's a FedEx package. I sent you something for Christmas, and I think you'll like it. Just whenever you get a chance.
I'll try to see if I can find it and open it up tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, man.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep listening to you guys. Enjoy your show.
Well, we appreciate you continuing to listen. Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I did see something in a FedEx package over in that area, so I hope to grab that. So thank you very much.
Yep.
Completely unnecessary.
Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? David Warren says, my champ, I'm going to go with a Lion, but I'm going with Penn State volleyball and Farmington Mercy grad Jess Merzik. National champs, and Jess was named first-team All-American and tournament most outstanding player. Plus, the team won despite the coach battling cancer the last few months. I'm not a Penn State fan, but a great story with a local tie.
That is a great story with a local tie.
Chump, the college football playoff first round, snoozer. Yeah, I mean, look, the games weren't great. You know what's funny? I had a buddy of mine send me a text on Saturday, and he goes, you know what today is? Today is what New Year's Day used to be for us when we were kids. Like the idea that all these games back to back to back, and they felt very meaningful when we were kids.
Yeah.
You know, I think originally it was the Sugar Bowl in the morning, Fiesta Bowl started, and there was a truncated Fiesta Bowl, Rose Bowl start, and then the Orange Bowl was the night game. Then the Sugar Bowl got moved tonight.
The Cotton Bowl, I felt, was earlier.
Cotton Bowl was an early one too. Yes, thank you. Anyway, and the games weren't great, but it's okay. It's just year one.
I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. You know what we saw? Dominant performances by really good football teams that now make it to the next round and take on the top four. I'm glad we see that. Like, there's no doubt about it that Penn State, Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Texas, there's no doubt that those four teams belong, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt. So let's shut up about the other teams. These four are there, and now they get to play Arizona State, Boise State, with Georgia and Oregon.
If 4 or 5 years from now, all of the first-round games are always blowouts, and then the games are good after that, a strong case can be made that let's shave the thing down.
Get it down to 8.
My instinct tells me we don't need 12 teams, but what pisses me off is we all know the more likelihood is they're going to expand to make more money.
Well, and one of the earlier callers was complaining about it, and specifically to me about it, because Indiana was there instead of Alabama and talking about advertising dollars. I don't care about the advertising dollars.
That shouldn't dictate what we do with our system.
It should never dictate, okay? It's a nice benefit if you get a blue blood program that gets in there, but when they don't belong in there because they didn't deserve to make it based on what they had done during the season because they lost some horrific games, so they don't belong in there, okay, opportunity missed. And I'm sure the network television, I'm sure they're not thrilled with the way that the committee picked the teams, but I don't want network television picking out the teams.
Next, good morning, guys. This one's been in the hopper for a while. Good morning, guys. Merry Christmas. My champ is Detroit for the win over Chicago. My chump is Tennessee for allowing Ohio State to win on Saturday. How disappointing that game was. I wanted OSU to lose in the worst way. Ugh. Next one, champ Tony Annese winning his third championship in 4 years. Chump the Seahawks for not closing out the Vikings.
You're a B1G guy. Were you rooting for Ohio State against Tennessee? You can be honest.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. It's the same. I think it's great for the Big Ten, honestly. And I found the broadcast to be actually kind of amusing. They mentioned the Michigan game like 30 times. But at the end of the day, it's good for the Big Ten. Had they gotten beat, I would have enjoyed that too.
Right.
It's really, I'm sincere in saying that. You were around that night where I was making the case. I was rooting for Ohio State in the national championship game against LSU.
I was at your house, yeah.
And then when they started getting routed, I was like, this is actually kind of great too.
Well, they're celebrating the end zone on a Ted Ginn return for a touchdown, and then he breaks his ankle in a celebration.
They were very impressive. Like, honestly, Ohio State was very impressive. And I have respect for Tennessee. Tennessee's a good team.
They're a good team.
But
man, it sure is satisfying watching the Big Ten beat the SEC.
I'm not mad about that at all.
No.
At all.
And now we get a rematch, and I know people don't like it. Is it too early to – I mean, you got 4 games left in the next round, and then obviously things change. But Ohio State and Oregon, the first time around, was that a pretty good game?
Yeah.
So we're treated to the rematch of that game, which felt like it might be inevitable. Maybe people wanted it to be for the national championship, but here it is. Next week, they're going to play each other. It's going to be very, very fun to watch.
The most important thing to tweak moving forward to me is second-round games are on campus venues.
The only selling point that I can offer for expanding the group of teams, which I don't want to do, because I would rather see it go to 8. But the only thing I can offer up for why you do it is because it does make games more interesting, because they're playoff games. So, but the problem is it doesn't reduce the number of bowl games. The number of bowl games stays the same. They still have crappy bowls and they're going to be played, right? But if you were to somehow reduce the number of crappy bowl games, but you're expanding this group, now you're getting more players and teams where players aren't entering the portal right away. Players are not going to sit out the bowl game because, oh, wait a minute, this is a playoff game. So you're getting better matchups for me, the viewer. That is the only selling point for me. But as far as determining a champion's concerned, I think it should be less teams.
Scott writes in, some games are blowouts. This is football. It's not a movie. I'm mad at Ohio State because they beat Tennessee by too much. It's football. And he's right.
It's about matchups. Sometimes the matchup just isn't in the cards for a team.
No.
And definitely is for the other team.
248-539-9797.
They're definitely more likely to expand it than decrease it, though. I mean, and I don't care. And yeah, we don't want the networks determining any of this stuff, but they have influence. And the ultimate determining factor is going to be, we'll go back and look at the ratings this past weekend and see how they were. Even in these blowout games, if the ratings are good, they're going to be, the networks will be happy. You know what I mean? The advertisers will be happy. They just want eyeballs on their product and marketing. And so look at basketball. They're talking about expanding to 72 or 76 teams. Everything just keeps getting bigger because of money, guys. So in football, I don't see how this thing goes the opposite way. I think if anything, it gets bigger.
I'll combine the two a little bit with basketball, what basketball does with what maybe college football can do or maybe will do. How about a play-in game? Keep in my 12 teams, okay? But you get a play-in game to see who gets to finish up those games. So Alabama and Ole Miss, you guys play each other to see who gets to take on, Notre Dame or whatever, right? If you want to throw Indiana in the mix and Miami, go ahead. Have a couple play-in games if that's how you want to expand it.
I don't want to do anything until 2028.
Will you go to Dayton for that, Gator?
That I would, yeah. I mean, football's different, yeah. And would I want to go to another campus to see a football game? You betcha. And do I want to see the SEC teams play up north? Uh-huh. Absolutely.
Unnamed texter, Doug, relax a little bit. People are going to be disappointed when the quality of football was as bad as it was. Complete waste of time. So people are going to be upset first year or not. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to relax a little bit. What bothers me is the people that cover the sport bitching about the system as if there's a perfect system. It's not the system's fault. And I wouldn't be blaming an 18 system or 16 system or 11 and a half team system. You cannot, if you predetermine how many teams are making the playoff in a college football world where there are thousands of possible outcomes, you can't have one system that accounts for every possible screw up or controversy. It's not possible. And some years, 12 teams may look great. Others, it may not. Champ, the Detroit Lions, nice bounce back win. Chump, Seattle, thanks for nothing. Seattle's making a strong run at Chump. Simplest form, the Lions are 3 home game victories from going to a Super Bowl. That's from Jake in Indy, and he is right. If they beat Minnesota in the season finale, they're the 1 seed. Now, they could be the 1 seed before that, but you win that, you win 2 home playoff games, and the Lions will be in the Super Bowl. It's an amazing. They're again, it's tantalizingly close when you get that bye, and you just got to hold serve at home against a lesser seed to get to the NFC title game in your barn. Next one, I'm starting to wonder if they need trick plays to win. Seems like unnecessary gimmicks if you're a superior team. Well, the one thing I'll say to that is, and I know that there's that line of thinking out there. Some people think why are they running trick plays against the Bears? Is Ben Johnson says the well is deep. The well is deep, and you run those trick plays, and opposing teams now have to prepare for them, and then you hit them with something else. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I got a question for you and for King. I want to get to that today at 102. Plus, there's a new commercial I don't like. It's not that new, but I find it disturbing.
Oh, you find it disturbing?
I find it disturbing. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour as well. Hey, are you a true Lions fan? If so, lean in. Hey, it's Doug for UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. They're celebrating partnerships with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, big game, Brian Branch, playmaker, and Terrion Arnold, getting better. And they got something special for you, introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. As a UMCU member, you'll not only show your Lions pride, but you'll also gain access to exclusive perks. Imagine getting 20% off merchandise inside Ford Field, plus access to VIP events where you can actually meet current and legendary Lions players. That's right, UMCU membership opens doors to some of the most exciting experience for true fans. And we just talked about the idea of having home playoff games. You get that 20% off for those home playoff games. It's awesome. The card just isn't any card. It's designed for the real Lions fan who lives with every touchdown and victory. The Detroit Lions Black Card, exclusive to UMCU members, and signing up is easy. I did it. Just visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit like never before. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. So the Liberty commercial where the dude saves money and so he takes his savings and buys a wax figure of himself, it's really creepy, isn't it? Like, they're really weird.
Oh, it's weird. Like, who would, in the right mind, get a wax figure of themselves and then bring it out
And think it's a cool thing?
To the waterfront by the Statue of Liberty.
And then in one of the commercials, it melts. And the other commercial takes a Frisbee to the temple lobe. And I'm just like, what are we doing? Why are we... Is this for insurance? Why are we buying wax figures of ourselves?
You got that kind of money, man.
Yeah, when you're saving money, you can buy whatever you want, Doug.
Like a wax figure of yourself.
Exactly.
That's not on your list?
You go to Turkey if you want.
You good.
If that's what you want to do.
If that's what you want to do.
I'd probably rather get a wax figure.
Then go to Turkey?
Yeah,
would the wax figure have hair, or would it would be like just like you?
Yeah,
know?
which version of Doug would we get?
Yeah,
I get, like,
ooh,
1990
yeah,
Doug?
Oh yeah, well you don't know what he's gonna do.
Frosted Tips Doug?
Yeah.
Are we gonna get like 2005 Doug where it starts to go away?
We've
go.
Are we gonna get
When it
2015
ceased.
Doug? It's like using the head blade shave or whatever. I don't know how you shave your head, but is that what we're gonna go with? I mean, what wax figure would you get? Which version of Doug?
I'd probably get the one with the Vanilla Ice 3 lines in the side.
Epic Doug.
A little fade on the side.
Was that getting fired by Bell's Pizza, Doug?
That was right around that time.
Yeah. I like that Doug.
Right around that time.
That was a crazy Doug.
That Doug was dangerous.
That Doug ate red meat. That Doug ate red meat.
No, that Doug woke up feeling dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am dangerous.
Maverick.
The sniff. The double sniff.
This is a Top Gun reference. People who don't know. The original Top Gun.
But you said wax figure, not. You find it creepy.
Do you?
Yes,
Okay.
I found it creepy when I first saw it like a month ago, and it was the one where it starts to melt,
Yeah.
and you start to see it like sweat through the shirt, if you will, but it's just the wax and it's melting, and then when the ankles go on the thing, I get a little sick to my stomach when the ankles break because I get the feeling I just witnessed a horrific injury. You know, warning gated graphic. This wax figure is about to break at the ankles, which is what it does.
Just for the record here, the Liberty wax figure commercials, creepy. The Progressive Insurance Don't Turn Into Your Parents commercials, still delivering.
Hysterical.
Yeah, I'm still big on the Progressive commercials.
I don't mind being creeped out at times, though. I mean, it's entertaining to me.
This is the creepiest commercial since the Burger King commercial with the big.
I love the Burger King
I think
guy.
the Burger King guy was scary. Like
You wake
staring
up
in
and
your
he's
window.
lying in your bed. You're like, "What are you doing, dude?" And then he rewards you with a croissant sandwich. You're like, "You're my man. You're my man."
That can make up for a lot.
It does,
right? Someone brings you a breakfast sandwich. You're like,
"Get the hell out of my house!" And then he's like, "Wait a minute, I have French toast sticks." You're like, "Thank you."
I know, right?
Thank you so much, King. Can I get you some coffee? You know, it
It's 'cause
starts.
Doug doesn't eat the breakfast sandwich like we do.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Starts out creepy, but then King ends up being a king. He's awesome. But we haven't seen that in forever.
No,
right?
and I don't miss it.
You don't miss it?
I found the King to be creepy.
I miss Aaron Insurance.
This guy.
Wonder what she looks like now. Huh?
Curious, is she still
All right,
is she
okay,
held
she
up well?
aged?
Yeah.
Let me back up here. And
Everyone's
get to
getting
the
Botox.
Let me get back up here to the second part of this because it ties in to the Liberty commercials.
She's athletic.
Mega Millions is at 944 million.
Wow.
So we like to play a game called Would You Buy? Would you buy a wax figure of yourself if you hit a $944 million Mega Millions winning?
No, I would not. Because wax figures have always creeped me out. As a kid, I remember going to the Guinness Book of World Records museum, which is like in
San Francisco?
It's like in Niagara Falls or something. They had one in Niagara Falls.
That sounds about right.
And
That sounds very Niagara Fallsy.
it creeped me out as a kid walking through there. I was creeped out. I was creeped out by a bunch of things there, but that was one of them.
Was it?
Yeah. The other was, I think they literally had the world's tallest man walking around in the museum at the time. And I'd be like
He was
8 or
still
9 years
alive?
old. Well, it was a different guy, whoever the current one was at the time. And, you know, I'm like 8 or 9 years old and this guy's walking around and I like craned my head straight up. I couldn't believe how tall this guy was. It creeped me out. I was freaked out.
Did it really?
Yeah.
All right, so no to the wax figure?
It's a no.
Kang, would you buy a wax figure of yourself?
No, no.
Okay, now what about statue?
I was going to ask that next, Gator. Like
Pudge Rodriguez?
Yep.
Like Rocky?
Yeah. Barry Sanders in front of Ford Field.
I mean, okay, so because it goes twofold. Okay, would you do the statue? If you do the statue, what pose would the statue be in?
Yes. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't get the guy who did Dwayne Wade.
No.
That guy.
Dude.
I want my money back.
No, but the guy who ends up doing like the statues you see at Comerica Park.
Yeah, like the good ones.
Ford Field, LCA, the good ones.
Okay, let's say, hey, for fun,
Yeah.
you have to do this. Yeah. What's the pose? What kind of, setting?
Am I going to be an athlete? Am I going to be me in a guitar?
Yeah.
I think I might, if am I allowed to do this? I don't buy lotto tickets. So our rules, typically, I don't get to dream. In fact, I'll abstain. I don't get allowed to dream. Go ahead.
No, I think you have a strong opinion on
Okay,
this.
I would be in the celebration fist pump and leg kick that Antoine Randall had yesterday. That was awesome.
Can you physically do that, though?
It's a good question. I want to look at it. Maybe during the commercial break, I'll practice a little bit, and people who are streaming can watch me try.
It's a good thing you got some time off coming up because
to recover.
Yeah. Doug Karsh, broadcaster, tore his groin.
Yeah.
Well, interesting. What athletic pose would I go with? Would it be like, would I go high school Gator in a football uniform? Like pass rushing? That would look kind of cool. Like a swim move type thing with one arm up in the air as I'm coming over. Would it be throwing a football?
What?
Would it be running with a football? Almost like a Heisman type thing?
Is it at home Gator with Lois?
That's another one. Well, no, because home Gator with Lois, it's just me like on a couch.
It's your statue, man.
I know, but that's I could see that live. I can't see myself live anymore as a football player.
Oh, you want to take it back to like peak Gator?
Yeah, exactly. I think I might do that. It might, it would probably be as a pass rusher coming through, something with big hand up in the air.
What about you, Kang?
I don't know, man. This is a tough question. This is a good question. Yeah, right? If you had to put a statue yourself, I mean, do you go back eras? Do you do something current? Do you want to be majestic? Or do you want to,
I could see you like dribbling a basketball up court, holding, because you're a point guard, holding like the wand up in the air.
the play.
Yeah.
I like that.
Or would you rather be in mid-shot? Like
I'm always ready to shoot, Jack.
When's the drawing?
Tomorrow night.
Is it?
Yeah, Tuesdays and
what a Christmas Eve surprise this is going to be for one of you two. Very excited.
Dude, we were looking at the potential payout, Doug. We still understand how the math.
I don't understand the math and how they do it. It's not only
crap.
It's more than chopped in half.
Yeah,
like the what'd you say? 922,
944,
and I think the if you wanted to take the payout, it was like 420 million, and then it's taxed after the 420 at what I guess 60% rate or whatever. So you're looking at 250, $300 million or whatever it is. That seems like it just seems odd that gets chopped that much. Whereas I guess I think it's a 30-year payout otherwise. So would you take the $30 million a year, roughly, a little more than $31 million a year, but that gets taxed every year. But does that mean it's take home like 16 to 18 million a year, something like that? And over the course of time, does that make more sense than just having the money right away and you can invest it?
Given that I don't buy tickets, I've given this zero thought.
What's your first thought right now?
My first thought is I'm not surprised a lot of it gets taken away.
And would you go lump sum or payment?
Nobody does the payment.
Nobody.
If it seems like nobody does, and like that's the logic because you can make more money if you invest it.
Yeah. Anyway,
these uncertain times, though.
We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So it's great to see our teams in the D playing awesome. Love it. They're winning. It's just like the great team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They win, and they're making sure that the customers win on every single deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet are absolutely amazing. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield right now, you want the Equinox EV. it's only $114 a month. You get the Chevy Blazer, that's just $294 a month. Now, all the unbeatable payments they have are with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included, my friends. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered because they treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent, like Alex Bregman. Big money. That's right, huge money for your trade. In fact, you get up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Happy holidays, everybody. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Scott writes in, I'm driving my wife crazy with questions when I see the wax figure commercial. Are we supposed to know who this guy is? Why is he dressed like that? What does this have to do with insurance? All valid questions.
Sure.
Is that guy somebody?
No.
Is that a TV character on a show I don't watch?
It's just, they're all the Liberty Mutual commercials they're strange, right?
Yeah, well, that one's really weird.
Limu and Doug? Love that.
Yeah, I'd like to think that it was cool, but it's because you don't see a lot of Doug love anymore.
Sorry, man.
It's okay, but the commercials don't make me feel any better about the name Doug.
Yeah, they're making it worse.
Who's this dim-witted guy that hangs out with an emu?
Definitely not going to be an increase in Doug.
Like, I mean, we giving Doug's a bad name over here.
Guy's got a great mustache, tinted shades.
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy the commercials.
Do you?
I do.
I don't think they help Doug's.
Before they had the Liberty Bibberty guy who couldn't line.
Yeah, that guy was funny.
Right.
That guy was funny.
It's all funny.
Liberty Mutual. Liberty Bibberty. Let's go to Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're next. What's up, Bridge?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, guys. Hey, I got a comment on the Lions before I give you my champion chump.
Yep.
I called you, about 4 weeks ago, and I said I was a little concerned about the defense.
Yeah.
And a good quarterback will show them up, and sure enough, they showed up the Bills, and now after those two, even though they won handily, I'm still concerned when they run up against a good quarterback, they'll be in trouble. But it's my concern.
Well, I mean, look,
come out of it good.
What does be in trouble mean? Does it mean that they can't beat them, or it means they're going to play a close game?
No, it means they could lose. That's my concern, because even the two drives that their quarterback, in the second, was that the third quarter or second quarter? Well, they had two back-to-back drives. They ran right through, like they couldn't stop them.
Bridge, who do you put in the category of good quarterback? Obviously Josh Allen.
Hold on. All the guys that we're going to play from now on, they're going to be good. So
is Sam Darnold a good quarterback?
Not good. Well, he's better than the Chicago quarterback at this point. At some point, Williams will get to be a better
Jordan
quarterback.
Love?
Jordan Love for sure.
Yeah, who they just beat with a depleted defense.
Yeah, and even I'm not so much concerned about the regular season. It's in the playoffs.
Well, that would be Jordan Love. That could be Darnold.
In the playoffs will be top, top notch.
Yeah,
guy,
I mean, look, Jalen Hurts. They haven't thrown
anyway.
the ball particularly well. The rest of the quarterbacks that I would put on that list are AFC Super Bowl challenge quarterbacks, and it's not going to be easy.
But those two back-to-back drives, it looked like Tom Brady out there,
Well, he's not a bad quarterback. By the way, he's only thrown 5 picks all season. He's got 19 touchdown passes to 5 interceptions. Caleb Williams has actually played pretty steady this year. The game's just got to slow down for him, and when it does, he makes good decisions. And those 2 plays were, and I think one of the plays, the laser touchdown pass he threw to Keenan Allen, great pass. And I'd wonder if we can get an honest moment from Dan Campbell or Aaron Glenn on it. Was Melifonwu late to getting over there? Because it kind of looked like Terry Arnold either turned him over to him, or Terry Arnold may have just gotten smoked and beaten on the play. But Melifonwu kind of comes over late, takes a terrible pursuit angle, and Allen just running for the touchdown. I wonder if that was a defensive breakdown there.
Yeah. But anyway, so hopefully we win the next 5 games, and everybody lives happily ever after.
There you go.
But so anyway, so my champ, it was going to be the Washington Commanders, but then I saw this article this morning by Jeff Seidel in the News Free Press, and my champ is a Detroit Lions fan. His name is Ben Roth. He lives in Frisco, Texas. He's never lived in Michigan. He grew up a Lions fan because he liked Barry Sanders. He has season tickets. He lives in Texas, but he has season tickets to Lions games. Comes here 4 times a year. But what he did on Sunday was
we saw a story. Yeah, we actually talked about it a little bit earlier. He saved the fan that collapsed.
Yes.
That was
awesome. But the amazing part is how he got there.
Wasn't supposed to be there.
To be on the sideline. It was like so many things had to happen for him to even be there.
It's a great story. You can find it in the Free Press. Jeff Seidel wrote it. I think it's really interesting.
Basically was gifted sideline passes, and because he was there, when a fan collapsed as a firefighter, he helped bring him back to life. It's incredible. And your chump, real quick.
He recognized it as a heart attack. Otherwise, somebody said they just fainted, and that would have been problematic too, because he's a firefighter and a paramedic.
All right, who's your chump?
So anyway, chump, Jameson Williams. He did it again.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times is he going to do that?
Well, I hope not many. Look, thank you for the phone call, Bridge. We talked about it earlier. He really needs to basically show that he's got coaches back. And we don't know what happened. Like when he got the personal foul in the game against the Bears on Thanksgiving, it turned out the guy who tripped him got a $10,000 fine, Stevenson, and he was part of this again. But when a coach goes to bat for a player of any kind, at any level, and says, look, I don't think it's going to happen again, you got to back your guy up. Like he should be very appreciative. Dan Campbell continues to have his back, and he gave him, it was a teaching moment on the sideline again. But at the end of the day, yeah, you don't want it to come back and haunt you in a bigger game. Now, as far as his concern about playing a good quarterback, they're going to play good quarterbacks in the playoffs. That's how it works, A. And B, as Jared Goff said, this isn't going to be easy.
No.
They're not going to roll through the playoffs. The whole margin of victory thing is very intoxicating. And their margin of victory is now down to like 15 points, but it's still the highest in the league. But that sobering stat that they're in company with 5 other teams, so only one won the Super Bowl that had similar margin of victories through regular seasons, that's a little scary because only one of them turned that directly into a Super Bowl. It just goes to show that, the margin of victory, while it makes you feel very confident, it doesn't necessarily translate. So, no, it's not going to be easy.
No, and the Lions haven't played the toughest schedule in the league, but they've beaten all but 2. It's been a pretty remarkable run, 13-2. It's a franchise record for wins in a season, in a regular season with 13. We're seeing all types of milestones. I mean, Jared Goff just threw his 33rd touchdown pass, which gives him a career high. Amon-Ra St. Brown has 100 receptions on the season again for the second year in a row. That's one of only a few players that have done the 100 receptions for over 1,000 yards and over 10 touchdowns in 2 years in a row. So it's impressive. We're seeing Jahmyr Gibbs continue to put up big totals, and he's well over 1,000 yards rushing now, and adding to his season totals for yards from scrimmage is impressive. Was he at 14 or 15 now touchdowns from scrimmage? That's amazing. They're just doing things every week, and you get an extra week, too, with a 17-game schedule now. But what they're doing in 15 weeks is amazing.
Ariel in Southfield, you're next. Well, hello, Ariel.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Personally, as I told your screener, the Lions have the makings of a championship team. I think the problem with Detroit is we are just too darn pessimistic. I know the team's history has a lot to do with that. But even with Michigan football last year, when they clearly had the best team in college football, fans were very pessimistic. I think that we need to let go of the traumas from the past and just embrace our respective teams and just trust them. It isn't being pessimistic. Being pessimistic does not make us bad fans. It just makes us very negative at times, and that's not healthy for us psychologically or mentally. I don't know how it is for Spartan fans. Only Gator can attest to that, but that is just something I've noticed about Detroit fans overall. As far as Minnesota, I don't think they're as good. They're good, but I don't think they're world beaters, and I think they're going to be exposed with week 18. They've won a lot of games very luckily, and I think the Lions are going to be proven to be too much for them last week of the season. That's all.
Well, look, I mean, I always like to say fans have the right to feel however they feel, and what we try and do is convey the way we feel. You can validate or invalidate it as much as you want. I don't blame fans that are still scared just because it's been so long in terms of, well, it actually never happened this way. What we're experiencing right now, it's not been a long time. I mean, I get that some of you might have remembered the last championship, but we haven't had back-to-back seasons like this, as credible a product on the field as they have right now. And forgive people for still having scars from years past, although I think most of those have healed over. I mean, people are fired up, Ariel. I think they are more fired up than they are pessimistic.
I think you're right.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win games, but FanDuel also has bets where which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah, that is Dan Campbell talking about Jamison Williams. And look, after that, the personal foul, the taunting penalty, he exploded. I mean, he was everything you'd want Jamison Williams to be. And I always talk about the net, like, is when people call up and complain about Brad Holmes, he missed on this pick, missed on that pick, or Dan Campbell shouldn't have gone for it here, shouldn't have gone for it there, or JMO's personal fouls. The net is way more positive. Now, is it perfect? No. But that's not how things should be judged. He had a hell of a game yesterday, Jamison Williams. Hell of a game. Now, the controllables, you want to control the controllables. And he didn't necessarily do that, given. Let's see what comes out of it. One, like the last time when the dude from Chicago, Stevenson, got fined. That was pretty telling. You still don't want the 15-yard penalty, but it was pretty telling. 248-539-9797. Michael's in Hillsdale, and next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Michael.
What's up, Doug and Gator? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas
Same
to
to
you.
you. Thank you.
I just want to do champ and chump.
Okay.
So my champ has to be my beautiful fiance for somehow finding me a Penei Sewell jersey for Christmas.
Sweet. Nice.
And chump has to be all those Tennessee fans for talking all that smack about beating the Buckeyes, and we know how that ended.
It was nice of them to travel north to lose.
Exactly. I completely agree with you, Gator.
Thank you for the phone call. Champ and Chump votes coming in. Champ Jared Goff for his acting skills. Chump Chris Ilitch for not firing Lalonde and Yzerman.
This is getting into be this is a sticky situation they have with the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Because I can't sit here and say it's a coaching issue. I think my gut tells me it's a personnel issue. And who's in charge of personnel? Steve Yzerman.
Mm-hmm.
I still trust him. I don't think he got dumb overnight. I think he is expecting better things out of some players that they've acquired, and they haven't panned out, whether it's Tarasenko or Gustafsson or others. I don't want to just single those two out because they're not alone. But he's responsible for putting his team together, and it looks like the best players they've gotten through the draft are the high-end draft picks that they've had, and we still haven't seen several of those guys play. And I feel like I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's wait and see when Sandin Pellikka comes and plays, when Danielson comes and plays, or when Nygaard plays in this. But those guys are still 1 year away, or 3 years away, or whatever it's going to be. At some point, you got to say it's not working. And, I think you can afford to wait to the end of the season and kind of regroup with the general manager anyway. But with the head coach, I don't know if there's much that Lalonde can do. I don't think if you're going to change a head coach, is that going to light a spark under this team? I don't know if you get that in this situation, if the talent's just not there. But some things just haven't gotten better.
No, and that's where it's getting to the point where you almost may as well try it.
Yeah, I mean, this seat is awfully hot for Derek Lalonde. It is on the third stage of 3 stages of your seat warmer when you hit that button in the car. It's on that. It's really hot. So they've got a game tonight, and then they have the rest of the week off until Friday night. Look, one game's not going to save a guy's job, but I also don't think Yzerman's in any rush to make that kind of decision. I think this is going to play out for a little bit longer, but I'm sure he's looking himself in the mirror and saying he's responsible for this.
By the way, the previous caller who chumped Tennessee fans for talking all that mess, think about that. Talking all the mess is one thing. I was pretty impressed with how many of them were in Columbus. Like, I thought that was a hell of a showing for a fan base that was supporting their team. Now, as far as the mess they were talking, I mean, that's fans.
Right, but it is impressive when you see that. Like was it Georgia that went up to Notre Dame?
Yeah.
And took over Notre Dame?
Yeah.
That was impressive.
And we talk about how proud we are of our Lions fans for taking over stadiums. I'm not mad at Tennessee fans necessarily.
It wasn't a takeover of Columbus, but they had a pretty
sizable,
big contingent. Yeah.
Pat Forty said 35 to 40%, which is like, whoa. I don't know if that's the case. I've often said when anybody asks me to estimate how big a crowd was, I'll say something and people go, that wasn't it. And I'm like, okay, dude, I don't know. I'm not great at estimating crowd sizes. Sorry.
Can we put to rest one thing, though, about Tennessee coming up to Ohio State?
What's that?
When you go out onto the field without shirts, does it even mean anything? No. Like, to prove your toughness? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know.
Because it happens all the time. It's not just Tennessee. It's like in professional football or any other
people missed it for the warm-ups. Tennessee went out. A bunch of guys didn't have shirts on.
Ooh, they are tough.
They went out and lost, like, easily. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, it doesn't, because you know how that goes on social media and everything. Look at these guys. They're tough. They're not afraid. They just got smoked.
More feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Dion in Detroit, champ the Washington Commanders for getting it done in a close one. Chump Seattle for not getting it done in a close one. Yeah, I'm sure Seattle would have liked to have won that game, but the Commanders coming through.
I thought I saw something on Twitter. I think Colton Pouncey put it out that the guy who designed the winning play for the Commanders was David Blau.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Interesting.
That was a hell of a throw by Daniels, though. Dude. I mean, he threw it. The linebacker was there, but he didn't have his back turned around. I mean, everything about that was pretty insane. And then, by the way, if you guys didn't watch the game, and I didn't watch the whole game, but I saw it on Red Zone, Devontae Smith dropped the game-winning pass for the Eagles. I mean, stuff like that has to happen, you know, to set up that play that Daniels made.
Kind of a little bit of what goes around comes around.
Yeah.
Remember Carolina dropped the pass to beat Philadelphia?
Yep.
So Colton Pouncey was quoting from Albert Breer. It says from this story in SI, it said, the next call Kingsbury sent in was one that assistant quarterbacks coach David Blau added to the playbook at the end of spring, specifically for end-of-game situations, and the Commanders have repped it in practice a ton since training camp just for the situation like this. So give credit
to
David Blau, former Lions quarterback, helping us out.
Our guy. Thank you.
Well played.
248-539-9797.
There was some did you watch any of the Houston game?
Houston and Kansas City? Yeah.
So when Tank Dell went down, and they show all these replays, but I can't really tell what happens in the replay. It just looks like, I mean, he got rolled up on, and eventually it's revealed today that he tore his ACL along with dislocating his knee. And you could see how everybody gathered around him. C.J. Stroud was devastated.
Yep.
I felt terrible for C.J. Stroud. Not even so much Tank Dell. Like, Tank Dell, okay, he's hurt. It sucks. He's going to have to rehab. But C.J. Stroud needed to be consoled. He's crying out there on the field. I felt terrible for him.
I felt pretty bad for Tank Dell.
Yeah, I felt bad for Tank Dell. I feel bad for Tank Dell.
Did you see C.J. Stroud, though?
C.J., man.
Yeah.
Let his emotions get the best of him there.
Dude, then he walked away.
D'Amico Ryans is there, got his arm around him, trying to help him out.
I feel like Tank was hurt more than Stroud.
I don't know.
So.
I don't know.
No, but that honestly could be like not just career-threatening, but life-threatening. That type of injury. It's a Teddy Bridgewater type injury.
Yeah.
If you like lose like nerve and blood.
Yeah, well, it's like Alex Smith. Same type of thing. Yeah.
That's scary. That was one though that honestly, because it was on, we had the college game on, we had the Ferris game on in the command center, and I was like, I can't really see anything. You couldn't, like a lot of these injuries, you go, ooh, oh no. And this one, I was like.
It just looked like he disappears, and you could tell that they land on the leg, and he's going one direction, and the leg's going the other direction.
Kind of flopped around a little bit, but it
wasn't a real.
I never, at no point did I go, oh, that's it. He's done.
So I guess from reading afterwards, people said that there were replays that you could see where you could clearly see a dislocated.
Oh, yeah. Knee. Did you guys not watch the replays?
I did, but I didn't see that one.
Oh, it's bad.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not going the right way. And his own teammate. It was friendly fire, basically. And it's,
Yeah, both guys going in the corner of the end zone. And the fact that
to be fair, I did not see that replay because I never saw a replay that they might have showed it once and said, we're never going to show that again.
He caught the pass. Yep. And then he's got it with one arm as he's coming down and getting crunched and his leg's done. And he goes and clutches his leg while his other arm is still hanging on to the ball and rolling over.
He was completing the process.
He did. He completed the process. It was an amazing play.
Champ of the weekend, the Washington Commanders. Chump of the weekend, the Seattle Seahawks. That's from Stu in Brownstown. My champ is Christian Mahogany, who looks legit. My chump is the college football playoff, which was a complete dud. I mean, yeah, okay. Games weren't great.
I enjoyed it.
I actually did too, but because the games had true significance. You never know when somebody's going to come back. Got it. Pretty much nobody did. Indiana did a little bit, but
Penn State flexing their muscles defensively. Notre Dame doing the same thing.
I actually enjoyed kind of an acknowledgement that the Big Ten in December was apparently as tough as we thought the Big Ten in December was going to be. All those years we said, I'd like to see one of those teams come north.
And we had 2 games up there. And
look, Tennessee's climate isn't exactly tropical. Okay, got it. And Dallas can get cold too, where SMU's from. But Big Ten home sites in December, if this becomes a thing, Big Ten home sites in December, and nobody wants to go to Big Ten country, I kind of can get on board with that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, it's hard to find great service sometimes, so when you find it, you want to let everybody know about it. Well, I'm letting you know. Precision Garage Door, they are amazing. I needed some new garage doors, so I got in touch with them. This was after a few years ago. I got in touch with them because I was having some issues with the garage doors. They came out, they looked at them, they said, well, we need to do this, this, and this, but you're going to have to replace them eventually. So when I did, I gave them the call back, and they did. A real human answered my phone. They scheduled an appointment right away, and it was awesome. Daryl and his team, they took care of me, and they'll take care of you as well. So give them a call today if you need new garage doors or just some scheduled maintenance on your garage doors. Give them a call, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit their website at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Last chance to get your Champ and Chump votes in, or any calls in for that matter. 248-539-9797. We do have this story. Little interesting wording. ESPN had a report. They were kind of doing a recap of the games, and they kind of sum up what happened with each team. So, like, they'll have the Lions 34, Bears 17. They'll tell the Lions story, and then they tell the Bears story. Here's the Bears story. How did Ben Johnson's up-close audition land with the Bears? And whoever wrote the story writes, sources confirmed to ESPN that Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, is expected to interview for the Bears head coaching vacancy. Detroit put up 400-plus yards of offense for the third time in 4 games and jumped out to an early 20-0 lead. Conversely, Johnson, who praised quarterback Caleb Williams for how the ball whistles when he throws it, got a good look at a strong performance from the rookie. Okay. Sources confirmed to ESPN that Johnson is expected to interview for the Bears head coaching vacancy.
See, this is tricky for me because I don't buy it just yet. Do I think that you could speculate that the Bears would like to have Ben Johnson? Yes. But judging by Ben Johnson's past history, I don't think that you can speculate that he would take the interview.
Did you hear his press conference last week by chance?
No.
Okay. He said 2 things. One, he said he's more prepared to be a head coach than he's ever been before. And when asked directly, do you want to be a head coach? He said, absolutely. Now, with that said, the Bears job just seems like a crappy job. It seems like an organization that's a bit of a mess. And it feels as though, who's running the show? I mean, was he impressed with Caleb Williams? He had 2 nice drives. I think he's a good quarterback, but it was a skeleton crew of a Lions defense. If he has his choices of jobs, I just can't imagine him leaving a Detroit situation for a Bears job, minus the Lions winning a Super Bowl and just saying, my work is done here.
Right. Well, that's a big thing. If they win a Super Bowl, then who knows what happens.
All bets are off. Take whatever job you want, brother. Go to William and Mary. Right. Take that job.
Is it open?
Whatever job you want is cool.
I think it's interesting when you see stories like this and there's no real sourcing.
Yeah, the wording is it's vaguer than it sounds.
Yeah. It's like he would take an interview. Well, okay, A, you don't know if the Bears want to interview him, and 2, you have no idea if he would accept the interview. I mean, he's canceled interviews in the past in mid-flight. So I don't buy it just yet. Now, do I think that he should be under consideration? If I'm the Bears, absolutely. Because if I'm this dumpster fire of an organization right now, which the Bears are what the Lions were 5 years ago.
Yeah.
What do? Well, you find somebody from a culture of winning football, and that's what the Lions have become. They've completely changed the culture here, and Ben Johnson got a front row seat to see how they did it. So does he make sense? Of course he makes sense, but he would be part of the solution. The other part is you got to find somebody in the front office that also knows how to change the culture and go that route. But I think it's more of a coaching thing than it is a front office thing. You get a coach that can get people on board, that changes a lot of things.
Well, if it makes you feel better and sleep better at night, Chief.
Look, I'm not trying to make the Bears into winners, but that's how you do it. You'd hire Ben Johnson.
248-539-9797. MG is in Troy next. What's up, MG?
Hey, guys. Happy almost Christmas to both of you.
You too.
Thank you.
I don't want Ben Johnson to leave ever, and in particular, it would break my heart if he went to the Bears. But I just thought of something while you guys were talking that makes me think that maybe he will go to the Bears. He had a front row seat to watch what happens when you go to a city and a franchise that's been, let's say, down on its luck for a few decades and turn it around. And Dan Campbell could walk anywhere on any street in the entire state of Michigan, and he's going to get a high five, a thank you so much, let me buy you coffee. I mean, he practically is at God status. And I just wonder how much of that plays into Ben Johnson's, want to go into the same situation and essentially resurrect one of the most established fan bases and franchises in the NFL that has been total garbage for the last 30 years.
Yeah, I mean that's basically saying, are you ready to take on one of the toughest jobs out there, right?
Right, but you're right, and I'm not saying that he wants to go into utter dysfunction. Like, I don't think he's going to the Jets anytime soon, so that he can have Madden ratings affect whether or not he's getting players. But on the flip side, I mean, just imagine what he's watching Dan Campbell go through right now. How do you not want to go through the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, when the phrasing has come out that he wants the perfect job, that sounds like something that might be a little bit more ready than the Bears job. But, I mean, if you're trying to be the next, miracle story savior coach, then the Bears job will be a good one if you're trying to mimic it.
Again, I don't want to sell the Bears job, but if I'm put in this position here where I can do the counter, I will. The Bears have lost a ton of games by a single score, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're their own worst enemy. So they can turn things around. It's a 4-win team that could easily be a 7 or 8-win team, and they're not. So it's a better situation than maybe you want to give it credit for. They've got a ton of talented players.
I used to do the close games thing too, but
it's the way that they've lost them. It's one thing to lose by a touchdown or by a field goal and do that a bunch of times. It's another one to have field goals blocked or giving up pick sixes at the end of the games. They're doing it how the Lions used to do it. It's a team that has a lot of talent.
If you're looking for like the place where you can most be hero status, yeah, Chicago. But if you turned around the New York Giants, if you went to New York and you turned around the Giants and did it in New York, you'd get so much freaking love there.
Which job would you rather take over, the Giants or the Bears? You get the first pick overall.
What an awful decision.
Let's just say you get the first pick overall. So now you're going to make a franchise quarterback decision?
I'd probably take the Giants because I like the quarterbacks coming out this year.
Love Shedeur.
Yeah.
He's so good. But I like Caleb Williams a lot. There's so much untapped talent there.
I just had the most backwards thought. I'd take the Giants job, and then I'd hire Dion as my head coach, as the head coach. Like, I was like, no, you can't take the job as the head coach and hire Dion as the head coach. You're the head coach.
This is a good point. It's hard to do that.
Let's go to Dell. You're next. Hi, Dell.
Dell.
Or Bill.
Bill. Sure. Hey, Bill works too. Hey, Bill.
All good. All good. Hey, guys, love the show. Listen to you guys a lot. Actually, a lot from Florida during the winter time. But
cool.
Anyways, I was telling your screener there, I will definitely do a shoot the boot that he's gone. He's going to Chicago. And everything lines up exactly like the Lions. They were right there, but they just didn't have the right leadership. And he's seen the right leadership, and he's going to jump. He's going to jump on that. You were talking about the fan base. I mean, Chicago fan base is pretty incredible. They've been begging for a good team out there for a long time, just like the Lions have. I mean, they've been better than we have, obviously. But I will shoot the boot. I will come to your studio and shoot the boot if he doesn't take that job. I hate to lose him, but we're going to lose him anyways. And I really don't like him being in our division either, for the record. But bottom line, I don't see anywhere else. There's no way he's going to New York. That's way too much, my opinion, on that piece of it. But I am guaranteeing this. You can record it. Shoot the boot, Phil from Union Lake. I will come shoot the boot.
Well, we are going to. I will tell you that too many lawyers get involved in waivers, and we probably won't make you do that. But you're on the record. I don't think he's taking a Bears job.
I don't think he thinks so either. I mean, first of all, any job he takes this year is going to be somewhat of a dumpster fire because they fired their head coach and they probably suck, right?
It's not like, so-and-so's retiring after a brilliant career.
Oh, he's taking over the Chiefs? Okay, yeah, I got that. No, that's not happening. So, but the reason I don't think it's the Bears, Doug, is I think it's the front office issues. It's the Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles. I mean, do they know what they're doing over there? And I think he wants, something what like Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have, where they're on the same page. Everyone knows what type of culture they want to set. Because no matter where he goes, the talent on the field is probably going to be subpar of the rest of the rest of the league. But can he develop it? Yeah, I think he can. But I think it's the front office issues.
Are the Bears issues front office or is it coaching? Obviously, it's a little bit of both. But is it more the coaching? I mean, Eberflus was horrible.
Like I said, I mean, everyone that fired their coach, right, has has issues. And I don't think Ben Johnson's looking to become some hero. I think he wants to find a job that's good for him and his family. He doesn't need to be the next Dan Campbell. He wants to be the next Ben Johnson.
All right, look, Rico and Mike are coming up next. Gator, what do you think they will discuss?
I think they're going to be talking about how they're going to spend their Christmas time.
Okay.
And specifically, Mike is going to be singing some carols.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Mike sings carols next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, 97.1, good to have you with us on a busy holiday week Monday. Rico, the vibes are back. That was chicken soup for the soul yesterday. I'm not acting like they beat the 85 Bears.
Christmas is not canceled.
No, and we got a gift. We got a gift. After this franchise has been getting boned on the injury front for months, how about the Philadelphia Eagles having an injury of their own and losing to the Commanders in dramatic fashion? Now, it doesn't cement anything, but it gives us a window to having a freebie the last week of the season, having the ability to cinch this thing up. And look, I've said this. If they're going to get to a Super Bowl, I do think they have to get the 1 seed. You can't play an extra game. You can't travel. They're just too banged up. So, look, we are all, I can't believe we're saying it, Rico. We're all Packer fans. If the Packers beat the Vikings and you beat the Niners, you don't have to play a soul that last week.
Yeah, you know what? Wow, I didn't even think about that, but you could treat it like a double bye week.
BOGO bye.
Oh, my goodness.
BOGO bye.
Did we just become best friends?
Let's do karate in the garage.
You're right. Yeah,
bye.
you could sit guys and the Hendon Hooker experience.
Do whatever you want.
Just play anybody you want. Hey, Minnesota, we gift wrap this for you.
And it's
enjoy that 5.
Realistically, it's the big uglies up front. It's getting veterans like Frank Ragnow legitimate rest. Taylor Decker. I mean, Sewell's made of steel, but still. Glasgow is banged up. Zeitler's your age. So just the idea of that's possible because the Eagles dropped a really bad game. Awesome way to head into Christmas.
Speaking of dropped, yeah. Cue Devontae Smith.
Hey, I don't care.
I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
Not only did you drop it, you dropped it twice.
Sure-handed, not on that play. Then another bonus happened. The Dolphins, and this isn't about rubbing it into your face because rightfully you're rooting for a draft pick. The Dolphins beating the Niners ended them, meaning now for the second straight week, you're going to play an eliminated team as you begin rebuilding who you are for your Super Bowl push. The Niners will have no interest in playing this game. None.
Nope.
And with their loss, mind you, the spread moved almost a full 3 points.
What is it now?
Almost 5.
Oh, yeah, because when I checked this morning, it was minus 3.5.
It's continuing to move.
Okay.
So I think this was an awesome weekend for Lion fans. And here's what I'll tell you. You were a bad Terry and Arnold gamble from only giving up 10 points. I know it's the Bears, and the Bears did not want to be there. If you're going to call in pounding your chest, call a different show. The Bears didn't want to be there. The Bears' self-inflicted wounds on some of these fumbles and idiocy and drops and nonsense and penalties, dude, they're checked out.
Yeah, not a banner day for Roma Dunze.
No, I left you alone.
That's okay.
That was rough. But you did what you should do to a team like that. I thought the offense, again, I can't believe for the first time since Brian Hoyer and Kellen Davis, a fake fumble fall over touchdown pass play. Remember that at Notre Dame in 07?
No, I saw it. And then Evan texted me and was like, dude, you know what that reminded me of? I'm like, yes. He was like, it's Hoyer.
I hadn't seen it, but it was brilliant by Goff. You had Jahmyr Gibbs falling over like Kenny after the bar. Just good stuff. Overall, though, I want your guys' take. I felt like this Christmas came early. The Niners losing, the Eagles losing, you winning the way you won. By all accounts, we avoided injuries. That was chicken soup for the soul weekend for me. Needed it.
Look, Cookies and I talked about it on the pregame show yesterday. There was only really one way out for the Lions that everybody will feel good about themselves, and it happened yesterday. It was a Doctor Strange moment. You didn't need a close game because a close game means that you're really missing out on something, whether it's offense or a defense. You went out there and you let the Bears know you were never going to be in this game. We're only playing this game so we can all get our paychecks. And we're contractually obligated to play this game. Don't you try to win because we will slap you down.
Their body language is so bad.
Right. And the Lions did not play down to the competition. They maintained a championship level despite all the injuries that they had going on there. And they went out there and they pummeled the Bears. And that's the only thing that you can get out of that game. Now, you're right. Later on, you got a gift, and Dan Campbell's in the middle of his press conference. You can hear the players behind him cheering in the locker room. Because, Jaden Daniels just lights it up. And it's just like,
5 turnovers, but 5 touchdown passes.
Goodness. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I don't care.
Eagles lose. And now, the destiny is really in your own hands. I didn't think about it as the double bye, but I did say, okay, you beat the Niners and the Packers beat the Vikings.
It's over.
It's over. But if it's over,
double bye.
You now have weeks to get your defense back in order where they're not out on the field, where they're not. So that's why Yeah, in the Niner game, yeah, I think it's a way for you to exercise a demon that happened last year. You can go out there and you beat up on them, and you don't care that they're beat up too. You just want the W. You want the victory. Plant the flag in the middle of the field, and then you root like heck for the Packers. I know that sounds strange for Detroiters, but it's what you need good for you.
It's what you need.
Set aside your differences. You need them to beat the Vikings.
We almost had a real Christmas miracle because if your idiot friend Geno Smith, then the Vikings should have lost. I continue to believe the Vikings are not that good. All right, I just view them as the Steelers with worse uniforms. They got a pretty record, but they're just ripe to get exposed the same way the Steelers
are. And I hate to say this.
Well, let me hear what.
The Vikings are the NFL version of Penn State.
I like that.
They're the NFL version.
I don't hate the
Penn
coach
State.
the same way, but I like that.
They look good, but put them in that game against that opponent and watch what happens.
But guys, I look, if you were delusional, then yesterday didn't matter, and that's fine. Continue to be delusional and don't call me. But if you were a normal human who walked out of last weekend going, man, I'm scared, these injuries are scary, that was a little bit of chicken soup, right? Team played well, okay? Business trip. I'm not going to tell you I think the defense is any good. It's not, but it was good enough. And I think one gamble where Arnold, he lost his eye discipline. He started looking to the short route. He left his responsibility, and it ended up in the Keenan Allen touchdown. Hey, man, it's a mistake. It's a rookie. This is part of what you're dealing with without Carlton Davis. Overall, they were good enough. They were focused. The offense was really, really good. And you avoided injuries. You got the Eagles tanking a game. You got the Niners being eliminated. That's a really positive weekend. And now I feel like we're back on track for this 1 seed. And you know what, Rico? Yeah, the Packers, hey, it's Minnesota minus 1.5. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if the Packers win that game. And if they do, Dan Campbell will have the option. Yeah. The option. You know he won't sit everyone. But the option to selectively give guys some rest plus the bye week. Huge.
I think he would. Just knowing I'm not getting anybody hurt in a meaningless game. Because Dan Campbell has talked openly about basically we have, I forgot how many games, but it was all the way up to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He embraced the fact of, we're not just going to talk about the regular season. Yes, we're looking at trying to win the Super Bowl. Knowing that, I think that he would be smart enough to dial it back. What you need tonight is make sure no Packers get hurt because you don't want an easy road for the Vikings next week.
Now you have to root for the Packers twice.
You do.
And look, they're entering tonight. I know Alexander's not playing. There was one other big name. God, I apologize, guys. There was one other name that I don't think is going to play tonight that was expected, but who cares? 248-539-9797. Tell me where you're at now. Clearly, all of us, whether it's just emotional processing, whether it's time. I said it. The team just needs to play so we don't have to have consternation. Just play, and let's see what it looks like. It was good enough. That's what you need to do against a bad team. Do I think this defense is going to be good enough against a good team? Probably not. But your offense is going to have to play the way they played yesterday. It's a race to 30. Mm-hmm. I can't say 40. It's not the Big 12. But I think if you can get to 30, you're going to be a tough out. So we'll see.
Well, I mean, if I know you won the game. But if quarterbacks are going to be throwing for 300-plus yards against you.
It's a huge problem.
Mike, you may high 30s. Can we meet in the middle?
Okay, ACC numbers. Okay. I got you.
High 30s.
I got you. But, yeah, look, it just was nice to see. And, yes, the Eagles losing gives people holiday hope that not that you want someone else to do your work for you, but I feel like this fan base is owed. Just like I talked about a week ago today, I go, man, I feel like we had the Super Bowl taken from us. It's not right. Like, why this fan base? Why this town? At least now, TJ said it best. TJ was doing the same thing I was doing last Monday, and he played the game, but he had felt like it was all over. Then by Friday, you go, all right, how do we pathway it? What do we do? Step one was that. Now, step two will be, A, handle your own business, but now a window's opened up. A window. By the way, the happiest moment of my day, besides Michael Penix just dropping his nuts on the Giants. No. Happiest moment was seeing Big Dom usher C.J. Gardner-Johnson off the field after being ejected. I go, oh, you hate to see it. Yeah. You just hate it.
2 unsportsmanlike penalties.
Yeah, it's a shame. 248-539-9797. So we're going to start with that. We're definitely going to get into the college football playoff. Rico owes the world an explanation for what we watched. But I think I have a way to fix it. We'll have some holiday fun. But the Lions, obviously, are a big story on a Monday, so we'll do that next. 97.1. If your furnace isn't running right, you need service and probably now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Get that winter bundle-up discount as well. Go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, so we're just getting started on a Monday. Lions do the business. Solid performance. I don't think it was spectacular by any means because, well, you're playing a corpse. But it's what we all needed. We needed to see that it wasn't going to be scary even against a bad team. Then the Eagles did us a favor. Then the Dolphins did us a favor. It feels like that was some much-needed comfort food for all of us. I feel better this Monday than last Monday. And hopefully next Monday it's another chance where maybe you've got this thing sewed up because the Packers beat the Vikings. So want to hear what you guys have to say about it. And obviously we're going to cover a bunch of stuff, including the playoff, which you're a problem. You're a real problem.
No.
No, you're not.
I delivered.
I have ways I think it can be fixed. You want to get to the people?
Yeah.
Let's go to Paul, who's batting leadoff on a Monday. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
Michael, Rico, Kenny, David, the whole gang, Merry Christmas to you all.
Mr. Paul.
Hey, what's going on, Paul?
I wondered. I thought you had just left us. I thought you had packed up for the winter and headed to Florida.
He should.
No, the secret to getting a hold of this show is you call at 5 to 2. I mean, you got one popular show, my
We
friend.
try. You tell all the girls that. So what's the deal here? What do you make of the Lions?
You know what? Yeah, okay, they went ahead, like you said. They took care of business. I really didn't have a lot of doubt that they were. I didn't know they were going to win, quite that big, but it all kind of played out, and, it is what it is. The funny thing, you brought up, the Stumble-Ruski play. And, when me and the wife were watching, we just got a 75-inch wall-mounted screen TV for our Lions game day viewing experience. And I got to tell you, as soon as we saw the replay, we looked at each other and go, that was scripted. Mm-hmm. There is no way that both those guys would do that Laporta was, in the NFL, basically wide open. But, anyway, no, it's what I was most impressed with, though, Mike, and I want to touch on this, and I realize it's the Bears, but Aaron Glenn is working with the crumbs from the cake, and he dialed up a defense that held yet another team under 20 points. So,
well, and again, factually, let's just be clear, the Bears have been outscored, I think, 80-3 in the first half the last 4 weeks. But yes, look, 17 points, that's a winning total. I'd argue they really held them to 10 because of the one bad decision by Arnold. You'll get it cleaned up. No, Paul, he did a nice job. It's just I can't go too far because the Bears, that body language, Paul, yikes.
Well, let's sew up that number one seed like you guys say, and maybe we can get the BOGO on the rest for some of these fellas, get a couple other guys back.
Give Dan Campbell the option of BOGO rest. And look, Paulie, here's my viewpoint. If anyone calls in about Montgomery or Hutch, that's all hopes and dreams. If it happens, that's great, but I am not expecting it. I don't live in that world.
Myself as well. Listen, you guys, great talking to you again. Have a great Christmas.
Same to you, brother. Too, thanks, Paulie. Good to talk to you, pal. Let's go over to Ben, 97.1. Benny, what's going on, buddy?
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas, Ben. What's up?
Well, building off of last week and your thoughts about where the Lions were at, two things that I think were positive for me is watching Iffy come in. And I think, you saw his presence a little bit and however long he's been off.
Mm-hmm.
If that continues to grow, that could be a real positive for the Lions. I don't really know how they played that in the backfield with him, Joseph, and Branch, but you saw him flying around. And, we were actually there in person last year in San Fran. And excuse me, Rico, for hurting your feelings, but I feel like this is a good game for revenge, right? I mean, if there's any motivation for what happened last year, this is the week to take it out on them.
Ben, I'll say this. I will be highly disappointed if you don't go out there to get revenge.
Hey, Benny, Rico's playing for a draft pick, Ben.
They're at pick number 11 right now.
To hell with Rico's feelings. Beat them 50-0.
And they'll get a top 10 pick.
But no, Ben, I think you're right. And look, Melifonwu, I've brought it up, is his role can be more of that box safety, a guy that you can bring on some blitzes. There's no one player that's coming to save you. I mean, when you look at it, and you look at it honestly, no, their pass rush was terrible. Caleb has been sacked 60 times this season. I think he got one yesterday. So it just, look, it's going to be a work in progress. And now I want to take, all right, week 1's in the books. What can Aaron Glenn add to it? Let's go play another dead team in the Niners. And you know what, Ben? God willing, the Packers do their job. You're playing to win the 1 seed against the Niners. It's exacting your revenge. It's happy holidays. It's getting a bye. It's getting 2 bye weeks if you choose. It's all there.
I'm for it. You guys have a wonderful vacation or holiday with your families.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks,
Same to you, brother. And let's see if we can get back from all of that with this team having the 1 seed. Look, I think the Packers are super live against the Vikings this week. I do. But I don't respect the Vikings, so I am biased.
You don't. You don't like Sam Darnold. We all know why.
He's got more turnover-worthy throws than any quarterback in football. He's getting away with murder.
You know what? He's very Brett Favre-ish, where you were just sitting there like, man, how did he make that throw? But he made the throw. Even the game-winning throw to Justin Jefferson. He threw into double coverage blindly.
Listen.
Jefferson just went up there, made this catch, spun around, and walked in.
You have to explain it. This man doesn't have a soul.
He has a soul.
Can't be a child of God.
He has a soul.
Redheads, gingers do not have souls. You can't win a Super Bowl with a ginger.
I think a couple of disciples were redheads. So
that's a lie. That was just for men. What'd they do? Get that at the Walgreens in Nazareth? Tell me all about it.
CBS.
Whatever. Let's go over to Roddy, 97.1. Rod, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I want to say that the 49ers last year beat the Lions on my birthday, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of the 49ers. This year they were supposed to be better than the Lions. I'm done with it. I've been a lifelong Lions fan, and last year on my birthday it crushed me. It burnt my soul. And I was listening to you guys earlier talking about we don't need to really play guys. You know, they're eliminated from the playoffs. No one really wants to be there. No, I want Jahmyr Gibbs, after he fumbled that ball last year, to come in and drop 300 yards and 5 tutties on these guys. Kyle Shanahan cannot take it.
Okay, Roddy, hold on. First of all, deep breath, okay?
I'm sorry.
Bigger picture here. Yes, you're going to beat the Niners without all of that stuff. That's a bad team. Now, what you don't want,
it's not a good team.
You don't want Gibbs to get injured in a meaningless game because you're trying to run up the score. Just get the win and get the W.
I'm with Roddy. Kill everybody.
Okay.
Come on, Rod. Let's go. 82-3. Kill them all.
I mean, after what happened with the Cowboys earlier this year, I mean, that was a payback game.
Yeah.
I want another payback game like that.
I'm. You know what? I'm with Roddy. It's Christmas. Okay. I mean, Rico, you're being responsible, but I like where Rod is at here. I want 52-3.
I'm back.
You're good. I like Rod. We're good. I like where your head is at. We're okay.
Right. I'm being responsible.
But here's the thing. Just get up by enough where the Niners feel bad about themselves, and then we'll take.
Just like the Bears game.
Yes.
Just go ahead
or this UTSA game.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And then the Niners can score and do a choreographed dance.
Oh, dude. You know, like I saw that in the playoffs Saturday. What are you doing going into Austin? And you're up 7-0 as Clemson, and they're doing the nighty-night thing. I'm like,
yeah.
You're going to pay for that one.
Yeah. A little premature.
A little? Go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, hey, John. What's on your mind?
My comment is, hopefully Minnesota loses, and then we can play Monday night for the double bye. But if Minnesota wins Sunday, Monday doesn't matter. So why wouldn't we sit everyone Monday and then go for the division and 1 seed against Minnesota the following week?
So hold on. So if you lose the game to the Niners, it has.
If the key is Minnesota losing. Minnesota winning. If Minnesota wins Sunday,
then it's all chips in the middle of the table against Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because Minnesota. No.
Because Minnesota would be a game behind
Minnesota would be
for
a
the
game
division.
Ahead.
Yeah. No, you got to play.
If Minnesota wins,
right?
Minnesota wins. Even if they win and we lose, we're a game behind them. But then we win, we'd have the tiebreaker because we'd be 6-0 in the division.
Oh boy, complex.
I get what you're saying. If Minnesota goes up and they're now 14-2,
I'm going to go back to caller Roddy, John. Kill everybody.
Yeah.
Let's just do that. I like Roddy and Ipsy's plan. Kill everybody.
No, he actually has
I'm with you. And if they win, we don't need to play Monday night. We can just save everyone for against Minnesota at home.
But here's what we're going to stick to. They're not going to win. The Packers are going to do us a favor for once in their miserable lives. And then we're going to beat the Niners Monday night. Everyone's going to know they have the 1 seed, and you're going to have a Happy New Year. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and everything comes to the meeting. They get a bunch of injuries. Philly gets a bunch of injuries.
Yes.
We don't. And we get to bye.
Yes, that's the Caller Rod plan. Kill everyone. That's it.
You guys have a good Christmas.
Same to you, Johnny. Appreciate it. No, and again, you know what?
It actually makes sense.
I know it does. And it's fun and it's cute. But remember something. Plenty of teams have had things sewed up before. They don't rest anybody. Right? There's this push and pull of, no, you have to play. You could get rusty if you don't. Then there's other people who go, look, I know my team. I'm going to trust whatever Dan Campbell does in that regard. There's no one who's got a better pulse of their locker room, respectively, in the entire NFL than Campbell.
True.
So it's fun to talk about it and goof around. The reality is, I still think Campbell's a red ass. He's going to play his guys. He's going to keep the knife sharp because they already have that bye week. What was it? God, you and I are going to sound so old. But Rico, maybe it was like 05, 06. Remember the Colts had the best record in football. Yeah. And they had the 1 seed sewed up, and they didn't play their guys the last week of the regular season, and they had the bye, and they came out in the divisional round and got smoked. Mm-hmm. And everybody was like, see, you can't rest people. This is
why you got to play, guys.
I forget what you know the year I'm talking about, though. Yeah. So I don't know. It's going to be up to
they're not the only team. It's happened before where you rested people. We're going to get the extra rest, and you come out in that first game, and it's just like, wow.
What a Monday. What a Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Eagles lose.
Mike, it almost happened last year. Think about it. Niners sat everybody for the final game and had to struggle to beat the Packers on the final seconds of the game. Because why? They decided to sit. Darnold auditioned, and he got the Minnesota job. He played that entire game.
Giants get the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm. For now.
Shut your face.
For now.
Shut your face.
Hey, maybe the Giants will go out and beat the Eagles. Final week of the season.
Please, why? Why? Just come on, man. It's all I got. Jesus. 248-539-9797. Get more to people. Get some ticket texts as well. Blitzes. We are going to talk a little college football playoff. We're going to try to mix in everything today, including Lions being your headliner. 97.1. Be curious.
How about we be curious, Mike? You know what? Specs at LTU. You hear us talking on the radio. Guess what? You're like, hey, I want to do that. Or you could be like my man Jeff, the producer, and you can help work with us. Jeff, he's a Specs grad. You could be a Specs grad as well. Or you want to go into television, you're a graphic design artist. It doesn't matter. Specs at LTU can get you started on the path to your new career. It is very simple. As you heard Mike say, be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means you're not going to get your time wasted. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Get your career started now. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right. Ticket text momentarily. If you're just joining the show, welcome. Merry Christmas. Simple. Lions, I think everything yesterday. The performance was good. Solid. The results around the league, all in your favor. The Eagles dumping a game to the Commanders. Now we can all root for the Pack. If they win and you ace out the eliminated Niners, you're the 1 seed. Forget about the Minnesota game. Just chicken soup for the soul. Felt good about it. Also, love trick plays. The fake fumble fall over that I haven't seen since 2007 Michigan State Notre Dame. It's back. That was Brian Hoyer to Kellen Davis.
Kellen Davis, yes.
I was at that game. Much younger, no gray hair.
God, those were the days.
Where did time go? Jeff, talk to me. Ticket text. What's coming in, brother?
All right, we got a few things here. The first ticket text says, but a week ago, Mike, it was all doom and gloom with your thoughts on the Lions and the 1 seed. You have to take things week by week in the NFL. That's from an unnamed texter.
It's funny. It's almost as if that's exactly what I'm doing. But thank you for your advice.
All right, we'll move on. If the Vikings beat the Packers next week, so the Lions rest their starters against the 49ers to prepare for the game against the Vikings. That's from Adam.
Not
in
my
Windsor.
call. It's up to Dan Campbell. I trust whatever he does. He's earned that right. He knows his locker room. I don't know what the answer is, guys.
Okay. An unnamed texter says, can we finally put Goff's ability to throw the deep ball to rest? I mean, outdoors with gloves on, 82 yards. Come on. Go Lions.
Don't look at me for that one. That whole J-Mo's too fast for Goff narrative was one of the most hilarious things I've ever heard.
Really happy and refreshing with the win. Gibbs looked amazing with the backfield all to himself and did not miss a beat without Graham Glasgow. What really impressed me the most was the run defense. It didn't take any hits without McNeil. Let's pray for Green Bay against Minnesota.
Yeah, and again, you have to be cautious because of who you're playing. But all we can ask is, did the defense play well? I don't care about the level of competition. Did they play well? Yes, primarily. One mistake, or you end up giving up 10 points. Honestly, the one bad read by Arnold, blown cover. Other than that, you were good. And that's with not having that much of a pass rush.
All right, and then another unnamed texter. Actually, no, Matt in Vegas asks, Mike and Rico, what defensive players are we looking to get back if we do, in fact, get the BOGO bye?
The BOGO bye. Anzalone for sure.
Yeah.
And
Carlton Davis is out.
That's NFC title game at best. Yeah. That's a 6-week injury. Isn't his jaw wired shut?
He broke his jaw.
If he's tough, he can probably make it back in 4.
Bro, you're drinking applesauce through a straw. I mean, what are we talking about?
I guess you can't put it you can't wrap your face up like your hand.
No, I heard that.
They should get him like the wisdom teeth, like
like it's 1920 and they just wrap his entire head. No, I think Anzalone coming back is one. You just there's nothing in the way of immediate, impactful help. Look, the biggest thing, and this is what kills me, I'm waiting to hear an announcement because I'm sorry, the Dolphins are not making the playoffs. Could they just do us a favor and release Calais Campbell and we can make a run at him?
I tried, man. I tried.
Jake Moody sucks. What is your problem?
He's going to be jobless.
It's
very. If it was up to me, I would just
possible.
send Debo back over to karate chop him.
Very possible.
Yeah.
Here's one thing, too. I want to address this with the ticket texters. If you weren't concerned following that weekend against the Bills and the injuries, then your head is so far up your ass, you can't see it in front of your face. So I'm not interested in any of your receipt gotcha garbage. I do take it week to week. Those were devastating injuries. Ones that are still likely going to keep us from a Super Bowl. But yes, I feel better today. Why? It's a week later. Yeah. It's also you got to play and you didn't look hapless and the Eagles lost and I may not need the Minnesota game. But just throwing those things out
But
there.
that's the nature of fans, Mike, is that I knew
That
after
they're
last
idiots?
week. No, last week, people had their notebooks out. Oh, you said this and you said that
Yes,
about
that
the
I
team.
no longer expect them to
you
win a
said
Super
it
Bowl.
this day at this time. So when they call back,
I don't care.
no. On Tuesday, December 13th, you said this.
Yes.
So you didn't believe.
No, I
you
don't.
thought that this team was struggling because you were struggling.
Yeah, because your defense has been terrible and you just had critical players die. So, yeah, no, that's actual reality. And I think most real fans feel the same damn way.
Now, the nature of the NFL, this is why I said that for the longest, the Lions were NFL proof. This past Sunday, you saw what any given Sunday meant. You saw teams that had no business winning games and doing things, but the Lions have been above that. Like, you've lost to two teams, but they're not head scratch. You lost to the Bucs and you lost to the Bills.
Well, how many times can I say? Just because I don't expect you to win the Super Bowl anymore doesn't mean I don't think you can't. Yeah. It felt like a lot of that got taken away. I've said since summer, they're winning it. I think you just said it in a way better way. Their invincibility wore off last week. Mm-hmm. Now you're going to be in a street fight with other teams.
Now it's, you know what? If you lose a game, oh, wow. Okay, didn't see that coming. But
how is this a real bowl game?
This is, it's glorified.
Fresno, NIU, and neither team has their starting quarterback. One of them just signed with U of M, by the way. Mikey Keene, Fresno starter. Now, I don't know what it is with Fresno State and short quarterbacks.
Me and Kang were looking at his graphic, and the ball is like bigger than his head.
Oh, dude, he's 5'10", at max.
So did he audition when he played them earlier this year?
I guess. And the quarterback before Mikey Keene was short king Jake Haener. He's only 5'10". I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's something about the short guys to run that offense.
And, this will be what, Keene's third or fourth school. It's a good sport you're running over there, Rico. Thank you for your contribution.
He's going to be the starting quarterback for about 10 plays.
Till he throws an incomplete pass and everybody boos his ass off the field?
Right.
Whoever gave that kid advice. Yikes. Keith, 97.1. Keith, what's going on, bud?
Hey, so guys, help me out with something here.
Yeah.
I take a look, and if we go into that game against Minnesota and we're up one game, and Minnesota beats us, what's the tiebreaker they win on?
Oh, Christ. Isn't it common NFC opponent or something like that?
Wait, say that again.
So the common NFC opponent, the only one that has a loss, is the Vikings losing to the Rams.
Okay, but here's my question. Look, the tiebreaker stuff always makes my head explode. So I'm not going to be able to take you through every layer.
Too. That's why I'm trying to figure that.
I think you say if Minnesota and Detroit are tied at the end of the season, I think Detroit may end up getting it.
The tiebreaker.
Yes,
because Detroit lost to Buffalo, and all of Minnesota's losses would have become in the conference.
So, see, that's what I'm saying is if Detroit wins next week against San Francisco, they've got their number one seed. They don't need the game against Minnesota.
You need the Packers to beat Minnesota to have that happen.
No, because you're still going to you'll be 14-2. They'll be 13-3. If they win against you, they'll be 14-3. You'll be the same, but you'll take the tiebreaker based on
but that's if Green Bay beats them, then that game doesn't mean anything.
No, he's saying if they beat
even
Green
if Green
Bay
doesn't beat them,
then you have to beat them the last week of the season. That's everything I've read.
No, take a look at it.
It's not the looks. I just read articles from people who tell me this is what has to happen.
Well, so I'm telling you, if you take a look at it and you figure it out, I know the tiebreakers break my head too, but it's it's coming down to the common opponents, and Minnesota lost against the Rams.
Keith, can I ask a question? Just in the holiday spirit, why are we doing this? You're breaking my balls here. My head hurts, Keith. You're killing
I'm not breaking your balls, no.
No, it's like, listen, here's what we got to do.
That's whatever.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
That's what I thought too.
All right, Jeff has this pulled up. He has the not the trade machine. He has the playoff machine. Jeff,
okay, so this is if Detroit beats San Francisco, correct?
Right, and Minnesota beats Green Bay.
Okay, Minnesota takes it because they're 15-2 and Detroit's 14-3.
That's what I was trying to say to the gentleman.
It's overall record.
I think he's saying if...
Why do I need a Rosetta Stone to do this?
If Minnesota wins...
Look at Rico's brain. It's exploding.
If Minnesota wins, they're now 14-2.
Yes, if both Detroit, the teams win, they'll be 14-2,
and it's winner take all last week.
So if Green Bay beats Minnesota and the Lions win, it's over.
That's what I thought. And then Keith is doing the weasel wazzle woo on me, and I'm like, well, wait.
No, okay, yes. Well, he should have said if Green Bay beats Minnesota, Lions got the number one.
As long as you beat San Francisco,
right? Yes. Then yes. But if it goes the other way around, the tiebreaker doesn't exist. Because they have a better record than you. There it is.
Yeah, so if the Lions were to lose or they say they beat San Francisco and the Vikings lose, it's clinched. So they could lose to Minnesota and have the same record,
right?
But it doesn't matter.
But if they both win, it's winner take all.
It's all the marbles in Week 18.
And selfishly, listen, I want the 1 seed. If I can separate from doing radio in Detroit, just hear me on this.
You want to see pain from me next week.
No, I want to watch this fan base and that environment and what it would feel like for Minnesota to have to come in here in a winner-take-all game.
Now.
Oh, my God.
Now.
It would be amazing to watch.
It gets better because I don't think the schedule is set. That could
Flex.
That could be the Sunday night game.
Flex.
I want a lazy Sunday, and I don't want to care about the game. I want it to be clinched and
I know.
wrapped
No,
up.
I said
You're a psychopath.
No. Wait a minute. You're not going to vilify me. I said if I could separate myself doing my job here and wanting what's best for people, and I'm just a fan of football.
This is Rieger Root for Radio. It's like when he tells me on the couch out there, oh, I hope they lose. Oh, I'll have something to talk about.
Rieger's just a different guy. You know what? Go Pack, go. And you're right. But I'm saying.
Or it could be the Saturday night game.
No.
It could be Saturday night prime time.
No.
Or it could be Sunday night prime time.
Sunday prime time.
Yeah, I'd love the 5 days of rest after being on Saturday.
Yeah, we already got a short week.
That'd be fair.
The answer is no. You're a bad person.
Playing the San Francisco 49ers, it's not a lot of. You don't need a lot of game planning for that.
Lock it up.
Throw a ball, score touchdown.
Lock it up.
Win game.
All right, elevate your
Dan
tailgating.
Campbell.
Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified service a breeze. Holidays are here, so are the deals. Moran Buick GMC leased the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive Elevation Edition, $246 a month. The 25 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month. New stock arriving daily. You need certified service, you go to MoranExpress.com. They have got you covered. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get that best price period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. Roberts. All right, let's please.
I still can't believe he did that.
Let's keep it classy, please. It is time for Can We Say That?
Michael, let's start with the collegiate ranks. Jeff, you're more than welcome to join in.
Please do, Jeff.
Gentlemen, can we say that the home field advantage played a big part in the inaugural college football playoff games that were played at home?
No. You could say the fact that teams that are largely ass were allowed in this playoff.
I think you could have played, or Notre Dame could have played Indiana in a landfill, as Dan Campbell would have said, and they still would have won by 10-plus points.
Penn State's playing SMU on the moon. Doesn't make a difference.
See, I do. I think that the home field definitely had a play in the game because, as you saw, when the home team went up, the crowd got louder. Ohio State became Superman out there. Like, where's this Buckeye team been?
Don't you think, though, if Ohio State played Tennessee on like a neutral field, it would have been close to the same thing?
Yes.
Or was it just the cold that made Tennessee so bad?
No, Tennessee's been bad all year.
I mean, I knew they were cooked when they're...
Tennessee's a great team. I just want to...
Oh, go to hell.
I knew they were cooked when they're like, they lined fleece in the quarterback's jersey and he has coils in it. He's heated up.
Okay, but see...
I knew they were cooked after that.
The weather in the home... I mean, because when
they sewed a pouch in his jersey...
Guys, when you're talking about the weather before the game starts, it's in your head and you've already lost. When you're having guys out there going the whole shirtless, look at me, you're an idiot. Because people from the North don't do that, but sure, doesn't affect you. Can we say that after this first round, changes need to be made immediately on how to restructure this?
Completely and utterly. The biggest change...
That's a softball.
And they'll never make it, is it should be 8 teams, not 12. But if you want serious solutions, all right, first and foremost, take the best teams. Stop with, this team won 11 games. Indiana had one of the worst schedules in America. Not a playoff team. Oh, there you go. They put them in. Yeah, I would take a 3-loss SEC team. Yeah. You know why? Because Indiana would get fed into a wood chipper.
Okay, but it's funny that you said that. Hold on, Jeff. It's funny that you said that because to me, Indiana and Tennessee were the Spider-Man meme.
Neither of them should have been in.
Right,
Tennessee blows.
So, yeah, it's like, why not just take – the SEC should have the right to veto, or a conference should have the right to veto and be like, no, don't take that team.
Look,
actually,
the other thing that needs to happen is legitimate selection criteria. Here's how I would comp it out. Do the quadrant system the way college basketball does. Actual qualifying and quantifying of wins and losses. Here's what you did in quad 1, 2, 3, and 4. And just show us the Carfax. Okay. Because here's the other one. Stop with these stupid bye weeks. The bye week should go to the best 4 teams. Arizona State, one of the best 4 teams. They're 2 touchdown underdogs. Is Boise one of the best 4?
But you know what
2 touchdown underdogs.
This is where they should just try to be their own sport. They're trying to be like the NFL. And the NFL says if you win your division, you get to play at home, whereas it's not. It's why the winner or the loser of the Lions-Vikings may have only 3 losses for the year, but
it'd be a historical screw job to go 14-3 and be the 5 seed.
You see, the only thing that confused me is I thought the Power 4 teams were getting the bye. So when Boise, I mean, no hate against Boise, but how does the Mountain West get a bye over the ACC?
Because this thing is stupid.
And I agree. It should not be 12 teams. I think 8 is perfect. But, again, why do we play the games? Don't lose to Kentucky, Lane Kiffin.
All right, I understand that, but hold on. Time out. You guys can talk about Joey Sweetwater anytime you want. All right, Freshwater, whatever his co-name is. Dude, if you play the schedule they play in the SEC, I'm sorry. Jeff, you can't be SMU and have that argument. You got to watch
they joined the ACC.
No, they bought their way into the ACC. And who'd they play?
It doesn't matter. They played the games. They won them on the schedule.
God, it's like young people like him and Costa say the same thing, and then the old heads like us are going, right, but if you play garbage, why do I value it?
No, I get it, though. I get that Indiana probably is – I know for a fact they're not as good as a lot of SEC teams, but, hey, they won 11 games in the Big Ten.
All right,
how could you leave that out?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because they went on national TV and showed their ass. And nobody wants to watch it. That was 27-3 with 2 minutes to go. That was trash.
I agree. But again, why play the games? That's my only argument.
Okay. I'm going to be the mediator here because here's the thing.
You keep the airline miles, Jeff.
You shut your mouth when I'm talking to you. Signetti, Mr. Look at me. I'm Willie Big Nuts. Look at me. I'm the coach.
Scared as hell.
And he coached that way. Had he played smarter, he may actually had a chance at the end of that game. The ball's at the 50? And I'm going to punt the ball. What are you punting the ball for? You're down by ridiculous. You go for it. If you lose your best play. Mike, you're not on social media. Jeff, I think you are. Can we say that if you are not a part of the college football playoff, you may want to put your phone down and not tweet about every game?
Yes.
Looking at you, Lane Kiffin.
Where was Lane as well when Tennessee was getting orbital rammed?
I think he was taking the trash out. He went radio silent.
I don't ever need coaches to participate in that behavior. So agree totally. Yes, you can say that.
I'm just like, are you serious, Lane? Lane is like, the SEC, look at this. And then all of a sudden it was Tennessee and he had something to do. Like, huh? What? I wasn't watching.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty pathetic that this guy's a head football coach. He is a CEO of a program just openly ripping on. I get it. He can disagree, but being like, way to keep us on the edge of our seats. Sorry, bro. Don't lose to Kentucky.
Why don't you yell again and say the games have to matter so I can turn to drop?
The games do have to matter. The games do matter. Why even play them? We should just put, Alabama auto bid because it's a cursive red A.
Jeff, that's what I'm getting to is why don't we just do the playoff that they're going to do? The Big Ten and the SEC, 8 teams, their own thing. Because
garbage.
None of these other teams can compete, Jeff. I hate to break it to you.
And why don't we just cancel the sport? Let's just do that.
We did the day his ass got involved. We did.
No, we didn't. And you know what, Jeff? Jeff was curious. That's a Specs grad right there. All right.
What the hell does that have to do with the? You know what?
He's smart. Smart man. Okay. He had a smart instructor. Let me say. Can we say that Notre Dame will probably beat Georgia because Georgia doesn't have a quarterback?
I believe it, but maybe I'm crazy. I just feel like this Gunnar Stockton thing, sight unseen. What I did see, albeit he had no prep, they wouldn't let him throw the ball. They let him throw a couple of little screen passes. That's it. Notre Dame's defense is absolutely legitimate. I think Notre Dame can win that game.
Yeah, I feel like if Carson Beck was playing, it'd be a different story. But if Notre Dame stops the run like they have been doing, I really don't see a path for Georgia to just bully their way to a win like they usually do.
You know what's going to be a blast next year? When both Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers are still in college football, but not with their current team.
Yeah, I mean, at the free agency every offseason. When's Aiden Childs leaving? I can't wait.
Maybe Jalen Milroe as well.
Great sport, Rico.
Just saying.
Aren't you proud?
Yeah. You know what? Had you riveted to your seats.
The bull. I turned the games.
Yeah, you came back.
I was watching Christmas movies in the NFL primarily. Outside. These games are horrible.
Right. I'm turning this game off. Did you see that interception? I thought you turned the game off. I'm flipping channels.
How dare you not watch Texas absolutely bend Clemson over?
I watched some, and then it was boring.
Last one for college. Can you say that?
Sure.
Can we say that the winner of Ohio State and Oregon will be your national champs?
Yeah, I can go with that. I can go with it. I hate it, but sure.
I could definitely see it, but I can also see, and it's gross, but I could definitely see Penn State somehow making it to the national championship.
And you think they're winning it?
No, I don't think they're winning it, but I could see them making it just because how easy their bracket is.
No, I think Penn State would have to play either
Texas, right? I don't know. No,
they're not going to make it.
I don't care. The whole bracket is stupid. This whole thing is stupid. But the games have to matter.
They do.
But you know what? It's a sport, like it or not, we still love. That's the college edition of Can We Say That? 97.1.
All right, 97.1. Nice to have you with us.
I thought you liked Dino.
I love Dino. We opened up with Lions. Great weekend for the soul, right? A week ago, I'm sitting here on the ledge, and I'm like, oh, my God, our Super Bowl chances have been taken from us. But the week goes by. They play. They looked good. Now, you're playing a corpse, but they look good. So, okay, I can calm down a little bit. Then Jalen Hurts gets concussed, and the Eagles drop a game. And you go, wow, we are actually being done a favor potentially. So here's what it sets up. You may not even have to play the Vikings. If the Packers win and you beat the now eliminated San Francisco 49ers, that last game means nothing. Why is that important? Because the more rest this team can get, the better. Giving Dan Campbell options is better. So really good weekend. Lions got a break they deserved. And look, I don't think this defense is good enough to ultimately win the ultimate prize, but we can't worry about that now. Now is get the 1 seed and get some rest and build off of it. Look, Terrion Arnold is still a rookie. He made a bad decision, and it cost you 7. Now, outside of that, you gave up 10 points. That's a good performance. I don't care who you're playing. So, solid enough. Offensively, you are who you are. Like, you're really good. So, I want to know where people are at with it.
I think this was the game the Lions did exactly as you said, no injuries. But you let the Bears know they were never going to be in this game. It was never close. You didn't have to sweat anything. This wasn't even like Thanksgiving
The Bears
where
did it to themselves.
But like Thanksgiving, you left a lot of points out there, and then the Bears looked like they were going to take advantage of it. Because at first, I'm like, okay, guys, we're kicking way too many field goals early in the game.
I was surprised 4th and 2, Dan Campbell took the points early.
Yeah.
That was surprising. Now he went. Look, I'm not saying right or wrong. I was surprised. They won the game by 17. I can't be mad at anything. But it was a break from where he had been. Maybe it was, hey, I'm playing a corpse. Let's not breathe life into them.
Yeah, let's get up early. Let's get the points, and then we can do the cutesy little Fumbarooski play a little bit later on in the game.
Haven't seen that play in 17 years. That was tremendous.
Yeah, did you see where they patterned it from? Ben Johnson said he saw it earlier this year, Green Bay playing the Bears, where it actually happened. The quarterback tripped and fell, and then they threw it to a wide-open receiver.
So
and
you just scheme it up.
Yeah, he schemed it up.
Look, you and I saw it, Notre Dame 07, MSU, Brian Hoyer, Kellen Davis, and I'm going, that is genius, I think.
Yeah, but
I'm convinced Ben Johnson will just always have more trick plays.
Yeah, he saw Jordan Love stumble and then gather himself, and there was a guy wide open, and he was like, yeah, because I think TJ was telling the story. They asked, Ben Johnson asked Goff, hey, can you actually just fumble the ball? And I guess Goff was like, okay, no, you don't want to do that. That's not a round baseball. You don't know which way the ball is going to bounce once I put it on the ground. But then that's when they said, okay, well, let's act like you stumbled and
the best
Jahmyr Gibbs falling like he was landing on a grenade.
The best trick play I've seen, and again, I know that's not what the topic is, but it was SEC title game when Arch Manning came in for Texas, and he was coming in for the QB sneak, except they snapped the ball through Arch's legs to the back. Arch goes forward, and the back's out the back door and gets like a 20-yard gain or whatever it is. I've never seen that. And he almost like bunny hopped at the snap so he didn't get hit in the balls with the ball, but it worked. And I'm like, that's amazing.
Well, I still go back to the Boise State Statue of Liberty play.
Oh, Ian Johnson, where it was? He proposed to his girlfriend?
Yeah.
Back when college football was real?
Yeah.
Thanks, Rico. The games have to matter, Jeff. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Go to Craig, 97.1. Craig, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon. Merry Christmas, guys.
Same to you, Craig. What's
Merry
up?
Christmas.
Hey, last week you were talking about Calais Campbell. I know it got put on hold for a week because Miami won.
Yeah.
Do you think that's still in play, or do you think that ship sailed?
I sure hope so, Craig.
Next week.
Yeah, they got it. They got to get eliminated, and unfortunately, Rico's worthless sack of potatoes team couldn't help us out. I mean, I still think if you have
get to help yourself out with the team this.
But in the Calais Campbell deal, Craig, if they've got an agreement, if he's met with Chris Greer, and if they're eliminated, he gets to go where he wants to go, then I'll say yes. Who the hell the Dolphins got this week, Craig? Do we know? I can look it up.
That I don't know off the top of my head.
Nah, I'll take care of you. I got you. Hold on one second, buddy. Let me see. Who the hell did the Rat Dolphins play this week? Oh, boy, at the Cleveland Browns. Ugh, Jesus,
oh, boy.
Mary and
Okay.
Joseph. Oh, Craig, you know what? We're effed. that's
Are they playing in Cleveland or are they down south?
They're in Cleveland, but they're 10-point favorites.
Well, they don't like the cold.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
true.
listen. Speak it into existence, Craig.
But DTR is the quarterback, so.
But no, I mean, look, the Calais thing, if you wanted me to get back to a point where I said, no, I expect us to win the Super Bowl, it would be adding Calais Campbell to the team. That's the closest facsimile to an Aleem McNeil you're going to find. From the type of season he was having, the pressures, the TFLs, all of it. The problem is, look, this was step one in Aaron Glenn rebuilding the defense. Now, step two is take it on the road against Niners, do it again. Now, whether they have a step three or not against Minnesota, that's up to the fates. That's up to what Green Bay does. But by the time you will play your playoff game, most certainly, if you have the bye week, you will have Anzalone back, which will help. Your linebacker level is ravaged. That helps. But it's mainly about the offensive line getting healthy and those guys up front on defense. I mean, look, it's a long year, man. You're beat up.
Yeah. Be nice to get a double bye.
The BOGO bye.
The BOGO bye.
Go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I had a quick question for you.
Yes, Chad.
So what do you think if Minnesota beats Green Bay, the San Francisco game essentially doesn't have an impact on seeding? What do you think about sitting the starters for the San Francisco game for potentially, theoretically, a bye, resting them up for the Minnesota game finale, and then potentially having a second bye for them again if they win?
I mean, honestly, it's so Chad, it's so complicated. And I've said this about the sitting guys in the last week, so my answer won't be any different for this. No coach in football to me has a better grasp at our locker room than Campbell. Whatever he decides truly is going to be the right move, because I'm not qualified to tell you. I mean, on paper, Chad, it's one thing, but in practice, it's another. So I'm leery about sitting guys when I would have a winner-take-all game. A lot of it is about rhythm and playing. And I mean, Rico, am I off base? Do you have a strong feeling on what Chad has asked us here?
No, I think that either you're going to play everybody or you're not. But see, I think the Lions and Dan Campbell, they haven't played it safe. I mean, we call him Dan Gamble. Nothing about him is playing it safe. So if anything, he's going to go out there and play his guys because that's just the nature of the type of coach that he is. And so, Chad, I can't see Dan Campbell ever playing it safe. As a matter of fact, if he does, I think that would be a cry for help, and we probably need to call the cops because something's wrong.
But, Chad, the one thing I'll say, defensively, you don't have the luxury. You have too many new parts, too many new guys. I think you got to play. I think Aaron Glenn is still going to be in the evaluation process and searching for answers on kind of what the next move is. So to me, no, but whatever. Honestly, Campbell, if anyone in this town has earned the benefit of the doubt, it's Dan Campbell. So I would just say, you know what? He'll know what to do. He knows his room. He knows every individual player is a case study, where their health is, what they need. Certain guys are playing with things right now where the rest won't help. Surgery is what they're going to need.
Right.
But other guys, no, the bumps, the bruises. I think your veterans you're more careful with. You know, a Frank Ragnow you're more careful with. A Glasgow, a Zeitler. Taylor Decker is not a spring chicken. There are certain guys. And look, credit. I mean, yesterday they bring in Bob Mahogany, or whatever the hell his name is. I didn't feel like they were terrible at left guard. Thought Mahogany played okay. It's like when they bring in Coyote Ashoka. It's the same deal. No, seriously, their guard depth has been good.
Yeah.
It's when the tackle goes down and you got full-time eligible skipper, that was disastrous. Yeah. That was tough.
Yeah.
So it's complex. That's my way of answering it. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people in the mix. We got to get to the college football playoff. We got some holiday fun. Can we say that? Lots more to do. Winter driving season is here. Reckless drivers come along with it. So if you're on the road, you're at risk. If you are injured in an automobile accident, there is one injury attorney you've got to call. It's David Feminino. You can pick up the phone right now and talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. We'll get some ticket texts. We've got to take care of another edition of the Can We Say That? The college football playoff I do want to talk about. Also, can I just, you know what, may I, before I get to the calls?
Yeah.
Just 2-3 minutes of this. Did you see who signed in baseball?
Yes.
Guy who was allegedly the top choice for the Tigers, but they didn't want to give out term. One problem. He signed the 1-year deal. And if I make an assumption that Alex Cobb is going to give you 150 innings, he only signed for $4 million more than geriatric Alex Cobb. Walker Buehler.
Yeah.
The phrase, what are we doing here, has never been more prevalent in my mind when it comes to the Tigers. What are we doing? How about Paul Goldschmidt this weekend? 1-year deal to the Yankees.
Yeah.
Then you start to look at the free agents and go, all right, look, third base, first base. Now, is it Bregman or bust for you? I'm not married to Bregman that way, but the first basemen are flying off the shelves.
It's not Bregman or bust, but I think it's a move. So Bregman represents the move. Do something. You know what the phrase is? It's not, what are we doing? I think the phrase is, to borrow it from Philly, they're asking you to trust the process.
Yeah, no, listen, if they don't care, I don't have to care. I mean, you guys are welcome to track the team, but I'm not interested in running it back and not improving and banking on a 30-11 streak that this team will never duplicate? No, I'm not interested. The other problem is $4 million more, you get Walker Buehler, who has Cy Young potential.
Yeah, you could possibly rehab him with Fetter. Yeah, it makes sense.
I haven't brought up any bats that are left-handed. The Tigers don't need left-handed bats. I haven't just brought up names that are wholly unrealistic. But I'm wondering what they're waiting on. Because first base, I mean, are we really rolling Torque back out there? All right. Third base, we're going to go Vierling, Young, McKinstry. Is that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well then have fun.
Hoping that somebody takes the job.
Yeah.
That should never be your option.
But the Cobb thing bugged me when I'm going, wow, Buehler didn't sign a 2 or 3 year deal. He signed a 1-year deal. And he didn't sign with some team that's majorly better. And you have Chris Fetter to sell. It bugged me. Can't lie. I mean, I'm not yelling and screaming. I'm just going,
yeah,
okay. And then here's the other thing. I do think we have to see when Corbin Burns signs and what he signs for. Because if you don't hear reports that talks between the Tigers and Skubal have picked up, then I got nothing for you. I could justify saying, hey, the talks won't pick up until Burns signs, so I know what number I got to go beat if I'm Boris. But if you don't hear at that point of talks resuming, that gives me some bad vibes. There you go. I asked for 3 minutes. That's all I needed. You knew I wanted Buehler.
So I know.
What are we doing?
Right,
$17 million for Cobb, $21 for Buehler. What am I missing? Seriously. Crazy.
I think they were asking us to trust this process.
Yeah, well, whatever. Go to Bob. He's an A-squared. He's up next. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. First of all, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Same to you, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I think you already brought this up, but I listened to a couple of your other shows, and you were talking about how the offensive line is getting a little old, and I'm with you there. Honestly, Christian Mahogany, like I played offensive line in high school, and I saw Christian Mahogany a lot. Really kept my eyes on him. And he kind of popped off the screen. He allowed one pressure, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He was absolutely bullying whoever he was on. I mean, it was really impressive. He was really good in pass protection. Honestly, like Glasgow hasn't been 100% all year. I don't see the harm in giving him another shot, especially if you want to rest our more experienced starters.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Have him out there more, like even against San Francisco and even against Minnesota.
Look, I think your guard depth has been very good with Ashoka and Mahogany played well. Yeah, I mean, having some young pieces that can help. And look, I think Glasgow's probably better on the right side than he is the left, but this is just how it is shaken out. So, no, I don't think you're wrong. And, Bob, you know what part of it is? By this point in the year, if you got fresh legs, that's an incredible advantage, especially up front.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, and I think I mean, like you said ad nauseum, I think we have no reason to not trust Brad Holmes. I think something that's fallen under the radar is how he's quietly taking like offensive linemen later on in the draft. You know, Giovanni Manu, I don't think you can count him out at all. Obviously, he's a beast of a physical specimen. We'll see how he develops. So
you're hoping he's your Jordan Mailata. That's what you're hoping he is. Bob, I'm not counting him out. I don't think about him because he's just not ready to play. No, the only duds have been, Hendon Hooker, Broderick Martin. The fact that guy can't get major run, considering everyone on defense is dead, that's a bit of an issue. Yeah. But generally speaking, this guy over a 3-year aggregate probably has the highest hit rate of anyone in the NFL.
Yep, 100%. I agree. Well, that's all I had. But thank you so much for taking my call.
You got it, Bobby. Have a nice holiday, man. And again, listen, the Lions, the biggest issue was the last couple of weeks that run game had stalled right out. Mm-hmm. Now, running the ball against the Bears, I'm not going to go crazy, but you take the positives when you can get them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to disrespect the Bears, but Bears.
But you're about to.
No. It felt like you won the old school third week of preseason. You went out there, you got a lot accomplished, no one got injured, and you felt good going into the season. Playing the Bears, looking at everything that was going on with the team, all the people you were missing. Okay, you know what? Maybe the sky is not falling.
No more injuries.
Right. We can bounce back. We got a step up from the Bears, but not much with San Francisco.
I love how sky is falling is. You know what? I don't expect a Super Bowl anymore. I hope for it. That sky is falling. See, that's just
called progress in this thing.
Right, but it's a lazy narrative. That's not sky is falling. It's saying that, no, I have a hard time believing with these injuries they're going to win a Super Bowl. Can they get there? Yeah, if you get the 1 seed. Oh, my God, doom and gloom. Yeah. No, it's called common sense.
Yeah, but you know what? I can't prove this, but I think a lot of what the Lions did and a lot of the Lions' success to this city gave this city an identity and a brand that for once you weren't the punchline of the nation, that the nation looked up for you. The nation idolized you. The nation wanted to be you. And when the Lions stumbled, you didn't want to give up that, like, no, we're still the best team. Well, you're one of the best teams. No, say we're the best team.
Well,
can't say that.
Look, the loss didn't bother me. Teams lose games. I don't care. Losing to the Bills wasn't that big of a deal to me. It was the injuries. Mm-hmm. That was my reaction. Let's go to Rodney, 97.1. Rod, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to call in. I've been a Lions fan since Tiger Stadium. Them Barney and Charlie Sanders were my favorite players, and I personally knew them. I'm just happy to think I might be alive when actually the Lions get to the Super Bowl. So I hope if they do before I leave here. I'm a veteran. I'm 69 years old. But, Mike, I wanted to ask you something. This has to do with the Kansas City Chiefs and the refs.
Oh, don't even get me started.
I've never seen anything like it. Team to get so many preferential calls. Mm-hmm. It's like, it's unbelievable.
Rodney, I want to tell you how much I agree with you. True or false, Rico, did I not send you a detailed text talking about the criminality of that first half of Chiefs and Texans?
That is true.
All right, Rodney, they made up an OPI on the Texans. You know it's bad when the announcers are going, that's defensive holding, that's not OPI. 2 sacks.
Correct.
Late defensive holding flags. We're talking like 10 seconds after the play. Mahomes gets hit. His hand comes forward without the ball in it. That's a fumble in my world. Not only did they say it's not a fumble, they created a roughing the passer call that was absolutely fugazi. Rodney, I am so with you. I can't take anymore.
Yep, it's sickening. It's like, okay, they're gonna, no matter how bad Kansas City plays, they want them in a Super Bowl.
It's the Michael Jordan effect. I mean, Rod, and we're not the only ones who think it, my man. We're not. You watch that game, and I am sitting there, and I'm going, they're good enough as it is. They don't need this help. Mm-hmm. It was so... I love Rodney.
I mean,
Thank God, Rodney.
It's almost to the point where it does become the joke. It feels a little pro wrestling-ish.
End of every play that goes against the Chiefs, I wait for the yellow flag graphic. That's what it's come to.
Yeah, incomplete pass on 4th down. Wait a minute. and graphic.
And
Flag.
they never call a false start on Juwan Taylor. They never call false starts on that Chiefs line. They never call holdings, ever. What? You're smiling, Mr. Game's Gotta Matter. What do you want?
It's funny because it seems like there's a call in every Chiefs game that's like, what the hell are we doing here?
That's it. It's almost pro
that's why I'm smiling.
The ball's not in his hand. It's a fumble.
Right. It's like, okay, and the ref just bailed him out.
The Cincinnati game, the Atlanta game, those two come to mind immediately. I mean, Pitts was getting like mugged in the end zone and didn't even throw a flag. Now the play call after stunk, but still.
Yes, but I'm with you. It's just Rodney, Rod, I could do 4 hours on it. I was livid watching that game. I've had enough. I've had enough. 248-539-9797. We're going to get more of the people. We've got to get to the college football playoff a little bit as well, and some holiday stuff, having a little bit of fun before we all get ready for a nice few days here. Let's talk very simple, okay? Pizza, football, it's all there for you. Hungry Howie's, right? You got all the football. One of the great sports days with the NFL, the college football playoff. You had basketball all over the place. You had the Red Wings with a major performance against the Canadians. They look great. Whoopee cushion drop.
Cohen Carr hit a 3.
Miracles do happen. The point is, Hungry Howie's is the perfect pairing for all of it. The creator of the flavored crust, the holiday deals. Right now, you download the app or go to hungryhowies.com and do an online order. You spend at least $25. They throw in free Howie bread. So all the cooking you're going to do for the holidays, that's great. There's going to be a downtime in there, and you're tired. Order some pizza. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only. Spend $25, get the free Howie bread from Hungry Howie's. All right, we will get to Can We Say That Part 2. And then top of the hour, we're just going to switch gears, talk a little bit about the college football playoff. No, it won't be incessant whining or yelling for me, even though it sucked, predictably. I want to offer Rico my 3 solutions to fixing the mess he's created. So, with that in mind, ticket text first. Jeff, what do the people have to say? We've done Lions, start to finish.
Yeah, so just starting off here, if the defense is allowing teams to go down the field and the result is only 3 or less, I can live with that. Red zone defense is going to be the key for this team going forward.
Yeah, signed every team. So, yes, thank you for that.
There's an awesome video out there showing the fumble play side by side with a Jordan Love fumble, a TD against the Bears that happened in a past season. Just shows how psycho Ben Johnson is.
No, Rico brought that up as he saw that similar look. And again, you're checking every snap that the other team has faced, and they came up with their way of doing it. I mean, look, Ben Johnson's always going to have something up his sleeve. I think we've learned that much. Jesus. Guy's catalog of trick plays is wild.
All right, this next one's from Hunter and Clarkston. Mike and Rico, I'd like your opinion. I think the Lions are going to lose the opening playoff game. They play awful at home, 2 losses, plus the Rams and Bears games should be losses.
No, I'm not.
I'm assuming he's meaning the Thanksgiving game.
I can't
And
say
they'll
that.
fall to the 5th seed if they lose to the Vikings at home.
Nah, I'm not doing that. You want to call me negative because I don't think they're the favorites to win the Super Bowl? Cool. Anything beyond that, you can miss me with it. I'm not going there.
Yeah, and, well, if they go to the 5th seed, they'll actually be playing on the road, and they haven't lost a game on the road.
Well,
that
there you
actually plays well to what they want to do.
All right. This one says, Mike, great take on Darnold getting away with murder. So true. Under pressure, he gets very skittish.
Yep.
He's going to throw a big interception when it counts to Kirby Joseph or Brian Branch.
He's just welfare cousins.
And he says, he adds on that the Jefferson throw was his luckiest throw he's ever seen.
It was into absolute bracketed double cover. I mean,
It was asinine.
Not everybody can come up with the cute little fumble Rooski play.
I know, but Darnold sucks. I've had enough.
It's crazy.
You know what? Minnesota's got a big decision to make.
I can't stand that they just won't lose. They just won't lose a game.
But they're
It's
like
so
the
annoying.
Steelers. I think they're ripe to be exposed. I really do, Jeff. And maybe you're the team to do it.
No, I'm putting a cheese head on this Sunday.
I know. We got to root for the pack. It's what's best.
All right, this one says, which teams would you not want the Lions to be matched up with the playoffs? Eagles, Vikings, or Rams?
Eagles, obviously, provided Jalen Hurts doesn't die. Look, you escaped the Rams last year. The Rams, that passing game, indoors, fast track, physical running game. I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to sign up for it again.
I know you're going to say, "Oh, Sam Darnold." Actually, all 3. Why? Because all 3 have multiple receivers on their teams that can beat you. This defense in secondary, Caleb Williams put up over 300 some yards. That's Caleb Williams, and he's not good.
Yeah, with the amount of man defense the Lions play, it's just they ask for it sometimes.
Stafford is going to be like, I'm sick of losing to you guys. I got Nakua and Kupp. Good luck with that.
The Eagles are your biggest problem.
Yeah, because they also got
they'll dominate the line of scrimmage. Yeah. So again, let's get to that point first. I mean, the most worried, take the Eagles out of it, probably the Rams.
And the one team that I don't think they'll make it there, because I know you don't, but if they happen to get to the Super Bowl and they're looking at the Ravens, that may be a recipe for disaster. That is the one team that I don't think Detroit wants to see, because they are built to beat the Lions.
No. Show me Lamar's ability to read a defense in the playoffs.
I said if they make it to the Super Bowl and they go up, Lamar scrambling, Derrick Henry running, okay.
If Glenn just wants to call cover 2 man, I'm sure Lamar would.
No. Look, Aaron Glenn is limited by what he can do here, Jeff. I mean,
I understand.
What's the plan? Play a bunch of soft zone with no pass rush? You're dead that way too.
There's no pass rush regardless.
So my point, Jeff, he's doing the best he can. He's got nothing. Everybody sits there and they dangle off a Ben Johnson chandelier. He has all the toys. Aaron Glenn, what are we giving this guy? He's got stale Ritz bits.
I get it, but it's more situational. Like 4th and 1 and the Bears go spread. Yeah, let's press man across the board. Let's see what happens. There's got to be at least some sort of situational play calling there. It happened against the Bills too. It's just you're making it way too easy sometimes. That's just how I feel.
I guess the problem is if you break down who's actually out there, Dude, you have so many guys who aren't NFL players that are out there. It has to hamstring them. It has to limit them. But whatever. Hey, look, ultimately, they're going to have to win with their offense. The defense just has to make sure they are not an absolute albatross. If the defense could be middle of the road, they can win a Super Bowl. It will not be that top 5, top 10 unit they were when fully healthy. It's just not going to be.
Yeah, and then one more here. This one asks if Green Bay will want to win this game and help the Lions. Do you think they'll want to lose and help the Vikings?
That's insanity.
I don't know. Maybe Green Bay would rather go to Minnesota than go to Detroit.
No, you know what? Here's the thing.
All right.
You don't want to start playing the I'd rather play this team game because that's how you end up losing. Because now that other team say, oh, you want to disrespect us?
We're going to help this team and hurt that team. That's all made up stuff. Right. Okay, that's from like a Netflix show. That's not reality.
Or, you know what? I don't want to play in the cold weather. So if we lose this game, we're going to play in the dome. So you don't want to play that game because rarely does it work out for you. It always comes back to bite you somewhere or another.
Usually in the ass. Bite you right in the ass. Don't tempt the football gods. Don't do it. Just play. So, no, I don't think Green Bay has their matrix up on who they want to screw over more.
So, how many games cushion does the Giants have? Like, are they the number one pick?
Listen, there is no cushion, no mistakes. 2 games left. Lose with force. When the Giants got up 7-0 yesterday, I was so angry.
I mean, I didn't know if they could lock it, like the number one pick gets locked up this. No?
Got to lose. Just keep losing. Then I get Shador. Hell, I don't care. I'll hire Prime as a hype man. He can come on in, be the OC. I don't care.
You need a quarterback so bad. Maybe like Dylan Gabriel could be your quarterback.
Yeah, we have a height requirement in New York. He's 4 feet tall. I don't want him.
Careful.
You want him?
I'd take him.
Okay, that's nice.
He's like kind of like Bo Nix.
No, he's welfare Tua, complete with concussion issues.
He's like Tua but cool.
And
Maybe.
Still has concussion problem. The answer is no. I do not want him. Do not. I don't want to hear from either of you.
See, I think you want the second pick.
I think you can go to hell.
No.
So listen,
Mike, because historically speaking,
I know
it's the second quarterback.
I understand.
Let somebody else screw their life up.
No.
Okay.
I just stop and allow me this. The Giants have never had the number one pick. And the only time we did, we had to trade our entire future to go get that dull mouth breather Eli. Just let me have the number one pick and leave me alone. It is all me and my father.
You ready for that pressure?
Of what?
Having the number one pick.
It's not on me.
Don't screw it up.
I'm not going to screw anything up. I'm going to turn the card in. I'm going to draft Shador, and we're going to call it a day.
I think they should take a wide receiver or a running back.
And I think you're a whore. All right, so listen. Let me tell you about FanDuel. All righty. Great segue. I'm sure they're thrilled. Playoffs are here. Bowl games still exist, as example by the Idaho Potato Festival Bowl or whatever's on right now. FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone. You are a new user. You bet $5, you get $150. And they, again, more live markets, more touchdown props, more with FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com and participate. Get involved with the best sports book in the country and an official partner of the NFL. It's FanDuel. Opt-ins required on those deals. You know the drill. And if you have a problem, don't be a ding-a-ling. Call 1-800-GAMBLER and get some help. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's time for another edition of Can We Say That NFL Style. All right, guys, we've been talking about it all afternoon. Can we say that the final week of the season will determine the number one seed in the NFC between the Lions and Vikings?
No, because it's my Christmas wish the Packers will beat the Vikings, and Lion fans will be given a break after all the pain with these injuries.
Yeah, I hope Green Bay absolutely decimates Minnesota, and I just don't want a stressful Week 18.
Wah.
I don't.
I'm over here fighting for my life with the number 1 overall pick. You don't want stress?
You got Super Bowls, man. Be quiet.
Stress is a blessing.
Are you keeping your GM, whatever his name is?
Oh, Joe Shane?
Yeah, so you're pumped about the one pick with that guy?
No, we're
Good
not.
luck. Good luck.
Don't believe everything you read. Come on. Not keeping that bum. Hell out of here.
Can we say that Ben Johnson was auditioning for a job on Sunday?
No. The guy, that's who Ben Johnson is.
Doesn't want the Bears job?
I don't know. I don't think he has to audition. Everybody's going to call him. The franchises have to audition for him. That's where he's gotten to. So I will say no to that. Jeff?
I'll say he could have been. I'll say that because someone asked him about Caleb Williams earlier in the week, and he was like oogling his talent. He said his fastball has a whistle to it. It's just kind of weird that someone would even ask him that. And he went in this like 2-minute in-depth
Well, the
answer.
Chicago reporters know that he's going to be on the Christmas wish list.
I think he's definitely going to put his feelers out for Chicago. I don't think he'll go there, but he's definitely going to take an interview.
Can we say that Jaden Daniels locked up the Rookie of the Year award?
Sure.
I thought maybe it was swaying towards Knicks or maybe, Neighbors or even the
Malik Neighbors is empty calories.
Raiders.
Brock Bowers?
Yeah, Bowers.
Look, Bowers, it's more meaningful based on breaking all types of NFL records at a position that's notoriously difficult to contribute right away. For me, no. I mean, for Jaden Daniels to walk in as a rookie quarterback and do what he's done, Washington hasn't won 10 games since 1991. It's his award. Good thing the Giants won a meaningless game to ruin their ability to take him last year in Week 16.
I definitely think it's his award to lose at this point because that win there is just like that was like a vintage moment in his career that no one will ever forget. I think he won it definitely yesterday.
And trust me, you'll get a better quarterback this year.
No.
You don't need him.
No, we won't.
You'll get a better one this year.
No, I hope you fall down the stairs.
Let's stay in the
Head
NFC
first.
East. Sunday night game, Cowboys win over the Bucs. Can we say that Cowboys started to win, they're going to bring back Mike McCarthy?
Jerry Jones has given no indication he's getting rid of him. So, yes? Question mark?
Yeah, I think he's going to keep him, obviously. I mean, they've actually, ironically enough, they have played decent football in the last couple of weeks. So I'm not saying it's a great idea to keep him, but I don't see Jerry Jones firing him and bringing in someone new.
By the way, my brother-in-law, who's a Cowboy fan, livid that they won yesterday.
Unless Ben Johnson called Jerry Jones and said he wants the job, I don't think he will do that.
Ben Johnson would never take that job.
Who knows?
There's no way. That is a bad organization. Ben Johnson deserves better than the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't know. I mean, the bright lights, if you fix Dallas, that's the ultimate. You're the head coach of all head coaches.
You want to deal with a guy who eats squirrel brains and has something else for a brain. No, I'm all set.
All right, so there's a few teams that are outside of the playoff picture right now. Can we say that at least one team will crash the party? And those teams are the Buccaneers, the Seahawks in the NFC, and in the AFC, you are looking at the Colts, the Dolphins, or the Bengals.
I'm going to say yes. The NFL always has found a way to give you chaos last couple weeks of the year. I'll say yes. Somebody of that grouping, somebody's going to get in.
I think either Atlanta or Tampa Bay in the NFC could be – I mean, they're obviously going to be rotated with the division. I think one of them maybe could sneak in. I don't know. It depends on what Washington does. In the AFC, I don't think so, because the Colts aren't going to lose any games and do any favors for the Bengals, but they're also not going to be good enough to get into the playoffs. So I don't see it happening.
Based off of what the Eagles did yesterday and the collapse that they had against the Redskins or the Commanders, player getting ejected out of the game, can we say that maybe this may break the Eagles? We saw them mentally break last year. Could this be their break this year, where they're no longer going to be that team that went on that long winning streak?
No, your quarterback got his head split open and he missed damn near the whole game. That's beginning, middle, and end for me. Plus, let's face it, Devontae Smith catches that ball 99 out of 100 times. I'm going to choose to view it as an anomaly, not this spinal collapse.
Yeah, I don't think they break down like they did last year. And two reasons. Obviously, he got hurt, and Saquon Barkley's on the team now, and he wasn't last year. So
this is one that I near and dear to me. Can we say Michael Penix will lead the Falcons to the playoffs?
I hope so, just for your sake. I know you like the guy. Michael Penix, the hero, did a great job yesterday against my Giants. I appreciate his efforts.
You go donate to the NIL program?
No, I mean, just what I saw, on time, accurate. Tough to enter a game in December. You haven't played all year. I'd expect him to get better from here.
Yeah, I think Michael Penix and the Falcons could definitely go to the playoffs because they won 2 games over Tampa Bay this year. So as long as they win their games, I think they'll make it in. I think so, yeah.
Guys, can we say that the guy he replaced, Kirk Cousins, maybe the ultimate grifter in the NFL? I've never seen anyone collect so much money, but what has he really done? Because reports are he's going to be released before he gets his $10 million bonus, but he's going to be walking away with about $90 million, and he's going to get picked up and signed again.
Correct.
Is he the ultimate grifter?
For not getting anything done, so you don't even win MVPs.
Yeah.
He's approaching Jeff George levels. Look, he's a nice guy, but he's just good enough to get you fired. I mean, that's really what Kirk Cousins is. But he's classy about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was leading Penix in a little prayer yesterday. And I mean, you don't have to talk to the guy. He took your job, and here he is. Give him a little reading from Corinthians.
I mean, here's the thing. He obviously in Minnesota made them a better team when he got there, so they never got the job done. This Atlanta contract, I'd say it's more on the Falcons than Kirk Cousins. I mean, if they wanted to draft Michael Penix in the first place, why even go with Cousins and give him all that money?
You know what's hilarious about it, too? Something I was told. So Atlanta takes him. The Giants didn't so much as talk to Michael Penix. Like, they didn't even do their diligence. So the Giants in the same draft passed on Penix and Bo Nix without talking to anyone. Good operation we got over there.
Well, they had Daniel Jones on the big contract.
Go to hell.
Wow. Neither one? Not even a courtesy, hey.
Just something I was told.
Have you had a slice in New York? Nothing.
I just keep it going.
That's not a very good organization.
I don't like you.
Hey, can we say...
That's going to be your Christmas card.
Thank you. Can we say that the Houston Texans are done?
Yes. I feel so bad for Tank Dell because that's the second year in a row. It's a catastrophic injury. He was tearing the Chiefs apart. But without him and without Steph Diggs, you're able to just bracket Nico. You're able to largely take him away. Their offensive line is not getting better. They lost a couple other linemen in game. So I'm going to say yes. I just don't think they're going to, it's not going to click this year.
Yeah, I don't really see them winning a playoff game. If they do, they probably won't make it past the divisional round. Their offensive line is banged up. The defense is actually not bad.
No.
But if you can't score points, you're not going to play. You can't just play Iowa football in the NFL playoffs. So, no, I think they're done.
And real quick, can we say that if Saquon Barkley cracks 2,000 yards, can we say that it's legit because it took him an extra game over everybody else? Not even to say what Dickerson did, but an extra game over what Barry.
It's an asterisk. It's the same thing as the Caitlin Clark thing. She didn't break Pistol Pete's record. Pistol Pete wasn't allowed to play as a freshman. They didn't even have a 3-point shot. It's got to be an asterisk. You can give the award to Caitlin Clark. You can give the award to Saquon Barkley, but it's not the same thing. I'm saying no to this.
I mean, in today's day and age with the NFL, I think you should give it to him. I mean, it's all about the pass now, and the run is coming back, but it was like Michigan football levels of running the ball yesterday and games before that, and he's dominant. So why not?
And that is our NFL version of Can We Say That? 97.1.
All right, 4 o'clock. If you want immediate Lions talk, Odyssey.com rewind. We've done 2 hours of it. We'll get back to it at 5. I wanted to leave a little bit of space for the college football playoff. So here's what happened, and then I'm going to offer some ways that I think I could improve it. I can't fix it because you can't fix idiocy. You can only help an idiot be less of an idiot. They'll never be smart. So, look, the average margin of victory was 19.8 points a game. We're just going to say 20. And if you really wanted to be an ass about it, you could say it was 27-3 with 2 minutes to go in the Notre Dame game, and Indiana scored 2 garbage time TDs. My point is, these games were ass. Non-competitive ass. So how do we fix it? How can we improve upon it? And I wanted to offer Rico, because Rico loves the expansion. This is his thing. He loves this crap. I wanted to offer 3 things that jumped out at me.
Okay.
One is...
Can we
say... No, one of them is we have to come up with universally accepted measure. So March Madness uses the quad system.
Mm-hmm.
Quad 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is a way to qualify and quantify wins and losses. It's in your face. It's right there. We can check it, and we can go resume A, resume B. That's one. Establish what we're doing. Don't leave bloated scumbags in blazers who are network shills to just do this. Just here's how we're doing it, and this is what we're sticking to. That's one. 2, the best 4 teams are the ones who should be given the bye weeks. I don't care who you are, but Arizona State's not one of the best 4. Yeah. Boise's not one of the best 4. I don't want to hear about conference champions have to be one of the top 4. They're not. You know how I know it? Boise's a 2-touchdown underdog. Arizona State's a 2-touchdown underdog. It's Fugazi.
Nope.
Here's the last one. You got to reseed this thing. What?
No, I'm listening because I agree with everything that you're saying.
So you're not going to yell at me?
No,
we're
I'm
okay.
Not gonna, I like the product. I watch the games. As a matter of fact, I think we may have stumbled upon something where December 20th may become the greatest day in sports because you had everything that day. You had everything to watch. The college football, I like the fact that they were home games, okay? Were they great games? No, they weren't. But here's the thing. I think we got seduced because the last 2 years, the college football playoffs were good. Prior to that, even when it was 4 games, there was a lot of blowouts. And there was Ohio State getting blanked by Clemson. Lest we forget that. MSU getting blanked by Alabama. Like, teams got killed.
You know why?
Why?
Because I think there's a titanic gap from the top 2 or 3 teams in America to teams 8, 10, 12, and certainly 16. They continue to want to make it March Madness when you can't. You can't emulate one player taking a team like Darnell Arsenault and Weber stating it up. It's not basketball.
See, but I think what happens, and I don't know if they initially wanted this, but I think it will happen because you're seeing it with Georgia, is your star players are going to fall, and do you have that next man up? And he hasn't hit the portal. Do you have the backup QB, or do you have that backup tackle or offensive lineman, or like Notre Dame has lost a guy on their defensive line. He's done for the playoffs. It hurts your team. So when you have to go through and play 3 games to win the whole thing, now it's a different element of just winning 2, because what happens if all of a sudden you lose this guy and now this team opens up? I think they did it, and I understand why they did it, Mike. And a lot of people were expecting, they're all going to be great games. They were never great games. Like I said, the last 2 seasons of playoffs were great games. But before that, go back and look at the history. Tons of blowouts. What you got were about 20 to 25 teams that had a chance in November of making the playoffs. It may have been a slim chance, but they had an opportunity. But I do like everything that you said. You got to reseed this thing. Each round, you have to reseed it so that so that you're building it up for the best teams to play.
So number 1 is not an underdog in the second round?
Correct. You need to do that. And maybe it is based off injury. You need to make it so that just because you won your conference title, you're not allowed to just claim one of those spots. But I think the biggest thing, and you said it, and because I was telling you, I heard Heather Dinich talk about it. You have to come up with a transparent way of quantifying strength of schedule rather than the eyeball test. Well, they play in this conference, so therefore they should be in because, okay, well, if that's why you put Tennessee in, well, you can't complain that Indiana went in because to me, both of them didn't play the greatest of schedules.
Tennessee, Indiana, SMU, Boise, Arizona State. 5 of the 12 teams are not playoff teams. They're just not. I'm not trying to be rude. Arizona State's a fun story. They're no good.
So, yes, I think the biggest gripe, and I'll give you credit because I really went back and did a deep dive on this. South Carolina has the biggest gripe, not Alabama.
I know.
And not Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. And Lane Kiffin, seriously, dude, put your phone down.
Log out.
Alabama, hey, anybody screaming Bama, you know what? Maybe beat Oklahoma. Okay, because look, we would. Hey, you know what happened when Indiana played 6-6 teams? They beat them. You didn't beat them. You had an opportunity. I don't want to be that guy.
But the problem is this, right? And I God forbid, I know Jeff. My middle name is the games have to matter. But listen, you take Indiana and you put them in the SEC. It's a 7-win team. Like people get upset, but the SEC is the best conference. The SEC eventually is going to break out of this. So's the Big Ten. See, the other problem we're getting is, and I think it's why your point, what Heather Dinich had to say or what I brought up, you're getting these big conferences creating scheduling volatility. It can't even be explained, where Purdue is in the Big Ten and played the third hardest schedule in America, and Indiana's in the Big Ten, in the same state as them, and played the 106th.
Now,
I mean, it's just, but what am I supposed to do with that?
Here's the problem with that. When you make the schedule, it looks great on paper.
Yeah.
But if I took a look at Indiana's schedule before the season started and I said, hey, Mike, Indiana's going to play the two teams that played in the national championship game. They're going to play Ohio State, and they're also going to play, a Nebraska team. You're going to think, okay, well, they at least have 4 good games to play. Well, 3 of those teams didn't really show up.
No.
That's not.
But I could have told
fault.
you Indiana wasn't any good when they played U of M and they played Ohio State and they barely could get 150 yards.
No. But what I'm saying, when their schedule came out,
right, I got you.
You're like, oh, well, look what you have.
But then here's my key: you don't have to reward teams for stacking up. It's like bum fights. Like, oh wow, you beat up 11 bums. Well, if you never faced Tyson in his prime, why do I care?
I'm going to add something, Mike. I like your suggestions. Jeff, do I have time to add something else?
You have time. Who
Okay,
cares?
go right ahead.
Ho, ho, ho.
Here's the thing. COVID taught us this, and maybe, just maybe, for all the power conferences, since we're going to do the conference championship game, do what you did during COVID. And in the final week, play a semifinal to get into the conference championship game.
I like that.
So, therefore, you're guaranteed we would have had to see Indiana and Penn State.
They would have murdered.
But we would have got to see them get exploited.
I like that.
And don't tell me you can't. You did it. You played a game within, 36 hours in COVID. It can be done.
BYU Coastal.
Yes.
They scheduled the game on a Thursday. They played on a Friday night.
Yes, so it can be done. I think that's the best way. Leave the final week open. Now, here's where we're going to get in trouble, and I don't really care, and I think you need to grow up and move on past this. It means that the game's going to get canceled, okay? The Michigan-Ohio State game gets moved to another week so that the final week can be 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and then the other Big Ten teams can all play each other depending on where your status is.
There's already a scenario Georgia could face Texas for a third time this season. No one's excited about that. Yeah. And again, they played in the conference championship game. You want to see it again 3 weeks later? I don't, so I'm with you. But I want to know what you guys think. Look, the playoff was here, right? It came and it went. What was your takeaway? If you don't think it needs fixing, why? But if it does, what can be done? And the other question Rico had is lighter and it's easier, which is, have we created a great sports weekend where the NFL and college will coexist? No, I'm not going to throw things like hockey and the NBA in there. No one cares.
But whatever you wanted, you got it that day. It was the ultimate man cave day. You had every sport available to you.
I was happy because I could turn the college games off and go to Chiefs Texans or go to Steelers Ravens. But these the games are dreadful. And guess what's going to happen next year? Now they'll overreact. And now they're going to use this as a way to jam the SEC teams in there. What you just need is a way you're doing the process. The resumes should tell the story. And that's it. And look, I can't change that it's 12 teams. It should be 8. I'm not suggesting 8 because you won't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
The best you can get for that is 16.
Oh, no, that's happening. And you know what it's going to be? 2 rounds of awful games, maybe 3. It's not March Madness, and it's the biggest problem I have is idiots think they can emulate something, duplicate something. You can't duplicate it. It's a different sport.
Well, I'm going to add a log to your fire.
Oh, great.
No, this is for you. I found out. Except for Tennessee and Ohio State, more people watched Alabama, South Carolina regular season game than the other games. See, I can be truthful.
You're back in my good graces.
I'm just I did the numbers, so I'm going to give you both sides.
It tells you a lot, doesn't it? 248-539-9797. Playoff reviews. Let's hear them, and I've offered solutions to fix it. We've talked a boatload of Lions. We're going to do some more of that as well, but wanted to mix this in. Rico, be curious, please.
All right. I know it's cold outside, but guess what? Deck season is coming up, and you're going to want to go hang outside in the spring and the summer. Well, in order to do that, you may need to get your deck built by Koi Construction right now. They can design and build one for you. Look, I got one. I love it. Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family-owned and operated deck building company and enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. And let's face it, they're going to build and design a deck for you, and they can get started because they love working in the cold winter months. I know you don't want to be outside. They like being outside. The catch is they got limited spots, so you need to call Koi Construction right now to get on their schedule so that they can design and build a deck for you. It'll be ready for the spring, ready for the summer. So whether you're looking to create an inviting gathering space in your backyard or a cozy retreat, Koi Construction's experienced team will bring your vision to life. So call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
All right, reckless driving in winter's here. You know what that means. Disasters. So if you need... Rico, you okay? I thought Rico almost fell out of his chair doing a live read. Listen, if you're injured in an auto accident, there's only one injury attorney to call. It is David Femininio. You could pick up the phone right now and call David. He will answer right now. 855-65-CRASH or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Well, maybe the playoffs are this bad. Good feedback. I know it's holidays, and look, we've talked Lions to death, and we're going to continue to do it.
And let's face it, Mike, I think for the playoffs, locally, you watched it, not a ton of interest because the local teams weren't involved in this.
And the games were absolute duds.
It were. But here's the positive. I love the fact that there were home games. And it does get you to dreaming, like, man, what would it be like to see a game like that in the Big House or Spartan Stadium? And you're like, okay.
This guy, huh?
What I'm saying is, when you're like, wow, what would it look like, that environment, if one of those teams had locked up one of the spots? You know, yeah, it's cool if you get the bye, but it's kind of cool if you get that home game.
None of it makes any sense. The way they designed it, the way it's executed, it needs major tweaks. But I think above all, show us how you're ranking these teams.
Yeah.
Because it's not justifiable when, okay, say week 1, I have to accept all the games are trash cans. How can I look at 2 teams who, heavy quotations, earned a bye, are 14-point underdogs?
And see, maybe the NCAA just needs to bite the bullet, pick up the phone, call the desert. Hey, Vegas, help us out with this. Who would you say are the best teams?
What, the power ratings?
Yeah.
That's how you should do it.
If we were to set up these games, what would the line be? And let Vegas kind of instruct you, hey, you may want to move this team that you have at 3 to 9.
Look, if there's a 2-touchdown differential in power ratings, the team that is 2 touchdowns worse should never be given something over that other team. No, Rico, listen, and people don't jump down Rico's throat about the whole, you're going to use point spreads to choose team. No, it's the power rankings, okay? Don't do this. Listen, it's just the idea that there's no world Arizona State and anything they accomplished are better than Ohio State.
Because here's the thing, Las Vegas, unbiased. Like, unless you're going to put a camera in the room with all the commissioners and we can hear what they have to say, Vegas is going to look at this big picture and say, okay, we don't really have a dog in it. I don't really care about any of these schools.
Here's top 12 teams.
Here's the teams that you need to select, and here's the order they need to be in.
Look, that's the problem I have for the games have to matter crowd like Costa. It's the idea of, okay, fine. Who'd be favored on a neutral field, SMU or South Carolina? It's not even a debate. So we're either putting the best teams in or, hey, did you beat 10 tomato cans and you get in?
Yeah.
If you're going to do this playoff, I want the best teams in. And don't give me fairness. Nothing about college football's ever been fair. Oh, but the little guy needs a shot. Cutscene, SMU dead.
No, I think that because of that, you're going to see some major differences. You're not going to wait for the 2 years for all of a sudden, we got to wait. No, you got to make this choice now because there's a lot of people who, look, it wasn't great games. I'm not going to sit here and lie and be like, no, Mike, you just don't appreciate it.
I would have exploded.
No, it wasn't. It was like, man.
If you wanted to see me have a heart attack and not see Christmas, you would have approached that with a straight face.
No. I realized the games were not good, but the college football, they never promised you 1-point games. I like the fact that they were home games. I did. I got caught up in the pageantry.
Would you do the first 2 rounds that way? With the bye system and the teams that got the bye weeks get robbed of a home game, would you? Now, again, I know it won't happen. #greed.
No, because, yes, I would, but you got to include the Power 6 bowl games, which is what's going to happen is because I was just like, what? There's going to be no Orange Bowl or Cotton Bowl? Yeah, those are the semifinal games.
My problem is this, and then we can get to the people. What I don't like about this is when it was the BCS or when it was just 4 teams, you still had levels of success, meaning, okay, if I didn't make the playoff, but I made the Rose Bowl, if I didn't make it, but I made the Orange Bowl, there was an ability for programs of all different size and scale to feel like they accomplished something. And now, if you don't make the playoff, you're a homeless loser. That I miss that.
Being a homeless loser?
No, that's Michigan State. I'm saying the sport in general, you no longer have games anyone cares about. I'm not asking you to look at what's on your television screen.
No. Here's what happens. Like it or not, bowl games now become glorified spring practices.
They are.
You get 15 practices, and then you go out to play a spring game against another team playing their spring game.
Coastal played with their third-string QB because the first two guys hit the portal.
Yeah, you get to see what you have for next year. That's what these games are going to be treated like. The other side of that coin, though, Mike, is it breaks away from just the normal 5 or 6 teams every year who are going to be in the playoffs. It allows teams like an SMU
to get shot in the head.
Yeah, but at least you're like, you know what? We made it. We may never make it back, but 20 years from now, that team's going to get celebrated. They made the college football playoffs. So it gives other schools an opportunity, and it now tells kids, we don't have to go to Alabama and Georgia and Texas. We can go to these schools and
get
still
killed.
You can still make the playoffs.
Okay, if the ratings are this bad, they're going to blow this thing up. The networks did not pay this money to have no one watch.
They weren't bad, but no, they weren't. Like, people watched them.
They didn't outdraw Bama, South Carolina regular season game.
One game did, and you know they're going to hold on to that game. Plus, they're going to wait to see the other games and merge them all together. Trust me, they're not going to admit defeat on this.
Not yet. I'm just saying, you get a couple of years where the ratings are ratty. Ain't nobody going to have an appetite to pay more for more games. Yes, Mr. All games have to matter.
One question for you. Do you think they expand or go to 8 first?
Oh, they could expand.
You never go backwards.
They're not done screwing this sport over. No. They're going to expand.
So we're going to 16?
No. 14.
Oh, stop it.
No. It's the NFL. You know exactly what they're going to do, but it's a slow play. Like NFL, you're going to go to 20 games, right? No, we never do that. But here's 18.
Let's go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, Rico, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Good. Hey. Same to you, James.
I just wanted to call in. I mean, you guys are talking a lot about the Lions. I get it. But last season, man, they talked about the end of the year. They were saying, oh, my God, Ben Johnson's gone, man. Freaking Aaron Glenn's gone. You know, the team's going to blow up. You know, the coaches are leaving. Everybody freaked out. They never went anywhere. They stayed. They said, hey, we got a goal here. We're pushing towards the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. What if they don't make a Super Bowl this year, man? What's the chances these guys, even if they do, Mike, what's the chances they stick around? I mean, look at Josh Daniels and Matt Patricia on the Patriots. They didn't go anywhere with Belichick for years.
James, the one thing is,
dynasty. How do you build?
To our knowledge,
how do you build a dynasty?
Aaron Glenn wasn't offered a job, so it's hard to leave when you're not offered a gig. The Ben Johnson thing, look, you're right. He didn't find a job that was palatable. He had the Washington thing where everybody thought he was taking it, and then he informed them while they were on the plane flying to come and see him, I'm out. I don't know, James, if they don't win the Super Bowl, it improves your odds. Now, I'll be honest. If Aaron Glenn is offered a job, he's out of here. He wants to be a head coach.
Ben Johnson is a phenomenal offensive coordinator, but everybody thought the same thing about Josh McDaniels. Look what happened to him. Look at his track record.
Well, Josh McDaniels took a job. He went to the Broncos and failed. And then it brought him back to New England where he stayed. And then he was such a disaster the first time, he got another job. He left twice, James. You can't act like McDaniels stayed. He didn't. He stayed long enough to get another chance. And then he left. Right. So, look, James, I don't know, and I'm not spending much time worrying about it. I got him now. You got to make a run for it because, they could both go. I'm not saying they are, but I'm just not wasting my Christmas worried about it. I'm not. I mean, there's so much time to think about that.
Yeah, and I do. If Glenn is offered a job, he's gone. He's going to take his rain-soaked glasses.
Is too good to be an assistant.
Rain-soaked glasses. He's out of here. Maybe, you know what? No, it's too late. I was like, maybe he'll go to Seattle, but they just got a coach.
No, and McDonald's done a good job up there.
No, he has. No, I'm just saying because it rains all the time.
It's too bad he has an idiot for a quarterback. Your guy. Your guy.
What?
Geno
He threw a pick. Everybody throws a pick.
Just not.
Daniel Jones throws picks.
Yeah, and he's unemployed.
Actually, he's the Vikings backup.
That's unemployed. He ain't ever playing.
Mahomes throws picks.
You know what? No, he doesn't. They'll be overturned by penalty.
There's a flag on the play.
Yeah.
You know what?
Awful.
No, it doesn't count.
I want to get to the people. A lot of people want to talk playoff. We're going to do that next. We've got Can We Say That? We'll get the Lions in the mix at 5 o'clock. Get you to Lions Review tonight. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more than Northville. Okay, funny man, why are you talking to me about a deck in the dead of winter? Well, it's simple and sensible. A, you need to get on their schedule. They book up fast. Second of all, by getting on their schedule now versus waiting, you avoid the spring price increases. And when you shop with Northville, they'll intro you to a Trex Certified Pro. It is the ultimate in one-stop shopping. So call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Let's get to the people. A lot of people want to talk about the playoff. Again, I'm not being a smartass. It's clear the games were awful. But I've offered ways to fix it or improve it. But what is your takeaway from it all? You finally got to see it in living color. We go to Joe. He's in his car, 97.1. Joseph, what's the good word, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Excellent, Joe. What do you got?
Me and my friends, we hung out on Saturday. We planned the whole day. We ordered Bucharest, got our cases of beer. We were ready to rock and watch the college football playoff. I think all of us just kind of deep down knew they were going to be blowouts, and I think that kind of alludes to what you two were talking about, where the system's just not really set up correctly. I like what you guys were saying about reseeding after the first round games, because to be honest with you, at halftime of that first noon game, we just switched right to the MSU and watched them beat down FAU, and it's fun. We had more fun watching our Spartan Dogs than we did watching the college football playoff on Saturday.
I mean, Joe, listen, I'm guilty in that. No, I didn't go to the MSU game. I went to Chiefs and Texans though, and I watched good football. So yes, Joe, I'm with you. It's a problem if these games aren't watchable.
100%. I mean, I will say this, to Rico's point, I think we got to kind of give it a chance, because the ratings in these games are likely going to be lower anyways than the games we're going to be seeing, because these are the teams, like we said, just kind of had a feeling like they're not supposed to. And the strength of schedule wasn't there for them in the beginning. I think it wasn't based off the eye test. It should have been based off the power rankings.
Yeah.
I mean, I think these ratings in the future in these next weekend's games are going to be better. So,
Joe, I'm with you. I think that history will show, okay, give it a little bit of time. We'll make some tweaks. This will get better. It took a little bit of time for the 14 playoff to get better. But remember, when you had the 14 playoff, people complain, we don't need a 14. Just give us the 2 teams. When you had a 2-team playoff, it was, we just let the computers pick it.
All right, but can I ask a question to both you and Joe? Yeah. And I mean, Joe, sure. I'm not being disrespectful in any way, brother.
To you, no. To me, yes.
No, I'm not going to be disrespectful to either of you. Oh. But Joe sounds young enough that I don't know if he will remember this. But when did the BCS ever get it wrong? For everyone who complains, oh my God, the BCS, it was only 2 teams. What was the egregious snub that I missed?
Was it Michigan?
Yeah, it's true.
Was it Michigan, Ohio State should have been ran back?
Why? Because Michigan lost the last week of the season? You lost. Blame Sean Crable.
I'm just saying that would be the one that you're like, hey, that game was so great. It went down to the final minute.
So my point is, in the history of the system, and Joe, if you've got another one, tell me. Look, my point was there wasn't anything wrong with it.
Right.
You generally know who the 2 best teams are, right?
Yeah, you do. And I think in my days of being in college, like, you kind of knew who the 4 best teams were. So that's why the introduction of the college football playoff when we were going to school there, I was at school with Connor Cook. And so It was just kind of like, so that was like the year where we were like, oh my gosh, are we one of these perennial powerhouses? Yeah. And we got humbled pretty quick. So I think Joe, that gives you a taste of like what these real teams are.
Here's what they want. They want an upset. They need an upset badly to justify all of it, to say, see, the games are played on the field. They're not played, on sports apps. So trust us on this. We're going to get it right. But like I said, Saturday was fun, Mike. And here's how fun it was.
Oh, let's hear
it. I just stayed at home. I did not go to the game. I did not go to the MSU game.
I'm proud of you.
You know what?
I figured you were up there, Alan Sweet, kissing babies, shaking hands. Be curious.
No, we did that at Little Caesars.
I bet. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year to you.
Same to you, Sean. What's up?
So I was curious, the reseeding process, I think, has to happen, but I was very curious to find out what would it be if Mike and Rico ran college football right now. How would you reseed these current 8 teams? Because, for example, I think Notre Dame, Georgia is going to be a great game, but in your reseeding, are they playing each other? Like, who's...
Well, I'll give you an example, right? So, the worst team in the field is probably Arizona State. So, Oregon is probably the best team, right? So, there's your 1-8 matchup. And then you would go 2-7, 3-6, 4-5. How, from a methodology standpoint, I stand by the power ranking. But if you just have a transparent way of doing it, like the NCAA tournament does, with quad system ratings, I think that's just an easy way to do it, Sean, because here's the bottom line. You're right. Notre Dame, Georgia ended up perfect. It did. But, Sean, you got Arizona State a 2-touchdown underdog in their game, and you got Boise State a 2-touchdown underdog in their game, and they earn bye weeks. Yeah. I mean, it's just the whole thing is goofy.
I probably would go Oregon taking on Boise. I would probably go Ohio State, Arizona State, Notre Dame. Maybe Notre Dame, Penn State, Notre Dame, Texas, and Penn State, Georgia.
Yeah, that'd be some great games there.
Yeah, and again, Sean, I don't think there's anything perfect. It's just this is so flawed. It's very difficult to take it seriously. That a group of people sat in a room and said, I'll tell you what, we're going to go from 4 to 12. And then we're going to have bye weeks, except we're not going to give the best 4 teams the byes. And we're going to end up with teams off a bye. Huge underdog. It's just the whole thing is fugazi.
It is, but I really do think that they need to step outside. Like the NCAA tournament, they at least admitted, okay, you know what? They went outside, and a guy that both of us know, Kevin Paga, came up with a system, and they used that to basically strength of schedule and all of that. And it's complicated, but they live and die by this
and
thing.
It works because you learn to accept what they're doing.
So people get up to, this team only lost 3 games. Why are they a 7th seed? Well, you'll find out. Just keep watching.
Right. Meanwhile, I got to listen to college football guys where it's some guy who drinks the network's bathwater talking about eye tests and things. It's complete nonsense. Let's go over to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
Merry Christmas, fellas. How you doing?
Hey, Merry Christmas, James.
Good. So I kind of want to – I think one of the ways that they can improve the playoff is by simply just getting rid of the committee. Mike, you said something a few callers ago about the BCS system never really getting it wrong. Maybe they should bring that back because I feel that when it comes to a committee, there's a lot of bias and there's a lot of eye test. There's that eye test where
James, here's the eye test. James, here's the eye test, right? If you and I are being honest with each other over a cocktail, these guys are only in it to reward the brands. That's all this is. It's nonsense.
Okay, here's the thing. When it comes to the BCS, a lot of politics involved. And ironically enough, if you think about it this year, if you gave it to the BCS, who are the 2 teams?
What, by the shadow computer rankings we never got to see?
Yeah, who would be the 2 teams? Because this is one year where
Oregon and Texas, maybe?
Oregon and maybe Georgia?
Yeah, whoever it is. My point would be, who would be crying over Ohio State, who lost to that absolute stinky-ass Michigan team the last week of the year and didn't win their conference? No one crying for you.
So I've got a question for you guys in regards to the ratings that came out for this past weekend.
Yeah.
Do you think that possibly because the conference championships really didn't mean anything, do you think that could have played in part into why the ratings were so low?
No, it maybe, but James, I think a better reason why the ratings may have been lower than expected is because we said it was so much going on Saturday.
Yeah. And one was Friday night. That doesn't help you.
Right. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to switch over to this game and this game. By the time you got to Saturday night, the NFL was done.
But to his
and you
point,
got all the NFL viewers.
To his point, conference championship games not meaning anything. It's a problem. Georgia, Texas meant nothing. Oregon, Penn State meant nothing.
Well, it did because you didn't have to play that extra game.
Okay, yeah, and Oregon's reward was Ohio State, and then Texas. Like nothing makes sense.
And Penn State got Boise.
That's the reseeding part. That's the biggest Hey, Ward, I know you're listening. Fix that,
please.
Fix it,
please.
He's at Zingerman's listening to us.
Please. All right, if you're a business owner, you need health insurance or purchase your own. You got to get 2025 squared away. Right now, you're in the home stretch. You got to get it done. Call Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans. Michael's shop over 70 different carriers, both on and off the marketplace, and find you a variety of options, which will always include the least expensive one, guaranteed. There's absolutely no good reason to try to do it on your own. Save your time, money, headaches, the whole bit. call Mike Papura. National Benefit Plans, 877-734-2200, or on the web anytime at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us, and we are going to give you 2 ways out here, okay? One, obviously, we've talked a bunch of Lions, and it's simple. Everyone, no matter if you're like me last Monday where you're like, wow, I don't know if this team can do this no more, or whether you're one of the delusional army where nothing matters and Goff could die and you'll still win it all by a zilly, you feel better about the Lions today because yesterday was kind of a hat trick for the Lions. Team played well, right? Most important thing, critical thing, taking care of business and doing the job in Chicago. But 2, the Eagles losing opens up a pathway to maybe getting some help for once instead of losing players left and right, where if Green Bay beats Minnesota and you beat the Niners, more on that in a second, you're the 1 seed. And then the Niners losing to the Dolphins, getting eliminated, making your game easier next week. It was a really nice hat trick. Defensively, one really bad moment for Terrion Arnold from only giving up 10 points. Yards are empty calories if it doesn't end up in points. So I thought defense played well. Problem is you were playing a corpse. But really, it was chicken soup for the soul. Really nice weekend for the Lions. The other thing we're rapping about, and we have some people who still want to talk about it, the playoff was a dud. The playoff was a joke. How do you fix it? Did you find yourself turning the games off? Do you like our suggestions? So 2 ways, whatever you like. 248-539-9797. Rico, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, as far as the Lions go, it was the only outcome that I think every Lions fan wanted to see. Bears were never in the game. You dominated them, and no one got injured, and you moved on. And then the bonus, Philly lost. It was something you didn't see coming because, let's face it, if you were watching the game, Philadelphia got an interception with a little over 2 minutes left, and you thought, oh, my goodness, they're just going to run out the clock. Oh, wait. Devontae Smith dropped a sure-handed touchdown. But, yeah, it was everything as a Lions fan. As you like to say, it was chicken soup, Mike. It was the get-right move. You felt like, you know what? If your faith was teetering, it was back. Along with Dan Campbell's speech, and you see the team going out there doing that. You seeing Goff hitting J-Mo deep. Because remember, he couldn't, J-Mo was too fast for him. Guess what? They've worked on that. You see the Fumblerooski play. Like, everything worked out exactly how you needed it if you were a Lions fan. As far as the playoff goes, I liked it. The games weren't great.
No, they were awful. Just say they were awful.
I like the pageantry of playing the home games. I like the home crowds. That feel was good. Does it need to be better? Absolutely. Tweaked? Yep. You cannot go into next year with this same way of doing it because now you're going to lose people. I think a lot of people are willing to not really throw the baby out with the bathwater. They see how it can be good. You just got to do better. And the biggest thing you got to do is come up with an equal way to quantify how good of a schedule is because, they played a better schedule. Yeah, but they lost these many games. So you can lose that argument.
Right, but that comes with playing a better schedule. Now, I'm not yelling at you. I get so flustered by this.
Right.
Right. So playing a better schedule should allow for you to lose more games. Versus playing tomato cans.
And that's what I'm saying. If you have a quantifying system where, you know what, Mike, your schedule was worth an 87 out of 100. You lost 3 games, but you scored an 87. Indiana scored a 65, even though they only lost 1 game. Using that strength of schedule, there you go. And honestly, if you're the NCAA, swallow your pride, call up Las Vegas and let them guide you on the 12 best teams. And listen to their advice. Lose the whole world of academia because we've lost that already. All right.
And again, if you guys want to understand something, Vegas creates their numbers based on power rankings. All right. Very in-depth metrics on how to power rate teams. And it's what Rico said. It's based on a point total. And that point total differential has a weird way of oftentimes emulating the exact point spread. The point I make is it's a good way to rank teams out on a merit-based system.
Right. How many times have we said, man, Vegas always knows? Because they kind of nail. Now, do they get them all right? No, they don't before we get that person. But Yeah, but you didn't. They didn't call this game, and
I know.
Yes, I understand.
It's like in horse racing, right? There are speed figures, and whether you use Brisnets or Beyer figures or the Ragozins, whatever you use. The point is, a speed figure that's put up in a graded stake is not the same as a speed figure on a Wednesday afternoon in a 16 non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race. So with this idea that we're taking these two things and trying to make them equal, they're not.
Mm-hmm. And that's where the frustration comes in, because then it's like, well, this team just looked better. Yeah, but they didn't win that many games. Right. But they were a better team. Exactly. And then you get the proverbial, well, if they played on a neutral field, who would win?
And that's what the power ratings tell you.
Yes.
And you know what would have happened if you did power ratings? They would show you the results of these games, and they would go, you know what, this team doesn't belong in.
Yeah.
Teams that were left out of the playoff would be favored by as much as a touchdown over 3-4 of the teams that got in.
Because I think my own speculation, I think the second round is where a lot of people are you're going to lose them, because these are supposedly the best teams.
And I think 2 of the games have an opportunity
and that's
to be
just it.
horrible.
You're going to see Boise State and Arizona State, and you're like, wait, we had to wait for this?
They got a bye?
How come they just didn't play earlier? Like, maybe Tennessee should have got a bye, or maybe Ohio State should have got a bye, or Texas. Like, yeah, this is... It's the next go-round that I think is really going to infuriate people.
So, look, if you want to rap about the playoff, happy to hear it. If you liked it, go for it. The Lions stuff, we've already done 2 hours of it. We're happy to continue. It's very simple. Everybody walks away feeling better about the team this weekend. And everything broke their way. They deserve some good luck. This Niners game got easier. Now you can really lock in on the Pack and the Vikings, where... That got flexed, by the way. That's 4 p.m. on Sunday.
Vikings and Packs.
Yeah. That's going to be your game of the week. I don't know if that dunce cap Brady will be on the call. By the way, how bad is he? How bad is Brady? Again. Brady's awful. Watching that game yesterday, he's not good, Rico. Let me ask you here. Ready?
Yeah.
If I'm comparing you to the person I'm going to compare you to, it means you've never said anything of value, anything insightful, and anything that essentially my dog couldn't say. Ready? Mm-hmm. Tom Brady's the Desmond Howard of the NFL. What insight has Brady offered us? What plays does he call out?
They're going to push him on us until we believe that he's good. Okay.
Name an intelligent thing Desmond's ever added to College Game Day. Then name for me anything where you went, wow, Tom Brady, super smart.
He picked Michigan to beat Ohio State this year.
Like I said.
He always picks.
Like I said, what has he ever added of value?
So okay, real quick.
Sorry.
Tom Brady, rank him in power. Tom Brady, Desmond Howard, college football playoff.
As in what? Futility?
Yes. One being... the best.
The playoff is 1. Brady's 2. Then there's a seismic gap. It's like the F1 where third place got lapped by Verstappen. Desmond would be 3rd.
So Desmond is the fairest state.
When you have a 20-year career and you've never said anything anyone remembers or anyone values.
Well, I remember when he
Cutscene, David Pollock doesn't have a job. What?
Yeah, that I still don't know.
When Lee Corso is more insightful than you, might be a problem.
Well, I remember when he did use the Chappelle line and said he may have to choke somebody, but not those words, and had to apologize. Not just saying,
the
but
Brady
not much.
thing, the fact that he's an owner now, and he can't criticize teams, and he can't criticize the officials, and he doesn't bring anything to the broadcast where he's telling you things. You're learning things. Nothing. He was so bad again this weekend on Steelers-Ravens.
And he's going to be back. And you're right. He doesn't, but Greg Olsen has to be thinking, what else do I need to do? He should be where Tom Brady is.
Okay, ready? Power rank this. Dez, Brady, Tony Romo. Pick which one of those dunces to listen to on loop.
This is our own version of FMK.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's crazy to me. And the 2 guys in the NFL.
Romo used to be good, but yeah, not anymore.
And again, those 2 guys are on the premium games. At least ESPN, they very quietly tried Dez on games, except they were Tuesday nights, and it was Kent State versus Miami, Ohio.
And I think that experiment is over, isn't it?
It ended after like 3 games when they figured out he's terrible. 248-539-9797. I'm passionate about it. I get tired of... I don't care where I went to school. He's awful. Name one person who thinks he's any good. I should have just went to DeVry. Honestly.
You know what? You should have been curious.
That's right. Then what? I'd be able to tell you this guy stinks? America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right. Lions, college football playoff in the mix. Get you to Lions review coming up in a little bit. We've got another edition of Can We Say That? Let's get some ticket text, see what people got to say on hopefully both issues.
Yeah, so the first one here, it's just referring to like Ben Johnson. He's like, Ben Johnson's ran so many trick plays. My favorite one is when he snapped it through Goff's legs right into Montgomery's hands against Carolina last year.
He's got trick plays for days. For days.
Yeah, and then this one's actually on college football. He's in my corner. He says, hey, guys, I'm 87 years old. I go back to the days of when the little brown jug meant something. With current NIL in place, college football has declined to nothing more than minor league for the NFL. As a result, I have no interest in college football, and that is from Michael B.
How is he in your corner? He's in my corner.
The games have to matter, Mike.
Yeah, I know. So play somebody.
Oh, and then the next one here. I feel so much better about the Lions' chances at the 1 seed after the Commanders yesterday. Thank you so much, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and that's part of why I feel so much better is, look, the 1 seed to me was the lone pathway left, meaning you're this dilapidated on defense. You just lost 3 Pro Bowlers. You know what I don't want to do? Play an extra game. You know what I don't want to do? Go on a road. If I got 2 home games to get to a Super Bowl, especially with the help of this fan base, making it the hardest place to play in the league, yeah, maybe I can win a couple of shootouts and get this done. Mm-hmm. So, yes, now you got to do something dirty. You got to root for the pack.
Yeah. Couple timely false start penalties because it's too loud. Yeah.
That's it.
All right, this one says, Jeff is right. Why even play the games at this point if you just want to put all the SEC teams in there?
Well,
maybe don't lose to Oklahoma and Vanderbilt.
Okay.
Indiana's schedule was a joke, but they did pound everyone outside of Ohio State and Michigan. That's from Joe and Emily.
Let me say this, because a lot of people always feel like, oh, it's Alabama. That's who you want to put in there.
It's not.
It's not. It was actually South Carolina. South Carolina is the only team. They're the Florida State from last year where they actually have a legitimate gripe and can say, hey, we probably would have beaten SMU. I mean, I'm just looking at the teams they got destroyed.
I'll tell you right now, I think they could have walked into Penn State and won. Why? They got an NFL defensive line, and they've got absolute unicorns on offense with Lenore Sellers and with Numbnuts, the running back. Oh, my God. My mind is a piece of garbage today. The point I'm making is, yes, the games have to matter. But, Jeff, when there's a differential in strength of schedule of 100 spots, that argument does not hold water.
Or maybe, you know what? If they play Tennessee's schedule, they would be in.
It doesn't matter. Nothing's going to change.
So that's more apples to apples comparison. Yeah. Both SEC teams.
Here's the other thing. I hate to break it to you, and this is where Cookies gets all mad at me on the podcast. Jeff, I went to a Big Ten school. The Big Ten is trash compared to the SEC. Oh, how can you say that? Simple. Watch the games. Just look at the athletes. Look at the style of football. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, Vanderbilt. Yeah, they're terrible or not. Vanderbilt was good this year. Do you know if they were in the Big Ten, they would have won 9 games? You'd want them in the playoff if they played in the Big Ten. Oh, but count all the wins.
Hey, I mean, I've been watching Big Ten football for like 20 years, man. I know what you're talking about. It's just that,
the Big Ten blows.
But it's viewed as like this prestigious thing, so why not take advantage of it?
It's not, though.
Hey, they had the national championship winner last year.
Too close to holidays to get upset.
You know what?
I can't do it.
But that's going to be the argument.
No, I know, and it doesn't make it a good one.
Hey, actually, there was 2 Big Ten teams in the national title.
Oh, is that what you're doing? Is that the game we're going to play? Conference realignment? Okay, sure. Sure.
All right, one last one for you guys. Mike and Rico, even though it was cool to see these playoff teams play at home, is it too big of an advantage to overcome when you're trying to truly determine who the better team is?
I say yes. He says no.
What, playing at home?
I think the home teams will just win 90%. It's not like the NFL.
No, I think if you put better caliber of teams in there and better games,
but the games have to matter. I'm sorry. That was a cheap shot.
But here's the thing.
Jeff.
Even if it is, guess what? You earned the spot to play that game at home. So, yeah. Now, the most disappointing game was Tennessee because supposedly that was the closest. That was the 8 versus 9. That was the coin flip game. And that was the worst point differential of all the games. So
don't worry. They're going to be happy to solve your problem, Jeff, when they go to 16 and everybody gets it.
So yeah, I think when Tennessee lost, everybody that was complaining for all the other 3 games got quiet because an SEC team got embarrassed.
Right. The point is,
not you, but just if this SEC, oh my God.
And here's the thing. Look, and I want to say it one more time, since everyone glosses over this point. I know what they're going to do. The SEC and the Big Ten are going to break away. They're going to have their own playoff. They're going to leave the NCAA. It's when, not if. So I've just already mentally moved on to where it's like, clear, just put those teams in. Oh, but my God, what about SMU? I don't care.
Or you know what you probably need to do?
That's my answer. I don't care.
The commissioners need to get to this. They've been talking about this for years, but like a Big Ten SEC weekend where
you actually play somebody?
Yeah, this is a game where, you know what? You're going to play this school, you're going to play this school, and it's going to be just like Georgia won't be playing Northwestern. No. Look, Georgia, you got Ohio State. Alabama, you got Michigan. Like, you're going to play teams according to your strength. So, therefore, at the end, you can say, all right, Indiana, you went up against Kentucky and you beat them. Or Indiana, you play Kentucky and you got smoked. So just step aside.
Well, the other problem for me with the Indiana thing is we saw what they look like against 2 remotely bowl-eligible decent teams. I mean, come on, man. The same thing happened again. All right, great. 3rd time's a charm. Like, I just get sick of it. Oh, wins matter. Oh, do they? Arizona State is a 14-point underdog after a bye week. That means they're really about a 17.5-point underdog. The bye week's the only thing that kept that thing from ballooning out even further.
For a second, I thought they were going to be playing that thing in Tempe, but I guess they said, no, you got to play it another place. So they made sure that the next round wasn't home game, so Georgia can't play in Atlanta. So, yeah.
It's very much whatever to me. All right, so we are going to get, can we say that? I'm sorry for the playoff bickering, Jeff. It's just I already did this with Jim Costa multiple times. It's a sore subject. But you'll be happy to know you and Jim are basically the same person. The games have to matter. I'm going to get you a T-shirt with that on it. It's.
Jim and I had a great conversation about this.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
Mine turned violent.
You always choose violence.
That's not true.
There's like 99 other steps before you get to that last step.
Be curious, will you please?
All right. You know what? How about we get curious? Specs at LTU. You hear us having fun on the radio. You know what? Maybe you want to go into television. You're a graphics design artist. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new career path. It's very simple. You just got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And hey, you want to head over to that website soon because classes are filling up for the next semester. You want to make sure your name is on there. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. Fun fact, I was actually our producer's Jeff instructor while he was there. So you need to be curious, folks. Go visit the website.
Games have to matter.
LTU.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Look, why spend another year on a bad mattress? So as you start 2025, find a Serta retailer and save up to $525 on their best offerings in their product lineup. The most comfortable mattresses they have, the Perfect Sleeper X, and the Serta iComfort at their year-end sale. So once again, go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you, and make 2025 you get the best sleep ever. That's Serta.com.